Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. I have the honour to lay upon the table the Fall 2011 report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Monsieur Nicholson, appuyé par
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Citizens' Arrest and Defences of Property and Persons. This motion is deemed adopted.
And seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for South Surrey, White Rock, Cloverdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association respecting actually three reports. The first, the bilateral visit to the Caribbean, the Americas, and the Atlantic Region Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. A second one, its participation to the Parliamentary Seminar for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And thirdly, the participation to the 35th Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Regional Conference of the Caribbean and the Americas and the Atlantic. Thank you.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees.
St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Health entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2011-2012. Thank you.
Mr. Marcus. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions, motion. Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present. The first petition is talking about child care, and it indicates that child care is often not accessible or affordable for Canadian families and is often of uncertain quality for young children. And the petitioners are calling on the government to legislate the right to universal access to child care and provide multi-year funding to provincial and territorial governments to build a national system of affordable, high-quality, public and not-for-profit early childhood education and care accessible to all children. The federal government must establish funding criteria and reporting mechanisms that ensure accountability for how the provinces and territories use federal funding to ensure quality, accessibility, universality and accountability, and that acknowledges Quebec's right to develop social programs with adequate compensation from the federal government. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is to do with the Sisters in Spirit. And this is calling on the government to ensure that finances are available for the Sisters in Spirit and the Evidence to Action campaign that is involved within Native Women's Association of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C7, Senate Reform Act.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking today on Bill C7. This is an act respecting the selection of senators and amending the Constitution Act 1867 in respect of Senate term limits. This bill, Mr. Speaker, would restrict the mandate of all senators appointed after October 14, 2008 to a maximum term of 9 years. Furthermore, based on the bill, the provinces and territories would have the possibility of, at their own expense, holding elections to determine the names that would be submitted to the Prime Minister for review, except that the problem is that the Prime Minister would not be obligated to pick a senator from that very list, which is a Nice waste of public funds, once again, by our friends on the opposite side of the House. Once again, or furthermore, rather, the term of senators would be 6 years if unappointed. So after 6 years, there would be yet another election, and this would once again be a waste of taxpayers' money. It's so nice to spend money when it's not your own, is it not? On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, what we propose is quite simple. The position of our party is to abolish the Senate, a position that we have long defended. We are asking the government to hold a referendum with Canadians in order to determine if Canadians are in favor of abolishing the Senate. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the Conservative senators have clearly said that when the bill was introduced for the first time in June 2011, that they would oppose any attempt by the federal government to limit their terms. And they have the final word, as always, Madam Speaker. There is the Premier of Ontario, Dalton McGuinty, as well as the Premier of Nova Scotia, who have publicly expressed their approval to abolish the Senate. The Premier of British Columbia, Christy Clark, has stated that the Senate, as an institution, has no use within our federation. With regard to Quebec, the government says that this bill is unconstitutional. In fact, the provincial government has said that it would appeal to the courts if the provinces are not consulted first upon the passage of C7. It is clear that the adoption of this bill without consultation of the provinces would once again be a desire of the federal government to impose its will on the provinces, as it has done so often over the past few months. Now, why are we in favor of abolishing the Senate rather than reforming it? First, I think that for many time the provinces no longer have an upper chamber. All the provinces are working very well without a Senate. Second, reforming the Senate as a principle is nothing new. Since 1900, there have been 13 attempts to reform the Senate, and we see that we have had no change after 13 tries. The Senate always has the last word. Third, the interest of Canadians in this regard is increasing. In fact, according to a poll by Angus Reid in June 2011, 71% of Canadians were in favor of holding a referendum on the future of the Senate. Based on the same poll, 36% of Canadians would be in favor of simply abolishing the Senate, which would mean an increase of 25% over 2010. So Canadians need to be consulted because this is their democratic institution, and therefore they should determine what happens to the upper house. With regard to the legitimacy of the Senate, this bill has serious flaws. First of all, according to the provisions in the bill, senators will continue not to have to be accountable to Canadians. The fact that senators would only have one 9-year term means that they would never have to face the voters to defend the decisions that they will have made throughout that mandate. Furthermore, they would be entitled to a pension when they retire from the Senate, and of course, this is at the expense of Canadians, taxpayers. Second, the passage of this bill would create a situation that is inconsistent with regard to the upper house. In fact, since some senators would be elected and others would not be elected, how can a non-elected senator justify his or her legitimacy in selection compared to his elected colleagues? Third, As I said previously in my speech, the government has not consulted the provinces with regard to the provisions set out in the bill, or even the public, and only 39% of them voted for the Conservatives last May. Despite all this, on the other side of the House, they are pushing all the responsibilities and costs onto the provinces, and they're taking all the glory for the process for themselves. Finally, since the Senate would have the same powers as the House of Commons, an elected Senate would have more legitimacy with regard to the passage of bills. And if they oppose bills in the House, there could be a paralysis of the political system, as we see in the United States, where the House of Representatives and the Senate are often at opposite sides. So, in short, these are a few arguments that prove that reforming the Senate as proposed by the Conservatives is problematic. Rather than proposing solutions, we should abolish the Senate. In conclusion, we have seen in the past few minutes how the passage of C7 would create many problems within our political system, problems that could simply be eliminated by abolishing the Senate in Canada. I would invite you then to join me and the members of the official opposition and vote against C7. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague from Laval-les-Îles for that speech on this bill. And I would like to ask my colleague a very simple question. The Prime Minister is not required to appoint anybody who has been nominated by a province or a territory. This bill would therefore not amend the way in which senators are appointed, since the Prime Minister is still free to appoint anyone he wants to the Senate. I'd like to ask my colleague then, if the Prime Minister is entitled to do whatever he wants with the appointment of senators, what does this bill change? The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Nickel Belt for that question. It's clear that probably this was one of their election promises to reform the Senate, as they have told us so many times over the past few months. They want to respect the promises that they've made. So this reform of the Senate, as put forward tomorrow morning, would change nothing with regard to the appointment of individuals who are elected. And the Prime Minister could continue to appoint his friends to the Senate. So this would change absolutely nothing if the Prime Minister so wishes. Questions and comments?
Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm having some difficulty understanding what the official position is of the NDP with respect to the Senate. I believe that their position is that they want to abolish the Senate. So is the member suggesting to the House that... Well, then let's ask the question. Does the NDP believe we should reopen the Constitution, that the Prime Minister and the Premier should sit down, and they should find out if there's enough will within the country to abolish the Senate? I don't believe it's the position of the Government of Quebec that the Senate be abolished. Is that the position of the NDP, that we should reopen the Constitution and have a national debate over whether we should kill the Senate or not?
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. The first thing would be, as I said in my speech, to hold a referendum to see what the people want. And if they don't want to reopen the Constitution, we just need not appoint any more senators, and the situation will resolve itself. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlebois, Haute-Côte-Nord. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would be very pleased to hear from my colleague with regard to, we're talking here about the future. We're talking, for example, about, with regard to the number of seats in the House, we're talking about greater democracy. We're talking everywhere and will for the next few weeks about this bill. I'd like to hear from my colleague then what he thinks of this practice to reduce the number of people, both inside and outside the House. I'd like to have my colleague give me a little bit more information in this regard. The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you for that question from my colleague. It's clear that since we've come back in September, the government wants to limit our interventions in the House, and that's really their intent. That's all.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, there's 1 minute left, so I would ask for a brief question.
Well, I guess my question is about the difference between provincial legislatures and Parliament. Within provinces, there's much less diversity than across the country, and it seems to me that the country needs a chamber that can balance the interests and the powers of different regions, and the Senate, to me, is a place where there can be a little bit more balance, and I think that's why Quebec isn't necessarily in favor of abolishing the Senate, and I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. A very brief answer. Thank you for the question. Yes, clear. Normally, that's the way it should be. But we know that during the last Parliament that the Conservatives used that to have legislation passed here and send over to the Senate, where it just dragged on and on. There are so many things that are on the back burner there, it's quite useless, really. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this debate today to speak about Bill C-7. When we deal with a bill, often we have to look at where we're taking off from to see where we might arrive in the end. So what I'd like to do is look back in a little bit. So first of all, in the premise, there is really almost a bet that we'll be able to do this without touching the Constitution and make these lists. It's not guaranteed that it could be done in that way. There's no guarantee that the provinces will accept it as such. So, Madam Speaker, we risk with a legal deficit that will be significant. Also, we want to perpetuate this partisanship within the Senate. The Senate doesn't even serve its role properly now, so now it serves party functions oftentimes. So I don't know if there could be some kind of balance for the regions versus what happens here in the House of Commons. And then, an important point, the bill is a very mechanical one in the sense that the great majority of the sections of the bill tell the provinces how to organize an election in order to create this pool of senators that could potentially be nominated or appointed. So there are costs that we would be transferring to the provinces in this regard, and perhaps the Prime Minister might choose some names from that list. And on this, I would like to mention a particularity of the province of Quebec, where there are electoral districts that aren't mentioned. So in a province like Quebec, there would have to be elections held in the 24 districts if we want to comply with the current constitution, whereas elsewhere it would be just overall provincial elections. So for Quebec, that would represent increased costs, and no one is in line to pay those costs. So that's important. Next, it's suggested that this could happen at the same time as municipal or provincial elections. And I'm not certain that that's a good thing either. In 2008, as an example, when I was running federally, in part of my riding, there was also a provincial by-election taking place. So what happened is quite simple to see. In that part of the riding, people didn't know if they were dealing with a provincial candidate or a federal candidate. So if on top of that we're going to add perhaps some kind of senatorial elections, I don't think we'll be necessarily serving democracy well in that regard. So those were the first points I wanted to make, but I wanted to come back in time because the history of the Senate is rather peculiar in a way. The Senate as we know it in Canada is a hybrid form of the House of Lords in England. In the way in which the senators are appointed, they're not elected. They're appointed by the Governor and Council and the Governor General on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, that is, and the American Senate, which has as its duty to represent the regions fairly. So our Senate has a particular structure that we don't see elsewhere. We have to remember as well that the Senate, as we know it, results from the Charlottetown meetings and the 1864 meetings. So the conferences of Quebec as well. The Conference of Quebec was also dedicated to the idea of creating a Senate as such. There were debates, and even at that point in time, there was talk about an elected versus non-elected Senate. There's nothing new here today. We're just repeating discussions of the past. The Fathers of Confederation discussed and decided on a non-elected Senate for their own reasons. But all we can say about that is that the current structure of the Senate wasn't created with a great deal of enthusiasm. I would like to also read a description to you of what the senators are. Senators are appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Prime Minister. Everyone knows that. They represent the regions of the provinces in order to ensure that there is some balance of representation in comparison with the House of Commons. So the regional interests and minorities are supposed to be well represented. That's the objective. But in reality, that's never happened. What we've seen is partisan appointments, one after another, ad infinitum. And so that means that the usefulness that was intended to be given to the senators to represent the regions has never been seen. We have rather seen a House that supports a government or acts against a government, depending on the majority in that chamber at that point in time. So this upper chamber has, in fact, become extremely partisan. And I would remind people, Madam Speaker, that the government has had the Senate do indirectly what they haven't been able to do directly in previous parliaments. Certain bills, for example, that were defeated in the House were elected by senators in a partisan manner. So they're supposed to be the chamber of sober second thought, but what we've seen, rather, is that it's a chamber that acts very partisanly. And then we might wonder what we're doing with an institution that is not fulfilling its mandate and has not often done so. Now, I would like to move on to a point that is important, I think. Let's assume this bill is passed. Then we would perhaps have two chambers with elected representatives. At that point in time, would there be competition? Because everyone would be legitimately elected, so would there be competition between the two chambers or the two houses as we see in the United States when the majorities are not on the same side, which results in paralysis? Is that where we're heading? Are we heading to an American-style Senate that in some instances could really paralyze the work of the House of Commons and the functioning of the country, as we see south of our borders again? That's a question we must ask, Madam Speaker. It's important. The other thing that really speaks to me in this issue is that we talk about electing people. We never say how many positions, who, when. I mean, could that not become a struggle between the government and the various provinces? For example, let's assume that one province decides to hold an election, but they elect fewer people than there are positions to fill. What would we do with that? Or exactly the right number, for example. So perhaps at that point in time, we might see some kind of a struggle between the government and the provincial governments, the federal government and the provinces. And once again, we'd come back to a model that reflects tension between the various levels of government. And I don't think that the objective of everyone in this House is to wish to create new tensions between the various levels of government. I don't think anyone wants to go down that road. I'd like to talk a little bit more specifically about the historic position of the government of Quebec by quoting Mr. George Brown, one of the fathers of Confederation. He said, "Our friends in Lower Canada," and that was, of course, Quebec, "our friends in Lower Canada agreed to give us the number of positions to reflect proportionally what happens in the upper house. So I don't think we should reject that." So right away, at the outset, before 1867, already there were arguments between Upper and Lower Canada, as it was at the time, and the other groups within Confederation. Therefore, Madam Speaker, Quebec absolutely, how can I put this, ensure that these will be constitutional and not partisan changes. I would like to continue, but I see my time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable
Kingston and the Island.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask my colleague if we reform the Senate, for example, if it would be less partisan, if the senators were appointed by the provincial premiers, if it was more regional and not through political parties, would my colleague still be in favor of the abolition of the Senate? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. I thank my colleague for his interesting question. Indeed, what history has taught us, Madam Speaker, is that when we leave the appointments with up to a small group, when we give the power to choose those appointees, the various successive governments, and this goes for the Liberal government as well as for the Conservative governments, they have always made strictly partisan appointments. And if we leave that temptation there, certainly the Senate will never fulfill its role. So I'm rather pessimistic about that idea. Questions and comments?
Member for Nickel-Belt.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Louis-Hébert for his speech on this bill. And I'd like to ask him, we know that the government, and we mustn't forget that the Liberals have always appointed Liberals or Conservatives to raise funds for their parties. They've appointed candidates that were defeated in elections. Therefore, representatives that Canadians didn't want to have. They were rejected by the voters. and they've used these people to raise funds for their parties at the expense of Canadian taxpayers. So I would like my colleague to comment on the fact that senators are appointed to do this kind of fundraising for the Liberal and Conservative parties. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. In fact, the issue raised by my colleague is a problem that is very significant. It gives the example of where we are now and we are really in the dregs, if I can put it that way, of this kind of partisan appointmentship. Rather than having a Senate that is this house of sober second thought, of wise people who are acting as a balance to the House, it's not in the way it is in real life. The more time goes on, the further we get away from that, the more partisan it becomes, and the worse that partisanship gets. It's quite unacceptable.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra. Very brief.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to ask my colleague from the NDP something about the fairness of Parliament. Former Liberal Prime Ministers chose appointees so that we would have a fairer Parliament. For example, so there would be more women in the Senate, more balance. But unfortunately, the current Prime Minister has made Senate appointments that reflect that have fewer women, so the balance is less or equal than it was. So does my colleague not see that the Senate could be important if it has a better balance of men and women in terms of representation of the Canadian population than here in the House? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert, a brief answer. I thank my colleague for her question, because she's allowing me to correct something that I said. When I said that the Senate at the outset was to represent the regions, it was also supposed to represent minorities. So at that point in time, in fact, she's now raising another shortcoming of that upper house, which is to say that underrepresented groups are even less represented there. So, once again, that House is not playing the role that it is supposed to play. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak to C7 here today. And I wanted to recognize the issues and the discussion that has happened. I want to follow in the same line as what my colleague from Louis-Hébert and member for Nickel said as well. At the same time, I want to emphasize the participation of the Honourable Member of Mississauga Street Bill, who has really tried hard to have a good debate on this issue here in the House by asking questions that are really out of context compared to what the NDP has always supported and proposed in terms of the abolition of the Senate and requiring that the government hold a referendum instead. I would like to speak a little bit about what is in this bill. Mainly, this is a bill that wants to limit the terms of senators, particularly those appointed after October 14th, 2008, to a maximum of 9 years. However, If a senator cannot continue to carry out their mandate during the 9 subsequent years to their appointment, they could have have a suspension at some point in time and come back later on to complete the 9-year period. So I think that's rather unusual. The provinces and territories would have the opportunity to hold, or the choice rather, to hold elections at their own expense. However, we know that the premiers are in no way obliged, or the Prime Minister, rather, is in no way obliged to appoint a person who has been elected provincially. We can see that if those elected senators are not appointed and that there's a period of time that passes after the election, that would expire, and they would have to hold new elections. Again, once again, at their own expense. There would be overlap, and they would have to foot the bill.
In the backgrounder, it says that Conservatives have been trying to introduce this bill in previous parliaments. And as we know, some pretty intense debates were held. And then there was prorogation. So Parliament was dissolved before this bill was passed, so it died on the order paper. So the official opposition's position is that the Senate should be done away with entirely. Since 1968, most provinces have scrapped their senates, and they function quite well without them. And in the current context, since the Senate already exists, the House of Commons has elected members who are fully capable of doing the work themselves. We can pass laws through elected representative officials, and everyone in every riding is represented by an MP. So we all know the origins of the Senate and the reason for its creation way back when. I'm the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. As he explained, this is a heritage, a legacy from the English crown. And as the Prime Minister himself said, this is a relic of the 19th century, or something like that. The fact is, this proposal to reform the Senate and to hold elections, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold water. If we want to move forward and truly reform the institution, but keeping the institution around, which the other parties appear perhaps willing to support, well, we would have to hold a referendum and ask Canadians. Canadians should have a voice. They should have a say in this. There was a poll, and that's not official, but we already know that 61% of Canadians have made their preference known. They'd like there to be a referendum. We often hear talk from Conservative members. They say they've received a strong mandate from the population with only 32% of votes. So compare that, 71% versus 32%. That's a really strong consensus, a really strong majority, and it gives a very strong mandate, Madam Speaker. To conclude, I'd like to once again thank honorable colleagues from the official opposition, from the NDP. We are going to keep up the fight. It's a long battle, but ultimately, we want to see the Senate abolished, or at least hold a referendum with, consult Canadians so we can get rid of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
And I want to thank the member for outlining very ably the concerns that New Democrats have with this legislation that's before us. And the member referenced specifically the need for public input on a decision that's going to radically change how we govern ourselves. And I know in previous houses, what we have seen from that other place is the Climate Change Accountability Act that New Democrats had put forward and was passed here in the House of Commons, was defeated in the Senate with no discussion, no debate, no calling witnesses, points to the very need of why we speak so firmly and loudly against the Senate. And on the issue of public consultation, I wonder if the member could elaborate why he thinks the Conservative government refuses to take this very important question to the public.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. I did indeed refer to what especially the Minister for State was saying in proposing this bill. The goal is a bit inconsistent. Inconsistent in the sense that they're proposing to reform legislation that dates back to 1867 so that the appointment process for senators it will be changed, but the Prime Minister will retain the right to make recommendations to the Governor General. I don't think that's actually democratic. And that's something we should be mindful of here in the House of Commons. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I discussed this with my constituents in my riding, and everyone agrees on the usefulness of the Senate. It's used to recycle mediocre candidates who lost in the last election campaign. It allows extreme right-wing militants to find a place. And everyone agrees you mustn't talk too loud in the Senate because you might wake someone up. The other aspect that the government is ignoring is that if we were to play the game and recruit candidates for potential Senate elections, if we came up with a list, what would the Prime Minister do with that, or the Governor General? Would they actually appoint people from our list? That's my question. The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his good question. As a matter of fact, given what he said, what he thinks about the Senate and the idea of holding elections, I think my constituents have the same concerns. And given the information we have from that poll, that 71% of Canadians support the holding of a referendum, well, the reason for that is that they really don't see the usefulness of the Senate. What's the point in creating an appointment process for senators if the Senate itself is useless? So someone must support this bill based on their ideology. They must think that the current system is in some way dishonest. I would say that, yes, we are still in favor of abolishing the Senate because I think the House, with its members, as in other provinces, that's enough. That serves Canadians very well. That helps Canada to be one of the best places in the world.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to enter into this debate on what is surely a relic of centuries gone by that has long since outlived its usefulness in this country. And I must also comment that the silence from the other side of this House is actually quite deafening. This is a government bill, yet only the official opposition seems to have anything to say about it. What does that tell you about where democracy is in this country? Our comments are valuable and, in my opinion, are closer to the feelings of the Canadian public than that of this bill. We believe that the public generally does not wish the Senate to continue. They don't believe, in our opinion, that the Senate serves a useful purpose, that it is merely a place for a government, as we have discovered in recent times, to undo the will of the elected people of Canada, that being us here in this Parliament. And we believe if it were put to a vote, the result would be that the Senate should be abolished. So what should this government do? It shouldn't propose this kind of legislation. The Prime Minister has said on a number of occasions about the uselessness of the Senate. But if we want the true opinion of Canadians, we should take the true opinion of Canadians. And if we want to take the true opinion of Canadians, we should hold a referendum to determine exactly what Canadians feel should belong in this government. And we believe the Canadians feel that the Senate should be abolished. If it is, in fact, not the will of the people that the Senate should be abolished, then reform is needed. But you don't do this kind of reform without consulting with provinces. The provinces have stated quite clearly, Quebec in particular, that they need to be consulted on any kind of constitutional reform. And Quebec, in fact, is threatening to take this government to court over the fact that it was not consulted. Other provinces have stated quite clearly that the Senate should be abolished. But in any event, no consultation took place. No consultation about the expense of elections, no consultation about the methods of electing senators, no consultation about the term limits, no consultation about any of this was taken with the provinces prior to this bill being before the House. The law itself, as proposed by the government, states, "And whereas Parliament wishes to maintain the essential characteristics of the Senate within Canada's parliamentary democracy as a chamber of independent, sober, second thought." Well, what does that mean? First, independent. It flies in the face of those very words to read the rest of the government's bill, which demands that if political parties exist, they nominate candidates, that candidates must be nominated by political parties. Independent also would imply that the government already believes that the essential characteristics of the Senate is that it is independent. But as we have experienced most recently, that Senate has killed legislation that was passed by this House in a non-independent way, in a very partisan way. And that is clearly not what is happening. And it is very clearly this government does not propose that this Senate remain independent, Indeed, it is not independent today. They have also killed climate change bills twice, again in a very partisan way, the Conservatives voting against the rest, and a bill providing generic drugs to Africa, again in a very partisan way. So to say it is independent flies in the face of what is actually happening. Sober second thought. Sober second thought implies that this House is not sober. And I'm offended by that suggestion because we are not, in fact, a House of drunkards or laggards, and I think the Conservatives would be just as offended if that was the implication. We are, in fact, giving sober thought to everything we do. And to suggest that we need somebody else to look over our shoulders and give it sober thought is an affront. Finally, in terms of independence, we have one of the senators appointed by this government from the elected version of the Alberta government, Bert Brown, suggesting that every senator in this caucus needs to decide, this is a quote, where their loyalty should be and must be. The answer is simple. Our loyalty is to the man who brought us here, the man who has wanted Senate reform since he entered politics, the Right Honourable, and the quote is the name, but I'll say Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, that clearly shows what the intent of independence is really intended by this government. That loyalty is to the Prime Minister and not to some sense of independence, nor to the people who, if this bill were to pass, elected those senators. We also discover in this bill the creation of a real dog's breakfast of senators. There will be 3 levels of senators as a result of this bill. There will be senators who are appointed for life and who are appointed before the 40th Parliament elections. Those senators will continue to be appointed for life, and some of them, that life is quite long. It's 15 years in some cases. It's 16 years, 14 years, and 15 years, 14 years. Those senators will continue well beyond any elections and well beyond the terms limits of senators who will be elected. Then there are the senators who were appointed but since the last election, and those senators will serve an additional 9 years. Some of them will leave before the 9 years because they'll reach 75, but others of them will, in fact, will continue for their full 9 years because they will have had their terms shortened as a result by an average of about 13 years. So there's a whole lot of senators who thought they were there for a long time, and now as a result of this bill, they'll only be there for a much shorter period of time. Then there are the senators who will be elected in the future, and those individuals will have terms of exactly 9 years. That's an incredible dog's breakfast. In Ontario, where I'm from, the Ontario government could have an election for 20 senators, and because of this bill, unless those 20 senators are actually appointed by the government, some of them will expire before they're ever appointed. And so they'll have to have another election because their elections only last 6 years. And unless there are enough appointments to fill those elections, the dog's breakfast will continue. Finally, I noticed that there is nothing in this bill concerning election financing. This government has made a few statements in this House about their wish to get the government out of financing of elections, and that feel that parties themselves should look after the financing of their members of Parliament and, I guess, senators. Except this bill says nothing about it, and it would appear that it will be up to the rules of the province or the municipality in which it is held whether or not the election financing will be limited or will, in fact, allow unions to donate to the campaigns of these senators, allow corporations to donate to the campaigns of these senators, and depending on the province or the municipality, that could be large sums of money. Again, flies in the face of what this government thinks is a reform of the democracy. The accountability portion. There is no accountability. If you're elected for 9 years, you you can't come back, number one. And therefore, whatever you do in those 9 years, you have no accountability whatsoever to the electorate who put you there. That is not a democratic principle that we adhere to. And finally, the Prime Minister does not have to appoint any individual. The Prime Minister, in fact, retains the power in this bill to decide, should Ontario or any other province held an election and elect a bunch of senators, the Prime Minister can just say, no, no thanks, I have friends I want to appoint. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, ask the member in terms of how he would reconcile on an issue of public opinion. On the one hand, the NDP would allow the country to break up if a majority of Quebecers, 50% plus one, was to vote for separation. Yet, on the issue of Senate, that a majority of Canadians see value in having a Senate, yet they don't believe that Canada deserves a Senate. How does he reconcile those 2 points?
Well, member for York South-Weston.
Well, they are so different as to not require a discussion. Our point is not that the Senate ought to be. Our point is first that we believe that Canadians believe that the Senate should be abolished, and our point is there should, if nothing else happens, there should at least be an opportunity for the people of Canada to give this government direction on exactly what should happen with the Senate, and we believe that the people of Canada will tell the government that the Senate is no longer necessary, that it's a relic, and that it doesn't believe that the people of Canada don't believe that the Senate should continue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to ask my colleague from York South-Weston. He made a comment about the sober second thought, meaning that maybe somebody from the opposite side of this House think that we're all drunk here, but we're not. A couple of weeks ago, we had a motion in this House on asbestos, to ban asbestos. And the Conservatives, even the good doctor over there, voted against all science that clearly indicates asbestos causes cancer. They voted against the Cancer Society. They voted against doctors. They voted against Canadians. They actually got up in the House and said that asbestos does not cause cancer. So I'd like my colleague, since she mentioned sober second thought, does she think that maybe the opposite side of the House was not sober when they voted for this, against this motion to ban asbestos?
Honourable member for York South-Weston.
The question of asbestos is a very troubling one here in this House. It is a very dear friend of mine died of mesothelioma, and very likely was as a result of the inhalation of asbestos fibers in an old building that he worked in. And it is absolutely shocking that this government would continue the mining and the manufacture of asbestos products in this country for sale elsewhere, knowing what they know. But that brings to the, and so were we not sober when we made that decision? We certainly weren't thinking straight. But when it gets to the Senate, when that bill gets to the Senate, because that is not an independent sober second thought, even sober second thought in the Senate is unlikely to overturn that decision by this government. And that is why this Senate needs to be abolished.
Questions and comments? The Honourable
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. A very brief question, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to come back to part of the speech given by my colleague with regard to the funding of these election campaigns, where there is nothing that is said or it can be a variable. I'd like him to develop the inequity in this.
Member for York South-Weston.
Well, absolutely, Madam Speaker. We have a situation in which members of this chamber have strict limits on who can donate, and the parties that we represent have very limited access to financing, made more limited still by the government's recent budget. And yet, for a senatorial election, this bill is silent, except to say that generally speaking, the rules of a provincial election, should the province choose to hold it in that fashion, or the rules of a municipal election, should the province choose to hold that election in a municipal election, would apply. And that presents huge inequities. Those Senate elections, which is to this same Government of Canada, could then have donations, large donations from corporations, large donations from unions, and large donations from individuals. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not that it's a pleasure for me to talk about this bill in the sense that they're trying to shove it down our throats. On our side, all we want is to be able to have a real in-depth debate on the issue. And on the other side, they want to push under the table a bill that talks about the future of our country, the future of our parliamentary system, and our parliamentary system, which is here to allow us to debate a bill that will change our country, which will resolve problems and bring forward solutions. And today, in these weeks, what we're seeing is we want to resolve problems, but it seems that it's a partisan tool for the party in power. The bill, C7, on the Senate, on the House of Sober Second Thought, historically, well, the Senate has never fulfilled its role, has never done its job. So at this time, they want to change 4 quarters for $1. They want to change a Senate that's not doing its job for a Senate and senators that are picked in a partisan fashion with a new way of doing things where there will always be senators picked in a partisan fashion. There will be an election, but the candidates will be picked in a partisan fashion, only in a partisan fashion. Today's debate on the Senate makes me think in greater depth about our democracy, about the sharing of powers, about our parliamentary system, our representation, our electoral system, and the attitude towards democracy of the Conservative government currently in power. I agree that we can decide on the kind of democracy we want in Canada. Everybody agrees that this is a simple debate, a debate about the future. But who has the power to make the decision? If we come back to the democratic principle, 1 out of 3 people approximately voted for the current government. Is each individual in agreement with overall what the Conservative Party is proposing? For example, does everybody agree to abolish the gun registry? Does everybody agree to reform the Senate? Does everyone agree with regard to the justice bills and all the other bills that have recently been passed with minimum debate, with gag orders imposed? What we want is for people in our democracy to be able to take part in this debate, for people to be able to bring forward their concerns. And it takes a referendum to do this. Other countries have held referendums on national and important issues, and I think that we should do the same here. Our sharing of powers now. As I said earlier, fundamentally the Senate is here to ensure that there is sharing of powers among the regions, to ensure representation of the regions, not in the House of Commons, but within Parliament, to ensure representation of minorities. But this has never been done. And nothing is going to be changed here. Our form of representation now. Well, I'll come back to the sharing of powers. Our electoral practices now, if we ask the provinces to, in addition to assume the costs, to pick the candidates as well who will run in a Senate election, we're just transferring the decision, the partisan decision, towards the provinces rather than the federal government. However, it is still partisan. Furthermore, the Prime Minister, at the time when the candidates' names are put forward, would have the last word. So it's ultimately the same thing as now. If we look at what has happened or what happens in other countries, we're talking about two houses. If we go to the U.S., we see it's a source of division. It creates chaos. If there are two chambers that do not agree with each other, there is constantly obstruction as well as strategies in order to undermine what the government or the other house is proposing to do. And sometimes, for partisan reasons, people oppose certain bills, even though it's in the interest of the country, simply because it is the other party that puts it forward. I think this is a risk that we are running if we do this, especially because there will be elections in the House of Commons every 3, 4, or 5 years, as well as in the Senate every 9 years. So the elections won't occur at the same time. People will not necessarily vote for governments that will be able to cooperate. I could give examples, and I'd like to quote a constituent in my riding who has said to me in the past that he voted for the Conservative Party in the 2011 elections because of one simple reason: he no longer wanted the gun registry. And perhaps we want it, but he said that he doesn't agree with what the Conservative Party was proposing. And I'm quoting him. He said simply, we'll vote next time for an intelligent government. He didn't say that it was us. However, he was not talking about the Conservative Party for whom he voted in 2011. So, I won't name the MP, but so we see that if people vote for a party for one single reason, and this creates parties that don't agree, this is always a source of conflict, and this creates chaos within our parliamentary system. If I come back to the costs of the reform, I want to transfer the costs of the choice of candidates to the provinces. We're talking about our democracy, our federal parliamentary system, and they want to transfer the costs to the provinces. I think it's illogical. It's almost absurd. If we're not prepared to amend our parliamentary system and be responsible for the financial consequences, we need to find other solutions or not move forward with this one. A second chamber, which is useless for the reasons that I mentioned earlier, would cost even more, because over a long period of time, there will be more senators that will have come through the House or the Senate. There will be more people, more senators who will be entitled to a pension, who will be entitled to pension that will be paid for by Parliament. These costs are all associated with this reform. And the current problem is that we have a government that proposes something that it wants to push through under the table. And as I have said here, we're talking about the future. I would like the government to take into consideration the fact that we're not talking about something inconsequential here. We have to go further. We have to ask the public if they agree. Perhaps there are other ways, but clear tool by which to do this would be to hold a referendum, to ask every person what they think. Everyone will be able to say if they think it's a good idea or not, and have an in-depth debate with that kind of a referendum on reforming the Senate. In Canada, a majority of provinces have said that they agree with the NDP's position. Our position on how absurd this bill is. I could take the example of Dalton McGuinty, the Premier of Ontario, Darrell Dexter of Nova Scotia. They have publicly asked for the Senate to be abolished. The Premier of British Columbia said that the Senate within our Confederation was useless. Manitoba has maintained its position as well with regard to the abolition of the Senate. Of course, they said if it happened, they wouldn't have a choice, but a decision had to be made. Quebec has already said that this bill is unconstitutional. And what Quebec wants, ultimately, is the separation of powers. A separation of powers is a debate that we should have through a referendum. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This bill is trying to amend or trying to make amendments by proposing the election of people who might perhaps one day become senators. And I would like my colleague to comment on this kind of amendment being done under the table, because that is what it is. It's being done under the table, amendment to our parliamentary system, and the consequences of doing this. Because when we have this kind of institution that's being changed, we have to look at where this is taking us, and I don't think there is necessarily an overall vision being put forward. I'd like the member for Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord to comment a little bit about the overall vision that is needed when we address this kind of issue. The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Haute-Côte-Nord, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord. In fact, the consequences of this bill is that this will probably create the illusion that something has been done, but nothing will have changed. Senators will be still elected in a partisan fashion, so ultimately nothing will have changed. Our vision, which is essential, is that we have a democracy. Before, there was a party that made decisions. Now it's everyone. In our parliament, there is one party that forms the government, and I think everybody at this point has to give his or her opinion. We saw everybody do that during the election to have a vision for the future. I think that in this regard, on such an important issue, we have to make a decision together, because this will have consequences. So we need to have a referendum, and all Canadians need to participate in this decision. Questions and comments?
Member for Burlington.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague talked a little bit about the costs associated with this reform, and I'd like him to talk a little bit about a particular issue with regard to the costs, and that is, in this bill, the costs of the elections for future senators will be passed over to the provinces. However, even once elected, those people are not sure to be appointed to the Senate. Does my colleague believe that the provinces will invest in the election of senators without being sure or certain that these people will eventually be appointed? The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord. Well, that remains my opinion, but what will likely happen is the provinces will simply propose names instead of investing funds. They'll put forward a list of names to the Prime Minister, people that they know, people in their circle who are who could take part in that list, as is done today. And the Prime Minister will decide who will be a candidate in the election. And so we're just talking about the same thing. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt. A very brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord, for his speech. And I'd like to ask my colleague, we have Ontario and Nova Scotia, which have publicly asked for the abolition of the Senate. British Columbia, for its part, the Premier of British Columbia, Chrissy Clark, said that the Senate was useless. And Manitoba has also said that they would support the abolition of the Senate. I would like to ask my colleague if the reason why the government doesn't want to ask the public, doesn't want to have a referendum on the issue, is it because they sincerely believe that they would lose that referendum?
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. 30 seconds. Well, one thing that's clear is that their bill will not pass. We aren't sure exactly what citizens want, but they have the right, they deserve to know. They should have their opinion taken into consideration of how we want this House. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, as elected members, we are accountable, and I want to talk today about the Senate as an archaic institution whose members don't have the same moral duty. This is a relic. There are defeated candidates there who have been appointed. That's been the case of several Conservative failed candidates, but despite that, they were rewarded by the Prime Minister. And I'm not the first person to use the word a relic. The Prime Minister himself said the Senate was a relic from the 19th century. But he no longer talks about abolishing it as he spoke of doing in the past. Why not do away with this relic and send it to the Museum of Civilization? There were 13 previous reform attempts of the Senate, and they all failed. The NDP's position is one that we've held for a long time and has constantly been restated. Yes, the NDP will vote against this bill, and we wish to simply do away with the Senate. If the government listens to the population through a referendum, I think he will find the same thing. That is why this bill is doomed to the same result as the previous ones, I think. The mandate, as for mandates of a 9-year maximum, that does nothing with the fact that senators will have the right to a pension. Those who are elected will have to run again and again. But this 9-year mandate doesn't really change much, because even if they were elected, they will still be able to do whatever they wish with no accountability to the electorate. There's no moral sense here. With the obligation of being candidate twice in a row, for example, how can they be accountable to the electors? That won't change anything about the anti-democratic reality of the Senate and with its lack of accountability. They will just be accountable to the Prime Minister. The government doesn't do anything about this discretionary aspect. Recent history proves that the Prime Minister can breach legislation, as he did with regular elections. that he himself had moved. So now I would like to speak to some of the points raised by my colleagues on what the majority of people think of the Senate. In fact, for most people, the Senate is not of great concern, other than the fact that it's expensive. People don't get up in the morning thinking about the Senate. I wouldn't think about it either for years. Those people who are quietly sitting there just waiting for their well-earned retirement. I didn't think about it too much until Madame Werner was appointed to the Senate. That was a person who had lost all authority. On a democratic basis, she lost all credibility and then was appointed to the Senate, where she could sit till the end of her days. There's a second problem. When the Senate blocked two pieces of legislation that was passed in this House by democratically elected members, that is to say, Bill C-311, which the Senate defeated, and C-391 on generic medicine for Africa. So, on top of having this problem of legitimacy, these people appointed to the Senate are starting to play around and defeat bills that have been duly passed by a democratically elected body. So that's really become serious. Are we really going to continue down this road? The Conservative government has started down a dangerous path for the future and for democracy. When we say that the Prime Minister is going to take into account the choice of the provinces with the list that will be submitted to him through these elections, I'm the first person who would have my doubts about that, and I'm quite sure my colleagues in the NDP and perhaps in other parties will also doubt that. Imagine if there were elections that were held across Canada to elect senators, and among those new senators on this list, we might find a person who would be, for example, one of the leading lights of the Quebec left. So he, for example, might propose social legislation for Canada. Would you think the Prime Minister would appoint him as a senator? Absolutely not. It's clear. François Saillant, another person who was a great advocate of the homeless in Quebec, who for 25 years has been advocating for the homeless. If he was on the list, do you think the Prime Minister would appoint him? Never. Stéphane Guilbeault. Would the Prime Minister appoint Stéphane Guilbeault as a senator if he was on the list, who had been duly elected by Canadians? Absolutely not. And I'm convinced that never in 1,000 years would he be appointed, any more than other people who want to talk about fair trade, for example. We only have unfair trade in this House. How about David Suzuki? Would we appoint him if he was on the list? I don't think the Conservatives would like to have David Suzuki sitting in the Senate. I'm convinced of that. Would we appoint Hubert Rive? He's an astrophysicist. Would the Prime Minister appoint an astrophysicist as a senator for this party that rejects scientists and their work? Yvan Labrie, who is the advocate for Quebec without poverty, who's been working so that the governmental decisions will take into account those who are the most disadvantaged when they take their decisions, the decisions that would affect 1/5 of the poorest people. Would the Prime Minister and the government appoint that person as a senator? Never. And so it's just an illusion that the senators proposed on these lists would be simply appointed by the Prime Minister. That would never happen. So I'll come back to my speech, which doesn't deal necessarily with that particular issue, but it's a question that has to be asked. I think that fundamentally there's dishonesty in putting forward such a concept when we know very well what kind of people are appointed to that Senate. The Prime Minister says that I am under no obligation to appoint a person who has been duly elected by a province or territory. So this really doesn't affect the way in which the senators are appointed, because the Prime Minister remains free to appoint whom he wishes. He's not held to respect that kind of an election. There's no accountability on that. You say that the provinces would be able to choose any system to elect their senators, insofar as it respects democratic principles. Well, this government doesn't know very much about such democratic rules. How can you not be cynical? Because they act right now as if they'd been elected by 100% of the population. The provincial government has said that they would appeal this bill before the courts if it is passed without consultation of the provinces. The Conservatives are going to reopen the Constitution. Well, what a great way to stir things up. I have 1 minute left? Okay. I won't have time to conclude in a minute, Madam Speaker. I'll just say that we hope to bring this government to make them see reason, and to see it from a perspective that this must be settled by the people of this country, this issue. There should be a referendum if they're so convinced that the reform they wish to propose is so popular. I think that most of Canadians would like to do away with this relic and send the Senate to the Museum of Canadian Civilization. Thank you.
Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm sorry if I mentioned before. I think I appreciate the speech from the member opposite, but I think he's making the exact point that we're making. This bill allows for the election of senators. If the individual that he was speaking of before, Mr. Suzuki, was interested in becoming a senator, he might even be a nonpartisan senator. Who knows? This bill would give them the opportunity to run for that position. That's exactly the democracy that we are advocating for on this side of the House. Why are they opposed to having David Suzuki have the ability to run for the Senate?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, the Honourable Member, if he appreciates David Suzuki so much, and Vivienne Rably or any of the others, why did they not appoint them directly rather than naming Madame Werner, appointing Madame Werner and other of their own acolytes? It's questions and comments.
Member for York South-Weston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I found that to be a very enlightening and interesting speech, and clearly the member opposite on the other side of the House has not read the bill, because clearly whether you run for election or not doesn't mean you become a senator. What it means is that you get on a list that the Prime Minister can look at, and the Prime Minister has the right to say no according to this bill, and certainly would say no if it was somebody, as you quite rightly pointed out from the list of names you put forward. If there are people on that list that the Prime Minister disagreed vehemently with, he would never appoint them to the Senate. Would you like to comment further on that? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Yes, I thank my colleague, and indeed, the people that I named, if I took the time to point them out, it's because they deserve. And these people are people who actively participate in the great Canadian debate, but they'll never be recognized by the Conservative government as people who have vision for the future of Canada. What this government lacks is a vision for the future on climate change, a vision on trade, a vision on industry, a vision on the issues that the energy issues that affect us. These people that I named are participating in those debates in civil society, but that doesn't happen across the way. The proof is that we're talking about the Senate, and nobody's even speaking on the other side of the House. No, it doesn't interest them. This is it. They're not acting as a majority government. They are acting like a government that doesn't care about the population, that doesn't care about the message that's sent out regularly by the people, by the provinces, concerning all of these bills. They do as they wish, even though 60% of people are against some of the provisions that have been tabled in the House. They stubbornly defend them. So obviously, what we are speaking about today is really to speak to the population, to let them know that this government is mocking democracy. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt. A brief question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his wonderful speech on the Senate. We know that there are many provinces and premiers who have stated that the Senate should be abolished. I would like my colleague's opinion. I'd like to know why the government is not going to hold any kind of referendum or election on that to see what Canadian wants to do. The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, I have trouble getting into the Prime Minister's mindset. He's saying it's a relic of the past at one point, and now the talk is about a vision of the Senate where the senators would be elected. I think that recently the Senate has been used for non-democratic purposes, and this ambiance of non-democracy pleases the people across the way very much. So I think they're not going to do anything to change that. They systematically block debates, as we see in committee and in the House, and this would be another way of abusing of Parliament's prerogatives. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very happy to be speaking today on the Senate Reform Bill. First, let me say that I'm very disappointed. The government has put up no speakers. I wonder just how important this bill is to them if they have nothing to say. Now, as you will know, Madam Speaker, New Democrats have long advocated for abolishing the Senate. This has been our position since the 1930s. Polling, very recent polling, shows that Canadians are open to having a closer examination of the value of the Senate in the 21st century, and that in Canada we should carefully look at Senate abolition because it's achievable and it's a balanced solution. The NDP believes that the Senate is a 19th century institution, an anachronism that is unnecessary in a modern 21st century democracy, like Canada's. Senators only sit 90 days of the year, and they cost taxpayers over $90 million annually. It makes the Muskoka minister's $50 million look pale in comparison, Madam Speaker. $90 million. Democracies such as Denmark and New Zealand have long since eliminated their outdated senates. This is a decision also undertaken many years ago by our own provincial governments. There are many who support our position, the NDP position, including the premiers of several provinces. For example, the Premier of British Columbia, Christy Clark, stated in May of this year, "I support abolishing the Senate. I don't think the Senate plays a useful role. I think that they've outlived their usefulness to our country." Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty echoed Ms. Clark's comments. "We think that the simplest thing to do is to abolish it, and I think, frankly, to reform it in any substantive way is just not possible. We have the provincial level, and it will probably increase calls that we hear from time to time, just saying, do you really need this institution?" And Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall, also speaking in May, said, and I'll quote, "Mr. Speaker, the Senate has become a repository of failed candidates, party fundraisers, and professional organizers. One elected accountable body that sits in Ottawa for us in the House of Commons. but I just don't see that happening. And I don't think we need a second unelected, unaccountable body. Madam Speaker, even Conservative-friendly premiers condemned the Prime Minister's recent patronage appointments. I think it takes away momentum for change at taxpayers' expense. These taxpayer-subsidized Conservative senators even torpedo legislation passed by the elected members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, we're talking about bills passed by elected and accountable members of this Parliament. Bills such as the late Jack Layton's private member's bill to ensure action on climate change. Also, there was the member for Ottawa Centre's private member's bill to provide affordable AIDS drugs to those suffering in Africa. Both bills killed by the Senate. Both of these bills were extremely important, extremely valuable, not only to Canadians, but people around the world. These bills were an opportunity for Canada to shine on an international stage. But the unelected Senate trashed them and left Canadians wondering what on earth has happened to our democracy. New Democrats would like to abolish the Senate. And, Madam Speaker, this bill, in addition to what's already been discussed, has some other problems. It restricts all senators appointed to the Senate after October 14, 2008 to a single, non-renewable 9-year term. Senators would never have to be accountable for campaign promises that they made because they don't have to keep them or any of the actions that they've taken while in office. Provinces and territories are given the opportunity to hold elections if they choose. These elections are at the cost of the provinces. The Prime Minister can then decide if she or he wishes to appoint the senators, but there's nothing, absolutely nothing, holding the Prime Minister to appoint anyone who's been elected. Several provinces have indicated that they have no intention of holding Senate elections, and the province of Quebec has been perfectly clear and called the legislation unconstitutional and said Quebec will launch a provincial court appeal if this bill proceeds without the consultation of the provinces. The Conservatives and the Liberals seem intent on maintaining an antiquated institution that they have increasingly used for partisan purposes. New Democrats understand that the Senate is unnecessary and does not serve to further our democracy in any way at all. We will continue our call for a referendum on the abolition of the Senate, and in the meantime, we'll work hard to expose the dangers that the Conservative agenda on Senate reform pose to the very fabric of our democracy. Madam Speaker, 6 years ago, when the Prime Minister was opposition leader, he knew there was something wrong with an unelected Senate. He thought it was unfair. He called it undemocratic. He also said an appointed Senate, a relic of the 19th century, was what we had. And he didn't like how the Prime Minister holds a virtual free hand in the selection of senators. And he promised if he ever got the chance to be the Prime Minister himself, he would not name appointed people to the Senate. He insisted anyone who sits in the Parliament of Canada must be elected by the people they represent. But the Prime Minister has turned his back on those democratic principles. Instead of solving the problem, he's becoming the problem. The Prime Minister now holds the all-time record for appointing the most significant number of senators in one day. And who are his appointees? The Conservative Party faithful. Spin doctors, fundraisers, bagmen, insiders. People like his former press secretary, his former Conservative Party president, his former national campaign director through 2 elections. And let's not forget several defeated Conservative candidates who were rejected by the voters. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has broken his promise to do politics differently. Not only does he play the same old politics, he plays them better than anyone else. And I mean that in a very negative way, Madam Speaker. Last fall, the Conservative-dominated Senate was used to veto legislation the Prime Minister simply didn't like. The Climate Change Accountability Act was Canada's only federal climate change legislation. It passed twice in a minority parliament. It was good, solid legislation supported by a majority of elected MPs. legislation embodying the direction Canadians want to take. But on November 16, 2010, the Senate defeated Bill C-311 at second reading. No committee review, no witness hearings. Canada's only legislative effort to fight climate change was gone, killed by the unelected friends of this Prime Minister. Now, unelected senators seem poised to do the same thing to Bill C-232, the Labour critics' bill requiring Supreme Court judges to understand both official languages, a bill duly passed by elected MPs. Well, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, just because someone flipped pancakes for the Conservative Party of Canada, that doesn't give that individual the right to override the wishes of elected MPs. Too often, today's Senate is doing partisan work for public money. Yes, then let's talk some more about money, because Canadians are paying more and more for a discredited institution that does less and less at a time when people are dealing with a slow economic recovery and the Conservative government is contemplating billions in cutbacks. Maintaining the Senate costs Canadians, as I said, around $90 million a year. And while folks out there are looking for jobs, trying to make ends meet when their EI runs out, scraping by on pensions that don't even cover basic necessities, senators are earning $132,300 a year for a 3-day work week. Add in travel and expenses, and each senator is costing us about $859,000 a year, all for an institution that won't play any relevant role in the lives of most Canadians. I can think of a lot of things that do matter to people, like creating family-supporting jobs, improving public health care, building decent futures for our kids. Lining the pockets of party insiders just isn't high on my or anyone's list. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a question to my honourable friend from London Fanshawe. One of the things that I hope I'll be able to address a little bit later today in my presentation on this bill is the constitutional difficulties of reforming the Senate. And particularly, and I'm frankly attracted to the NDP proposal that the Senate should be abolished. But how does the honourable member for London Fanshawe and her party contemplate getting around the constitutional aspects of Senate protection within our system, and how would we engage provinces and territories to make this happen?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. And there clearly is going to be significant challenges to face in terms of Constitution. I know that as a member of provincial Parliament, we looked at the Charlottetown Accord and realized that any time you take on changes to the Constitution, you face real difficulties. But the point is, Madam Speaker, that Canadians have been very clear. This is an antiquated institution that many of them are just not willing to pay for anymore. And so we would consult with Canadians, we would talk to the provinces, we would find a way of doing it and making sure that the concerns of the people across this country were addressed, but at the same time respecting their very clear wish that we move into the 21st century and leave this less than sober second thought bunch behind.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Charleroi, Montmorency, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is, it has more to do with the idea that the government only got a third of the votes, and most people are against this bill. I'd like my colleague to elaborate on that point. What are the Conservatives trying to do by reducing or limiting debate on this topic?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, thank you to my colleague for the question. Yes, it's very clear. In the last election, the Conservative Party garnered 38% of the vote, and the rest of Canadians, 62%, voted for someone else. I have profound concerns about the democratic nature of that. And as you know, Madam Speaker, New Democrats have long proposed proportional representation. We think that's the way to make every vote count. But even more to the point of the gerrymandering of our democracy, both here in the House with time allocation orders, and in committees with all kinds of less than democratic operations and means, the Conservatives are undermining what Canadians believe that they have, and that is a democratic state. Now, one of my real concerns, and I think this has been voiced, in appointing Conservative-friendly senators, even when this Conservative government is gone, and Madam Speaker, let that be soon. It can't come quick enough. Even after they're long gone, there will be that Conservative Senate interfering with the democratic processes in this House by simply turning away legislation that matters, like Mr. Layton's climate change bill, and like a bill that was going to deliver drugs for people suffering AIDS, malaria, and measles in Africa. We should be ashamed that that happened, and yet we've got this legislation in front of us that shows no shame. In fact, supports an institution that has clearly been derelict in any kind of duty to Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm proud to rise. Well, I don't know if I'm really that proud to rise today on the debate of Senate reform, because we're not getting Senate reform at all. We're getting Senate stay as it is, with a few changes behind the cloak and dagger of what is perceived as Senate reform. Let me get this straight. Here's what, and only, Madam Speaker, and to the people watching, only the Conservatives can come up with this. Only the Conservatives can. We are going to make the provinces pay for elections. By the way, if 40% people don't vote in a federal election now, I can't imagine the percentage of people that would love to vote in a Senate election. Let me get this straight. You're going to get wonderful people, somehow get their name forward for a Senate election, make the provinces pay for it, then say Mr. Smith of Nova Scotia is the elected senator from Nova Scotia. So, puts his name forward. The Prime Minister says, no, we don't like that, Mr. Smith, the elected person from Nova Scotia. We'll pick someone else. Got to help me out on that one, folks. I really am missing the so-called democratic reform of this one. If you're going to pick someone else, do it anyway. You're already doing it. Why go to the waste of a sham of a so-called election? But the reality is, Madam Speaker, every single one of the people in the next chamber over there are really decent people. I think of Senator Dallaire, Senator Mahovlich, Senator Lang, Senator Meehan. In the past, there was Senator Baker, for example, all kinds of them. They're really, really decent, hardworking, honest people. And the premise of the chamber, Madam Speaker, the so-called chamber of sober second thought, mind you, that is now completely gone, is they are supposed to peer review legislation that comes from the elected House to ensure, Madam Speaker, that it meets the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Bill of Rights and the constitutionality of Canada. Now, in theory, that actually sounds pretty good. You get learned people from around the country, you select them to go into the Senate. These are people with life experience in a variety of fields, to use their expertise to peer review our legislation. And then, Madam Speaker, because they don't have a constituency per se, they then can do reports on issues facing the country today. Like, for example, the Kirby report on mental health. Actually, it was quite good. But you can ask yourself, do you need a publicly funded Senate to do a report like that, when there's probably a lot of private entities out there that may have been able to do the same report? But Kirby also did the 82 fisheries report off the East Coast, and that didn't go very well, Madam Speaker, so there's good and bad in both of those reports. But having said that, that's what they get to do. Peer review executive legislation from the House of Commons. But, Madam Speaker, do they peer review executive legislation from the House of Commons? No, they don't. And a classic example, in the previous Parliament, Bill C-11. I'm looking at some of my colleagues that were here themselves. It passed the House, the democratically elected House of Commons, went through the committee stage, went through third reading, and passed. Not once, twice. Bill C-11 then went to the Senate, where it was supposed to be reviewed and looked at and everything else. Well, guess what, Madam Speaker? Bill C-11, the environmental bill from the NDP, didn't even get to first base. It didn't even get to the clubhouse. It didn't even get to the parking lot. Some senators stood up and said no. No witnesses, no discussion, nothing. And the Conservative senators killed it. Absolutely killed it. Now, if you're a constituent person of Canada and you vote for a living and you take democracy seriously, you've got to ask yourself, Madam Speaker, where was the democracy in that? I can guarantee you, if that happened to a Conservative bill and New Democrat senators killed it, they'd be screaming from the rafters. They'd be doing what Randy White did one time with the mariachi band in 95 or 96, standing in front of the Senate doing a Mexican salsa. I remember those days very well, how they ridiculed the Senate because a certain Thompson person spent most of his time, spent most of his time in Mexico. I remember when the Reform Alliance Party had a real angst against the Senate, and they wanted a Triple E Senate. That's what they wanted, Triple E. That's all gone now, Madam Speaker. It's finished. When you can bring in the husband of a sitting cabinet minister, put him into the Senate, put in your fundraiser, put him in the Senate, this is beautiful. This one I really love. I absolutely love this one. You get a guy, Fabian Manning, really nice guy, don't get me wrong. He's a decent guy. He runs an election and he wins. He's a member of Parliament. The next election he runs, he loses. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Manning, we have a seat for you in the Senate. So if the constituents said, no, Mr. Manning, we don't want you to represent us anymore, and the Prime Minister says, not to worry, we've got a seat for you here. So then Mr. Manning does a very honorable thing about a year or two later. He quits the Senate. He says, no, I should be an elected member in the House of Commons. Very honorable thing for him to do. That's pretty risky, too. So he goes in, runs in the 2011 election, and guess what? He gets defeated again. But not to worry, Madam Speaker. Even though he quit the Senate, what did the Conservatives do? Not to worry, we've got a revolving door, Mr. Manning. Come right on in. Get $130,000 a year, buddy, and fill your boots. Twice defeated by the people of Newfoundland, Labrador, and the Avalon Peninsula, twice put back in the Senate. And these people talk about Senate reform? It's an embarrassment to the country. We are a laughingstock of democratic rights and principles. It is unbelievable that the Conservatives can hide behind this Senate bill, which is a sham. It is a complete sham. Now, here's something. We can abolish it. Ooh, what a novel idea. 10 provinces and 3 territories operate their jurisdictions very well with one operating democratic body. Bring in proportional representation, have a true census of the vote, and if we did that, my honourable colleague sitting in my old seat in 309 from the Green Party would probably have 3 or 4 more of her people here. That would be true representation of the popular vote. And don't forget, even though they got 38% of the voting public, 40% of the eligible votes didn't vote at all. So how many people in Canada actually, of those who could vote, actually voted for these folks? A lot less than that 38%, when you really consider the amount that's out there. If we bring in true proportional representation, then you would have a true say in this House of Commons reflective of Canadian society. And you can do away with the Senate. But if, for whatever reason, Madam Speaker, that the provinces say we have to have a Senate, if we do, and this is the if. I'm a flexible kind of guy. Some people call me Gumby, Madam Speaker. The reality is, why don't we make the Senate truly independent of government? Make them independent, which means they no longer caucus with the government. They no longer are appointed by the government. They're appointed by a panel of experts. Make them independent, completely independent, Madam Speaker, so that we can get the best of the best and have them independent of Parliament. That way they're not beholding or rubber stamping legislation or, get this, breaking election laws and having a plea bargain deal where you pay the $52,000 and wipe your hands of it. We don't need that from the Senate. It happened. But, Madam Speaker, this is what we get. And it's an embarrassment because I know for sure, Madam Speaker, that if we in the NDP were on government and the Conservatives were on this side, they'd be standing on these things screaming and yelling at the top of their lungs. The bastions of power, the Democratic withdrawal from this country. Shame on the New Democrats for doing that. That's precisely what they're doing. They think they can get away with it. Of course, with their smug majority and their dingwalling efforts, that arrogance is going to come back to haunt them, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Calgary there, him and I have been here at the same time. And he knows what arrogance does to a front bench and what it does to the back bench. If they think that this arrogant piece of legislation is going to pull the wool over anyone's eyes, and no offense to the sheep out there, Madam Speaker, it's not going to work. It is simply not going to work. I ask the government to withdraw this bill. Withdraw this bill. Get rid of it, save $100 million a year, and abolish the Senate. No offense to the good people over there. I've said many times, Madam Speaker, there isn't an MP or senator in this House of Commons, and on the other side I wouldn't want to as my neighbor that I've met. They're all decent people. But the chamber itself is a prehistoric institution and no longer is required. That would save us $100 million a year. And what can we do with that kind of money? That is the debatable question. But, Madam Speaker, I go back as well. Well, obviously I'll be cut off, but the Prime Minister himself, with the Economic Action Plan, put in 27 senators in 1 year. Over 20 years, a cost of $100 million. Now that's the Economic Action Plan right next door for all your friends and neighbors. So don't worry. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from Sackville Eastern Shore, and I wish to congratulate him on 5 years in a row of being elected the most congenial of members of Parliament, and he reflected that in not taking any hits against any person named in the Senate, all good people. But I want to buttress his argument slightly by going to this legislation. And in Bill C-7, we see that there really is no mandatory element that senators should come from this list. We have in Section 3 that the Prime Minister, quote, must consider names from the list. And within the schedule, we have the strange construction that, quote, at point 1 of the schedule, senators to be appointed for a province or territory should be chosen. Now, as a student of law, I learned that we look for discretionary language may, which doesn't refer to me, or mandatory language shall. Never before found a should in legislation. So I find this whole thing rather illusory that we're really requiring anyone to come from a list that's elected. And I'd like my honourable friend's comments.
The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
I'm not sure why, Madam Speaker. That member from the Green Party is one of the finest people in this country, well-deserved of the Order of Canada. She and I both know, who've been around union contracts for a long time, what these weasel words actually mean. They are weasel words. At the end of the day, no matter what comes out of that, the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister alone will have the final say who sits over in that chamber. That's the final word. That's the facts. That's the truth. And the people of Canada should know this. It doesn't matter what they do or all this process, Mr. Speaker, that we're going through, it is a sham. Because at the end of the day, one person determines who gets to sit over in that chamber. And I guarantee you, it'll be payback time for an awful lot of people that helped that man out.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that ultimately we have a bill that maintains the Senate that results in pretty much what we have now, but it will cost more money in the short, intermediate, and long term. And we often say that in a democracy, money is never badly invested, but in this case, are the Conservatives acting as good managers?
Still Eastern Shore. Well, Mr. Speaker, he's right. Think of all the money that we're wasting right now on this topic. When at the end of the day, you're going to end up back in the same place you started with. A non-elected, a non-responsible, a non-accountable, self-appointed, friends of the Prime Minister, Senate. That's what it will be. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, You don't have to do that. They could introduce legislation that I'm sure, I can't speak for the Liberals or the Green Party, but we would definitely support it. One line, abolish the Senate. Man, if they brought that forward, we would give it passage right through committee, right on to second reading and onward. But if you can't do that, Mr. Speaker, we have ways of vastly improving this legislation to the point where the senators are not an extension of the long arm of government. Thank you.
Time for a short question. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to congratulate my colleague Gumby from Saxville, Eastern Shore, for his eloquent speech. But I'd like to ask the honourable member is, at the end of the day, if we have elections for senators and the Prime Minister appoints somebody else, he doesn't appoint Mr. Schmidt from Nova Scotia, what's the point of having elections? What's the point of having a Senate?
You guys know? The honourable member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, it shows you, Mr. Speaker, again, they're trying to pull the wool over Canadians' eyes. And yet, the Canadian taxpayer is going to have to pay for this. Those individual provinces that decide to go into this scheme, it's like a Ponzi scheme, really, are going to end up paying for something that at the end of the day, they won't get value for their money. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear. The Prime Minister of whichever party, the Prime Minister of the day will be able to decide who gets to sit in the Senate. The Prime Minister alone gets to decide that. And that, Mr. Speaker, has to stop.
Resuming debate, repeats the débat. The honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My honourable colleague from Nova Scotia. Yeah, he's one of the best speeches I've seen in the House, but he was fine. So I'd like to thank him for his speech. Ça me fait plaisir de...
I am pleased to talk about Bill C7, Mr. Speaker. And if I have understood correctly, in my opinion, what is proposed is an improvement over what we have now. For example, the bill would restrict the term of all senators appointed to the Senate after October 14th, 2008, to a maximum term of 9 years. The fact of having a limit is not a bad thing. As well, the provinces and territories would have the possibility of choosing to hold elections in order to determine names that could be submitted to the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not in a perfect world. In a perfect world,
I think what we would have is the following. This is not a perfect world, what is being proposed by the government. In a perfect world, I would submit we would have senators appointed for a limited period of time. They would be nonpartisan. They would not represent specific political parties and be appointed as a reward for their services to the party, but they would be distinguished people from all segments of society, First Nations, business, labor leaders, social sector, students. And then, in a perfect world, then what would happen is that a group of nonpartisan people would then select these people. It would be an impartial board. And then, if we were to do this, then, once again, in this perfect world, we could have a chamber of sober thought containing, respected people who would then look at the work that we do here and certainly not meet with the caucus of the governing party of the day, but as the previous speaker said, be truly non-partial. And I'd just like to add that when we here on this side speak out against what's going on in the Senate or the Senate itself or what's proposed, we're certainly not criticizing many of those people, honorable people in the Senate, the senators. I know, for example, my former boss and friend from Yukon, Danny Lang, I'm pleased to see he's there, and I know he's working hard. Other folks like Hugh Siegel, who've been championing poverty issues and rural poverty for many, many years. And I certainly respect the work that he and many of his colleagues do. However, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this isn't a perfect world. And so it's, I guess, an illusion or a dream to think that we could have somehow in our democratic country a group of people that would sit down, wise elders of our society, and reflect upon what needs to happen and give their impartial advice. However, as my colleague from London, Fanshawe, who spoke earlier on, said, it's not a reality, and there is a contrast between what is happening in the Senate and their expenses and all of the effort that goes into maintaining this I guess, antiquated body, and what could be done. You know, if the Senate weren't there, we could certainly be injecting more funding in to assist those people who are unemployed, that those percentage of workers who don't have access to unemployment insurance. You know, many of us met with students the last couple of weeks, and we know that, for example, the average student debt in British Columbia upon completion of university is $27,000, that tuition fees are rising. And yet we have other countries which have made it a priority to have free tuition, free health care, and they have strong economic engines, countries like Sweden. And then the other thing that happens in this non-perfect world, Mr. Speaker, is that when we have legislation here, and in the previous parliaments that I've been in, since I was elected in 2006, there was actually a fair amount of debate on various bills. And there was actually a fair amount of witnesses that we would bring to committees. And there was much scrutiny, unlike now, of course, where we're seeing limited debate and closure on a number of important bills. And even after that time, Mr. Speaker, when these bills would go to the Senate, under direction from this Prime Minister and this ideologically driven government, they would be killed. And often the direction was provided, or they were told that there would be no further debate whatsoever. So we have our Climate Change Accountability Act in the previous Parliament, C-311, the bill on generic drugs. Can you imagine that? To all those people watching this debate, imagine that. A bill to help people suffering from AIDS so that we can finally eradicate this devastating disease, to take up on the work done by Stephen Lewis and his foundation, groups like the Grands for Grands that I met with in Nelson a couple of weeks ago that are raising money to assist grandmothers in Africa who are raising children because there's millions of them orphaned by this devastating disease. We had a chance in this Parliament to pass the bill, and in fact we did in this chamber, and what happened? The Senate abolished it, or limited debate and stopped it. And as a result, we do not yet have a policy to assist those suffering with AIDS by having cheap generic drugs available. And this is a shame. Mr. Speaker, this is truly a shame. And of course, now we have the act that was rammed through Parliament, an act to kill the wheat board, rammed through by the Conservatives, without any democratic vote by farmers, by those people who are part of the wheat board. A limited debate in Parliament. And we know, and no economic analysis, no in-depth study, limited amount of witnesses. And now this bill is going to go to the Senate. Now, if there were an impartial Senate, if the Senate were there made up of, as I said, an ideal world of wise people from different segments of society, they would stop and look at this bill. They would bring in witnesses, and they would say, well, maybe Parliament hasn't done what it should have been doing. And then what they would do is they would send it back to us and say, get back to work and fix this or abolish it, because that's not the will of the people that the House of Commons has reflected. Then, of course, there's the crime omnibus bill that we're all faced with now that also has been rammed down our throats. At a time when crime rates are going down, we're going to be putting more people in prison. And not only that, the provinces are going to be bearing the cost of this bill. Americans and even American conservatives are actually turning away from putting people into prison. They're saying, well, it's not cost effective. Maybe we should be doing more prevention. Maybe we should be doing more rehabilitation. And at the same time, we're going against all of the evidence. And the Conservatives aren't even listening to their Conservative friends in the United States and ramming this bill through. Or the Canadian Bar Association, judges, the most of Canadian society in the provinces are saying, what are you doing? But the bill has gone through, rammed through by this government. Now, once again, if we were to have a Senate that truly represented Canadian society in an impartial way, they would say, well, wait a minute, Mr. Prime Minister, take your time here. We don't need to rush this through. We need to bring more witnesses in. We need to actually listen to what the Canadian Bar Association is saying. We need to listen to our provincial colleagues and say, you know, the cost is a bit too much. We can't really afford it. We need to listen to the Canadian public. And then, Mr. Speaker, in this ideal world, this bill would be brought back here and we would be told to do something about it that truly reflects the values of Canadian society and not this ideology that this government is presenting to us in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, always intrigued by the NDP's position in regards to the Senate. It seems to be fairly straightforward and simple in the minds of many of your colleagues within the NDP, and that is that we abolish the Senate, that there is no situation in which the New Democratic Party could envision where there would be any value whatsoever to Canada by retaining some form of a Senate. And my question to the member is, if a majority of Canadians disagreed with the NDP and believed that there was some value in retaining a Senate, would this particular member be prepared to support the will of a majority of Canadians?
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I truly believe that we do need to listen to the majority of Canadians when we even attempt to change or abolish the Senate. And I certainly would be prepared to support the majority of Canadians. You know, for example, I talked about this ideal world where we could have maybe a different way of having this chamber of second thought. And I think that, you know, would be something to explore. And we could maybe put something out to the public with different options. So I think I thank you very much. I thank the honourable member for his question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from BC Interior. Really, there are a couple of different aspects of this bill that are troubling. Spoken some earlier in terms of the constitutional ways in which we become ensnared, but I don't think we've had an adequate discussion across Canada of the difference it will make to the House of Sober Second Thought continuing under this legislation once they are able to claim some legitimacy through this process of a kind of a quasi-election process before the Prime Minister appoints them. And I wonder if the honourable member has any concerns that we might create much more of a system like the United States, where there would be constant gridlock between an elected House and a quasi-elected Senate.
Honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I also would like to say that I truly welcome her presence here in the House, and we're going to be collaborating on a bill I will be introducing on the Department of Peace. So I'd like to thank her for that. I think, in regard to an elected Senate, I think there can be problems because when we're elected, then we, especially if we're we want to be re-elected, then sometimes the focus is not on the actual job, but it's on being re-elected. So that's why I would say if we were to retain a Senate, perhaps it should be people from all segments of society appointed by an impartial board who would just then focus on what they have to do for that period of time and not worry about whether they're going to be elected or re-elected or what the government is doing. And as my colleague from Nova Scotia said, completely independent of the government of the day.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his wonderful comments. Even in the guise of reform, this bill is not really reform. As we've heard several times, the Prime Minister retains the right to decide who gets appointed. So it's really an appointed Senate. So the only reform really is the term limit, which goes from life to age 75 or now 9 years. But even that is a dog's breakfast of mixed up rules and regulations depending on when you were appointed. By my calculations, the people who will be elected, theoretically, over the next 6 years will amount to only 36. So 64% of the Senate will remain an appointed Senate, even if in 6 years' time. Do you have some comment on that?
The honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior, a short response, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his response. I think this bill is a waste of time. I think that either let's put it to the Canadian people, whether or not they want to keep the Senate, and if they do, let's give them some other options that might work rather than the current option before us.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Légette, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today on Bill C-7, the Act respecting the selection of senators and amending the Constitution Act 1867 in respect of Senate term limits. The position of the NDP has been clearly stated and has been since the beginning of the debate. Since 1930, we have been for the abolition of the Senate, that is the upper chamber, for various reasons. This is a position that is unanimous among New Democratic circles, and it periodically comes up during our conventions, and it's always been reaffirmed as a position. There are particular reasons for this, and I'd like to first of all say that we are not alone. The provinces as well are in favor of simply abolishing the Senate. Ontario, Nova Scotia, Manitoba have clearly spoken in this regard, and with regard to C7 in particular, we know that Quebec has already talked about the possibility of launching a court challenge to the constitutional validity of the bill.
Currently, we're facing what we might refer to as a half reform. It only deals with certain components of it. For example, the mandate of the senators, which used to be 75 years old, to the age of 75 rather, and which would be brought down to a 9-year term now. In terms of the NDP, we have a position that is clear. We favor abolition of the Senate. There are other conservatives who have expressed certain reservations as well on the issue of this limit to the term of senators. But you know as well as I do, Mr. Speaker, that since the Conservatives came to power in 2006, 27 Conservative senators have been appointed, so they now have a majority in the Senate. We can talk about what Liberals did in the past, but during the Liberal era, was the possibility that non-liberals would be appointed to the Senate, and they even appointed an NDP senator, for example, but yet they asked her to withdraw that political allegiance, which is one of the reasons why we don't support the Senate. So we have seen what the Conservatives have done. The Senate is supposed to be the second house where things might be discussed in a different way than they are in the House of Commons, but the members of the House know well that there are no provincial senates, and there haven't been since 1968. And as far as I know, there haven't been any serious problems in the provinces in terms of passing legislation. They have no more senates in the provinces, and really there's no requirement for them to have such an upper house now at the provincial level. So following the example of what the provinces have seen and the experience they've had, I think the NDP's position is altogether legitimate. The Conservatives want to maintain the Senate. But it's interesting to see what the evolution of the Conservatives' perspective has been in terms of this role of the Senate. We heard about what the Reform Party thought and the Canadian Alliance as well. The Senate would be much more like the American Senate, and that would create some problems. if this bill were to be passed in its current form. There will be problems that will be similar to what we've seen in the States. I'll come back to the American example, and because I like to emphasize two particular problems with this bill, and that is the way in which it would allow for these provincial elections, and that list would be sent to the Prime Minister. First of all, it's an issue of legitimacy. If there isn't any kind of standard between the provinces for these, as far as these elections are concerned, it creates a situation where in another province they wouldn't have senators elected in the same way. So that really, I think, reflects a problem of legitimacy. Some would be elected according to one process, and they might feel that they have a legitimacy that someone who's merely appointed by the Prime Minister doesn't have. So this causes a problem because we'd have a Senate that would be dysfunctional in the understanding of its own members and in the role of the institution. And the second problem, and this is related to the American Senate, is that the Senate currently, if it is to have any usefulness, wants to be seen as having this role of sober second thought in debating the bills sent to it by the House. So that this would be a counterbalance. The House being too populist, which wants to please certain portions of the electorate. And the Senate would then be able to improve the bills without having that kind of partisanship. So what we have currently, and I think that this was clear over the last 5 years particularly, where we saw these 27 new Conservative appointees, the Senate no longer plays that role. They support the politics that we've seen here in the House. So I think that the political debates we've had in the House since 2006 is much more polarized than what we've had in the preceding years. And that is what we're currently seeing in the Senate now as well. So if we really want to have a means of adequately debating the bills, that their effect on Quebec and Canadian society, the Senate's no longer able to play that role. This is particularly the case with two bills. One that we particularly care about, C-311, that dealt with climate change, to establish standards and clear objectives in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. The House of Commons and the committees of the House of Commons had several debates on this bill. It wasn't the first time that it had been put forward. There had been several debates in committee and in the House, and this was in an effort to respect Canada's international commitments. And after a certain amount of attempts, this bill was passed in the House of Commons, and yet the Senate, the non-elected Senate, of course, opposed the will of the House of Commons to do that, and this with our elected members here. So all of this is really in the spirit of much more polarization than effectiveness. And so the Conservative government did not denounce that, and which they no doubt would have done had it been a Senate that was a Liberal majority Senate, indeed. So I think and if that had been the situation, there would have been an outcry about what this unelected House had done. Another issue that was raised, among others, by my colleague from Winnipeg North, and concerns the composition of the Senate. And I think this is a really relevant issue. What I would propose, and what was proposed by several of my colleagues, was to ask Canadians, to ask Quebecers if they still want to have a Senate, if they feel that this upper chamber still fulfills the needs of the country. And in July of this year, I'll remind you of a survey that was done across Canada, asking people as to what they felt about the existence of the Senate. 71% of Canadians, including Quebecers, want a referendum on this issue. They want to be able to have their say. So we need to have that debate. In that same survey, when we talked about abolition, 36% of Canadians favor abolition, and that's a marked increase, which reflects a real malaise within the population on this issue. So this really has a lot to do with the partisanship of the current Prime Minister and his appointees to the Senate now as well. Past experience has clearly shown us that the abolition of the Senate in the provinces did not result in any kind of revolution. Several experts and constitutional experts would say without beyond any shadow of a doubt that it perhaps improved things because it did away with this unelected House that could interfere and act contrarily to the will of the population. So I think that the will of that non-elected chamber is something we could do without. In terms of the mandate of the Senate and the direction we're headed in now, we don't perhaps want to move in the direction of the American model. I think we should follow the NDP's suggestion, have a real debate on this, and hold a referendum. Then there will be a clear expression of the will of the population. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, the member and I appreciated his comments. He did make reference in his comments to the fact that there was a fairly extensive polling that was done, or surveying, in which 36% felt that it was necessary to abolish the Senate. Ultimately, that would imply that there was a majority that did see that there was some value to retaining the Senate. My question to the member is that if the member was to canvass his own constituents and his constituents were of the opinion that indeed there was value to the Senate, would he then take the position of supporting retaining the Senate, maybe advocating for change, but at the very least supporting a Senate?
The member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basses. I thank my colleague for his question, and I think it's much more an issue of Canadian politics or policies rather than riding by riding. I could ask my 48,000 constituents, but in terms of a real debate that's as broad as what we could have during an election campaign, I think it would be very difficult to see what people really think. I think the concern about the Senate isn't at the top of my constituents' minds. They think about economic and social issues much more. But if they're asked specifically about the Senate, I would say that it's not at the head of the list, at the top of the list, but they don't necessarily follow, for example, the debates that are occurring in the Senate. This isn't something that really could happen riding by riding. It should be put in a referendum where we can talk about different visions of the Senate, much more beyond what we're discussing today.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague, the member for Rimouski, for his most interesting speech. I have a question on the reality of this bill.
The federal government is in no way bound by this, which of course it can't be because of exemptions in the Constitution Act that restrict the federal government's ability to insist on election of senators without consulting with provinces. But we have, by this legislation in Schedule 1, we have bound the provinces to hold elections to create a list which may or may not be used. And I appreciate the members' further thoughts.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basses. Thank you for the question. That the major problem right now is that we'd have a Senate whose members would be either elected or appointed according to the situation. So some members might feel they had more legitimacy in their role in other situations. And in that regard, it will create a dysfunctional Senate. So my colleague is quite right to mention the fact that the Prime Minister would not necessarily have the latitude to not follow the results of these of such a plebiscite. I think it's a great problem. We are creating some kind of hybrid, some kind of monster that we can't foresee the results of. And I think we shouldn't tamper with that kind of an experiment. We should see how Canadians feel and see if people really favor abolition. We have time for one more brief question and answer.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his well-informed comments on this bill. This is the third time that this bill has been introduced, so clearly the Conservatives have not seen it as a priority. But as it relates to basic democratic reform, I want to ask the member if he would agree that a much more pressing issue is to move ahead with proportional representation for the House of Commons itself. That would be a much better measure for us to move forward on.
Honourable member for Rimouski, Niger, Témiscouata, Basque. Absolutely. I think that the question's clear, and the answer is as well. This is something that's currently lacking. We currently have a system that goes back to 1867, in fact, even further than that in history, but it doesn't reflect today's reality. I think we're seeing really the dysfunction of the House of Commons. We can have a majority government with that has received less than 40% of the popular vote. And so in that regard, I think proportionality is very important. It's a modern concept, and I think we could discuss the merits of that. But I think that that could be really a good solution in time for the House. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond, Arthabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to intervene, to rise in this House on Bill C-7, and also pleased to give the opinion of the Bloc Québécois in this regard. No one will be surprised to hear that feels that we could do without the Senate, but then we should indeed abolish it, that it is indeed an archaic institution. I've heard that word earlier from other members and other parties as far as the institution of the Senate is concerned. Now, we cannot denigrate the other place when we are sitting here, but I think with 308 members in the House of Commons here today who decide, who legislate, and may take decisions on all kinds of issues, and with the whole process that normally should unfold here with second and third reading. However, with the current Conservative government, we realize that these processes are not at all respected because there's time allocation on just about every bill. Nevertheless, it's useless to spend such a huge amount of money on 105 senators to redo the work of those who have been here elected to do so here. And that is the crux of the issue. Whether it's in Canada or in the provinces, the idea of the Senate was to have a certain protection for certain regions or territories, but we know that over time the Senate has become a place where the Prime Minister sends old friends, and the current Prime Minister had in fact promised not to do so when he had a minority government. But now we can see that he's been able to appoint Conservatives to the senator, and he's forgotten about his comments back then. So now we have he's ensured that there is a Conservative majority in the Senate, and it has become an extremely partisan place. So it's not to insult the senators in saying that, but some senators who are there now do what they can, do their work honestly, but I think in Quebec we certainly agree that we could easily do without the Senate. And we should be able to have a House of Commons that functions democratically with 308 people who have been elected, who ran a campaign, and that's certainly not the case for the senators. We know that there are changes that would occur under Bill C-7, but I think that what the government's trying to do is to do something indirectly that they cannot do directly. They wanted an elected Senate. They made campaign promises in that regard that go back to the Reform Party era. They wanted an elected Senate but they realized that that would require constitutional changes and require consultation with the provinces. So in the end, they decided to have an elective process and see whether or not we would accept the changes or the suggestions resulting from that. So it's a little bit of a crazy process, but this was the idea. This was what they wanted to do to avoid having to consult the provinces. And this is indeed the major shortcoming or failure of this bill. The Senate and the House of Commons, we saw with C-20 in the past regarding representation in the House of Commons, the effect will be to marginalize Quebec as well as its political institutions. Under C-20, we know that they simply want to reduce Quebec's political weight in the House. And in the Senate, we know that Quebec doesn't agree with the government's way of proceeding, but they still want to impose this way of functioning. The Bloc Québécois feels that the function and role of a senator is a reward that the Prime Minister gives to old friends, and this is less and less a useful institution for democracy. And what we always say is that, and you will see this later on in my speech, we have seen in surveys that the population of Quebec agrees entirely with the abolition of the Senate. I'll remind you that the traditional position of Quebec requires that any change made to the Senate must be done with the agreement of Quebec and the provinces, not just Quebec isn't the only one to have take that position. And we don't agree with such a bill to reform the Senate.
In the late 70s, the Supreme Court examined Parliament's ability to amend the Constitution unilaterally, and in its decision, major changes to the essential character of the Senate cannot be taken unilaterally. Couldn't be any clearer. We may not always agree with Supreme Court decisions here in the House, but they have to be respected. And here clearly with this decision, the Supreme Court has already ruled on the matter. And it did so with great integrity. Any reform to the powers of the Senate, the selection of senators, the number of senators for each province, and the requirements, residency requirements for senators, can therefore no changes can be made without consultation with Quebec and the provinces. Couldn't be any clearer. And in constitutional law, the former Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Benoit Pelletier, the Quebec minister, is a renowned teacher, a constitutional expert. Everyone in Quebec, whether you're a federalist or a sovereignist, you respect him. And what he said in 2007 on the traditional Quebec position, he repeated that the government of Quebec considers that the institution of the Senate is not exclusively federal, because the Senate is at the heart of the Confederation compromise. There can't be any reform or abolition of the Senate without the consent of Quebec. And all of this according to the Constitution Act of 1982 and the regional vetoes. And this is from a press conference in November 2007 where the former Quebec minister spoke his mind, and he's said this again and again when interviewed on TV or what have you. On this issue, it's quite clear that Benoit Pelletier is a credible person in this field. And the same day when Mr. Pelletier issued this press release, the National Assembly unanimously passed the following motion, and I quote, that the National Assembly of Quebec reaffirms to the federal government and the Parliament of Canada, that's us here, that any change to the Senate can only be done with the government of Quebec and the National Assembly's consent. And Robert Bourassa, well before, and another constitutional expert who was a minister. I had him as a prof, by the way, but one thing is sure. Robert Bourassa in 1989, he's a very credible person. He said he didn't want to discuss Senate reform before ratification of the Meech Lake Accord, and he said that Quebec's signature would depend on the result of the Distinct Society Clause and the division of powers. So ultimately, everybody agrees, whatever side you're on in Quebec, everyone agrees that the federal government cannot interfere with the Senate or tinker with the Senate without consultation and consent from Quebec and the provinces. The government of Quebec, the Liberal government of the day, participated in a special committee on Senate reform in 2007, and in its brief, the government of Quebec said that it wasn't opposed to modernizing the Senate, but if essential features of the Senate were to be changed, the only way to do that would be through federal-provincial consultation. And Quebec would have to be included in any such exercise. The government of Quebec has the unanimous support of the National Assembly, and so they asked for this bill to be withdrawn or abandoned in the last session. Bill C-43 had to do with an elected Senate, and S-4, which became C-19, and C-10 afterwards, that dealt with the tenure of senators. If the federal government attempts to unilaterally change the nature and role of the Senate, so we have the same problem here with C-7, Mr. Speaker, which clearly indicates that the government wants to act unilaterally. You've given me a sign. My time's almost up. I just want to refer to a Leger marketing poll in 2010 that dealt with the Senate. And in Quebec, the majority of Quebecers do not attach any value to the Senate and are in favor of its abolition. So I would encourage all my colleagues in the House to take note of the government of Quebec's opinion on this issue and popular feeling and the feelings in other provinces. I think it has to be understood that the government cannot act alone in this. Questions and comments?
Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et puis j'apprécie les commentaires.
I appreciate the comments and the speech of my colleague. You really have to think. I want to read a comment that was made by Senator Burke Brown. In his comment, he said,
Chamber, we're there to get a majority vote for reform. The answer, so then he goes on to say, every senator in this caucus needs to decide where their loyalty should be and must be.
This is a letter that was sent to a number of other, this is the Senate caucus. So I'm just wondering, because I heard his comments, I think he's on the right track. He agrees with us that we should really scrap the Senate. So in light of this comment, can he say whether the Senate is truly impartial? Are they really the House of Sober Second Thought? I'd like him to answer that. Is it really an impartial chamber? The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. I'd like to thank the member for her question. And without casting a sweeping judgment, I'd just say that I remember that when he was appointed senator, the former Canadian head coach, Jacques Demers, when he was asked what he was interested in, what he intended to support, and the example that sprung to mind was the bill put forward by Senator Jean Lapointe, who's well known in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. He's a comedian, actor, singer, and so he came to the Senate with a bill, an important bill on lotteries and VLTs. So he wanted to make the rules about stricter so that you wouldn't have slot machines in bars. And Senator Demers didn't vote because he was told by the Conservative Party, no, we disagree with this bill. So there's the party line. So people who come here in good faith, very often they only find that the party line is imposed, which happens in the House, too, with democratically elected people. But in the Senate, people might think that there's more leeway, but there isn't. So to answer my colleague's question, no. People are appointed in a partisan way to do the party's work.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague from Richmond, Arthabaska. Well, I have a quick comment about his preamble. He said we shouldn't denigrate the other place, but the The government does it all the time, so I don't see why we can't either. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the idea that the Senate doesn't really do its job. Will they do this job with this bill? The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. I'd like to thank my colleague. Obviously, I was referring to a rule. There's a rule that we're not supposed to attack the other place here in the House. But, of course, Mr. Speaker, we are allowed to criticize it because we do live in a democracy after all, so it's not forbidden, far from it. Now, to answer my colleague's question, he's quite right. Well, it was a comment, perhaps more than a question, but I don't think there's any change in the legitimacy of the Senate under this bill. But we could wind up with a creature that's completely crazy, if you will, because you could have appointed senators for some provinces and elected ones for other provinces, because some provinces may hold elections, others may not. And if some provinces create a list, the Prime Minister still isn't required to accept those nominations, if you will. So you could have in a Senate some democratically elected senators, some appointed with all the partisanship that involves. So even though the Senate serves no useful purpose, I don't think Bill C-7 is going to make it any better.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak at second reading for Bill C-7 pertaining to the Senate. And as many of my colleagues have outlined today in the House from the NDP, this is a bill that we have a lot of concerns about. And the first thing I want to point out that this is the third time that the Conservative government has introduced this legislation. So it makes you wonder whether or not it is indeed a priority with the Conservative government that they've let it go so long, despite repeated campaign promises and even going back to the reform days of an elected Senate and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, when examining this bill, for the NDP, there are several major issues that we have concerns about with this bill and find it not supportable. I mean, I think the most basic premise with this bill is that it's bringing forward measures that are really half measures and are not going to fundamentally deal with what is a very undemocratic institution. We know that the Senate has been around for a very long time. Certainly for the NDP, we've been calling for the abolition of the Senate since going back to the 1930s. And when one looks at this bill, it's being put forward under the guise of democratic reform. It's being put forward under the guise that this will improve the Senate, it will make it more accountable. But fundamentally, even though provinces may choose to have a process to elect senators, there's nothing in this bill that actually compels the Prime Minister to actually adopt those electorally based decisions, elections that have taken place. The fact of the matter is the Prime Minister would still be free to appoint whomever she or he chooses. And that's because of a constitutional question. We understand that. But it gets to the very heart of this bill, that it will possibly go through legal challenges, and it actually doesn't in any fundamental way bring a greater measure of democracy to Parliament itself overall. And that's something that we're very concerned about, Mr. Speaker. For us in the NDP, we've taken a different tack. First of all, we've called on the government in this House through motions that we've presented and had debated. We've called on the government to actually hold a referendum that would ask the Canadian people whether or not they support abolishing the Senate. And we think that that's a fair thing to do. This debate over the Senate, whether it should be there or not, whether it should be elected or what form it should take, has now gone on for decades. So we believe that it's a fair and proper question that actually should be put to Canadians as to what they see as the future of the Senate. We know that in recent polls, there's a growing appetite to actually deal with this question. For example, in July just of this year, 71% of Canadians were in favour of holding a referendum to decide the future of the Senate, and 36% of Canadians actually do support abolition of the Senate, and that's up from about 25% a year previous. So we know that this is an issue that people are concerned about, but there's no question that this bill absolutely is a sort of the lowest denominator, is a low bar and a very minimal attempt to deal with a fundamental question of democratic reform in our country. Now, just speaking on the bill itself before I get to a broader question, I think there is concern that if this bill goes through, which it will with this majority government, no doubt, even though it's been before us 3 times now, if it does finally go through on this time around, having an elected Senate, if that's what turns out to be, that local elections take place in provinces and those people are then appointed to the Senate, that it will actually create a very odd entity down the hall in the Red Chamber. It will, in effect, create a 2-tier Senate where it's very possible that those who have been elected will feel that they have more legitimacy, because you'll have people who have not been elected and you'll have people that have been elected, have not been elected. So we could actually end up with a very strange combination. And I think in terms of real operations of how the Senate would operate, it could produce significant problems. And we could end up with the same kind of difficulty or gridlock that we've seen in the United States that I think people abhor. Now, some people say you have to have a Senate, you have to have an upper chamber. And I would remind all of us that in actual fact, in provincial legislatures, the Senate provisions were abolished many, many years ago. And in fact, all provincial senates were abolished in 1968, and apparently the provinces and their legislatures have been able to function in a proper manner since that abolition. So I think that argument that we have to have this upper chamber is a bogus argument. Obviously, there are people who support the Senate, but there's also a very strong case to be made that we would be much better, and this is the main argument I want to make, Mr. Speaker, that we would be much better if we focused democratic reform on our system overall. And of course, here we are in the House of Commons. We are elected in our 308 ridings and constituencies across the country, soon to possibly increase those seats. And yet there is a fundamental issue here about the process and the manner of that election. The first past the post system that we have is a system that actually doesn't reflect the way people are voting. And so the makeup of the number of seats in this House does not, unfortunately, reflect the way people are actually voting. The representation by party is not reflecting the actual vote. And so a system of proportional representation is a far superior and much more accountable form of an election for the House of Commons or any institution, and is something that we in the NDP have long advocated. And I do want to say that that too has been a big issue across the country. We've seen several referendums provincially. We've had 2 in British Columbia. There was one in Ontario. There was one in, I think it was New Brunswick, but I could be wrong on that, certainly in the Maritimes. And so there has been a very healthy debate amongst Canadians about the need to have democratic reform. And yet here, at the federal level, there's been a deafening silence. Certainly, New Democrats have pursued this issue with vigor. We've worked with organizations like Fair Vote Canada, and we've been very involved in a very healthy debate about democratic reform. And so for us, we believe that the real course of action that's needed here, the change that is actually required that could help transform the political process and the way people feel about their involvement in the political process, is to bring forward initiatives around proportional representation. And of course, we should begin here in the House of Commons. And so to have a process to do that, we came close to that in, I think it was about 2002 or 2004, when former Member of Parliament Ed Broadbent, who was the member for Ottawa Centre, was very active and worked very closely with the government of the day, the Liberal government, and we almost got to the point where we had a process that would have begun to examine this question of democratic reform as it affected the House of Commons. Unfortunately, nothing proceeded, as was often common with the government of that day. There was promises made, but were not followed through. And we didn't make any progress on that issue. But subsequent to that, we've had vigorous debate at provincial levels about democratic reform. And in the provinces that I mentioned, that debate has specifically taken place sometimes over what's called STV, or the single transferable vote. It's had, there are, again, arguments on both sides of that, but what was important was that there was an identification by voters that they wanted to engage in a debate and a conversation about changing the electoral system to make it fairer, to make it more accountable, and to make it more democratic. And so, Mr. Speaker, that's really, I guess, the disappointment of the debate that we have here today. We're failing to address the very pressing issue of democratic reform where people are voting for their own member of parliament. We could engage in a process where we could adopt a position that would ensure that we do have a much more open sense of democratic voting and accountability. And in fact, there are many countries around the world. Most democracies have some form of proportional representation. We're now one of the very few countries that does not. So to us, this is a missed opportunity, that here we are having this debate on the Senate that in and of itself is going to possibly produce a quagmire of legal questions, and we're missing the boat on the fundamental question of democratic reform for the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question, commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Nickel Belt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To ask the honourable member from Vancouver East, who happens to be the health critic for the NDP, a hypothetical question. Pardon? Okay. I'd like to ask her a hypothetical question. A couple of weeks ago, we had a motion here in the House to ban asbestos. And a conservative after conservative got up in the House and said that asbestos doesn't cause cancer. Even the good doctor from Simcoe Grey, who voted against her former colleagues, the good doctors of this country, who voted against scientists, who voted against what Canadians really want, and who voted to help spread cancer in underdeveloped countries. Hypothetically speaking, if the Conservatives had voted for this motion and it had gone to the Senate, what could have happened to that motion once it got to the Senate?
Well, member for Vancouver East.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his very good hypothetical question. I love hypothetical questions. The fact is that one of the problems is that when measures do pass the House of Commons, they go to the Senate, as we saw with the climate change bill that was twice adopted by the House of Commons through a Democratic majority vote, was sent to the Senate and was buried. It was completely buried under whatever business is taking place there, and it was thoroughly undemocratic. So I think the member on a very important issue around asbestos, and every medical authority internationally and certainly in Canada has pointed out the dangers of this carcinogen and the dangers to our health and our population. And so on that very important issue, if we had managed to get something through, if it had gone to the Senate, well, we have a Senate that's now chock-a-block full with the most appointed senators we've ever seen by one Prime Minister under this Conservative government. So it does speak to the inability of the Senate to act in a proper manner, and it comes back to the question of the need for real democratic reform.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her remarks, and I will agree with her party that the Senate does need to be reformed. But there's an argument that is being made that I once made before, but I think it's wrong, and that is making a comparison to the provincial legislatures, which do not have upper houses. And the difference is that provinces are much more homogeneous than Canada as a whole. And the Senate was created partially because there are very different geographic regions of Canada with different history, different needs that need to be balanced. And there are parts of the country which just don't have as many people as other parts of the country. And in order not to disadvantage those regions, the Senate was created. And so I wonder if she would care to comment about that, that there is a real qualitative difference between Canada as a whole and the diversity across the whole country as compared to, say, a provincial legislature.
Well, member for Vancouver East.
Well, I thank the member for his comment. I think it's a very thoughtful comment, and certainly the differences that we face federally are much greater than we would see provincially, but we still see them provincially. You take any province, whether it's Quebec or whether my own province of British Columbia, and again you'll see a wide variety and diversity of regions and interests, and people are represented. I mean, we live in a vast country. Our provinces are enormous territories. And so the fact that our legislatures have been able to operate very effectively, and that's not saying we agree with everything they do, there's obviously very vigorous political debate that takes place, but they've been able to not only survive, but to function properly without the necessity of a Senate. And I think the same argument is true here. I would much rather that we focus on things like proportional representation for the House of Commons as a true, meaningful, genuine process of democratic reform than mucking around with the Senate and coming up with some kind of strange hybrid, when in actual fact we should be putting to the people of Canada, do we need the Senate in any event, and should it be abolished?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to the bill entitled An Act Respecting the Selection of Senators and Amending the Constitution Act 1867 in respect of Senate term limits. Mr. Speaker, although this bill may appear to redress one of Canada's most egregious democratic deficits, I'm afraid that the approach being taken leaves much to be desired. Essentially, Bill C-7 restricts all senators appointed to the Senate after October 14, 2008 to a single 9-year term. Provinces and territories would then be given the opportunity to hold elections at their own expense, Mr. Speaker, to determine which names will be submitted to the Prime Minister for consideration, and only consideration. While on the surface, this approach might appear to bring heightened accountability to an unelected institution of the Crown, restricting Senate term limits while holding non-binding Senate elections fails to consider the most logical option for improving Canadian democracy, namely the abolishment of Canada's Senate. Mr. Speaker, I can recall one of my constituents, his name is Craig, was telling me he doesn't support a triple E Senate, he supports a single E Senate, and that single E stands for empty. Now, before I get into why New Democrats believe that the Senate has outlived its raison d'etre, I'd like to highlight some specific criticisms of this bill as it currently has been presented to Parliament. First, Mr. Speaker, it appears that as it is currently written, Bill C-7 contains a glaring loophole which would completely undermine the spirit of what the government is proposing. This is because the government is clearly attempting to pass legislation which should require a constitutional amendment, making unclear how much force the bill will actually carry. For instance, by taking an approach which fails to crystallize the changes in Canada's Constitution, the Prime Minister will not be constitutionally required to appoint anyone elected by the provinces. Therefore, this bill does not actually change the way senators are currently appointed, as the Prime Minister will still be free to appoint whoever he or she chooses. We have seen previous examples of this Prime Minister acting in contravention of existing democratic reform legislation which has passed through this House. Specifically, I can point to the fixed election date legislation. Why then should Canadians trust that this government will actually abide by the legislation which we have in front of us today? Call me a pessimist, but this is certainly one concern that I have with Bill C-7. Let me make this clear, Mr. Speaker. We know how the House of Commons works, but we have no idea what will happen with an elected Senate. That brings me to another major concern which arises from Bill C-7, is the inevitable gridlock which will arise from having two separately duly elected Houses of Parliament. Since the Senate would have virtually the same powers as the House under C7, an elected Senate will have greater legitimacy to introduce legislation or oppose bills sent to it from the House of Commons. On the surface, this seems like a good idea, Mr. Speaker. However, when you dig deeper into those proposals, it elicits real fears that we could end up with the kind of gridlock we see in the U.S., something which no Canadian wants to see our Parliament descend into. This brings me to my final point, that the best approach to take in order to reduce Canada's democratic deficit is the complete abolishment of the Senate. Personally, I am of the belief that when it comes to the Senate, Canadians don't need it, it's expensive, it's been packed with party insiders, and you cannot trust what the leaders are going to do with the Senate. The Prime Minister has repeatedly used the unaccountable and undemocratic Senate to kill legislation that had been passed in the House of Commons, twice killing Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act, and this spring killing C-393, a very important bill which would facilitate the movement of generic antiviral drugs to Africa to help people living with HIV and AIDS, Mr. Speaker. These pieces of legislation, supported by wide swaths of the Canadian public, were killed by the Prime Minister's appointed senators in the Senate. No sober second thought. How can you have sober second thought when what you've got are a bunch of Conservative Party organizers and fundraisers with obvious conflicts of interest? It makes a mockery of our democratic system. As I noted earlier, even should this bill pass during the 41st Parliament, there is no guarantee, I repeat that, there is no guarantee that this government will actually abide by the rules they have put in place. Thus, we could end up with a patchwork Senate filled with a mix of elected and unelected senators. I'll put forward a hypothetical situation, Mr. Speaker. What if the government refuses to appoint a senator who has been elected by residents of a province because they disagree with the party banner under which they were elected? After all, the Prime Minister would not be constitutionally obliged to actually appoint them to the Senate. That is why I firmly believe the safest and most obviously beneficial approach to the Senate is to abolish it, Mr. Speaker. I would like to conclude my statements today by drawing attention to what the provinces, what our partners in Confederation have been saying about the Senate, both in terms of the status quo and the proposals in front of us. Both Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty and Nova Scotia Premier Darrell Dexter have openly called for the abolition of the Senate. BC Premier Christy Clark has said the Senate no longer plays a useful role in Confederation, while Manitoba maintains its position of eliminating the Senate. Even more worrisome is that Quebec has called this legislation unconstitutional and said it will launch a provincial court appeal if this bill proceeds without the consultation of the provinces. Why then is this government moving ahead with a plan that is not supported by the federal government's partners in Confederation? It seems that without the full support of the provinces, this proposal will merely be a paper tiger dressed up as a solution to bring Canada's democracy into the 21st century. What happens if certain provinces refuse to participate in the system? Citizens of these provinces will certainly be shortchanged. Even more dire is the thought that this bill will lead to a constitutional crisis, with multiple provinces taking action at the Supreme Court to challenge the constitutionality of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, without proper provincial consultation, which I fear has not taken place, this is an inevitability and something which should be avoided at all costs. Therefore, I ask that the government reconsider its position on this bill, and until such a time as the provinces are properly consulted and sign on to these proposals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very intently to the honourable member from Sudbury's presentation, which I thought was very thoughtful and very insightful from his perspective. And he talked about the potential for constitutional amendment, in fact, if there was going to be changes to the Senate. But my question to the honourable member is, in the absence of the possibility of actually abolishing the Senate, would he not agree that having term limits for senators is something that Canadians would support?
Member for Sudbury.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I'm sure we'll have much debate about that tomorrow night when we have a little bit of a hockey game with one another, but in all good fun, of course. But in all seriousness, I think he brings up a good point that, you know what, Canadians do want to have their say on this. Canadians do want to express their opinions and what they feel about our Senate. And so I'm encouraged to hear that, because I'd really like to see a referendum brought forward. Put this to the Canadian people. Let them have their say on what they would like to see their Senate represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to the position of Manitoba. Manitoba was one of the provinces, I'm not too sure if any other province has done this, but Manitoba had an all-party task force, which a majority of the members were New Democrats. I was actually a member of that task force. We canvassed the entire province of Manitoba, heard numerous presentations on the Senate. They're overwhelming. The feeling was that there was value to having a Senate. Change, whatever, but there was value to having a Senate. My question to the member is that if you look at the public hearings that were conducted in Manitoba, and I suspect that if you were to canvass most Canadians and talked about having a valued Senate, that you will find a majority of Canadians would support it because they see the value of it, the potential value that's there. Having said that, if Canadians do support, majority support it, would the member be prepared to come on side and recognize and support having a Senate in the future?
Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And, you know, I do think that Manitoba did the right thing by consulting their constituents and having that conversation. And I think it goes back to my last answer from my last honourable colleague. You know, if we can get this to the Canadian people and they dictate to us that they see the Senate as something valued, whatever position that is, then of course we have to listen to what the Canadian people are telling us. But until we have that opportunity to have this referendum, to hear what Canadians want to hear, we're going on what we're seeing with the data that we're getting is more and more Canadians are saying, you know what, eliminate the Senate, let's go with what we have in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sudbury for his eloquent speech here on the reform on the Senate. And I really like his idea, or his constituents' idea, of a single E-Senate. But aside from that, we know that the Senate cost Canadians $90 million a year after year after year. And the senators that are appointed by the Prime Minister and this current Prime Minister and the previous Prime Minister from the Liberal Party appointed some bagmen to collect money for their parties at the cost of taxpayers' money. The taxpayers pay for their salary, they pay for their expenses, they pay for their employees, and they pay for their travel so they can go across the country from coast to coast to collect money for the Liberals and Conservatives. So I'd like to hear the thoughts of the member from Sudbury on that exact subject.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And where to begin on that, where, you know, we have conversations in this House and we debate policy on many issues that affect all Canadians and costs that are associated with that. And some of the things that we've been saying is many of our decisions that are made in this House, we need to flip on its head. And if I can go to the one bill that was defeated in the Senate, which was Bill C-393, the costs associated with providing antiviral drugs to children and adults in Africa suffering from HIV and AIDS would have been minimal, and then we could ease the suffering of people. But instead, we're spending money on, as you said, travel and everything else. The decisions that they're making in the Senate are affecting the decisions that we've made in this House. And we make these decisions in this House based on what we think are the best interests of Canadians. We need to ensure those best interests are continued to be brought forward, and we need the Senate to actually support these bills until they're no longer around. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak for a few moments on this bill. I'd like to be able to commend it as being an important piece of legislation. that had been well thought out and something that was worthy of the attention of all members of this House. But I got to tell you, I'm kind of flummoxed by the condition of this piece of legislation. It doesn't make sense. It's ill-conceived. The impact of the bill, the ramifications, if this bill goes through as presented, are quite extraordinary, frankly. I would have hoped. I mean, I know that this government is determined to get its way with most things that it brings before us here in this chamber. It's invoked closure on 8 bills already, 7 in this session alone since the middle of September, which really boggles the mind of most democratic-minded Canadians. But here we have a piece of legislation that proposes to make extraordinary change to the parliamentary system that has been in place since the 1900s. That was originally based on the British parliamentary system, on the House of Lords, and yet it really is striking in how badly written it is. Let me talk for a few moments about some of my concerns. Mr. Speaker. The Senate, the role that the Senate plays in this House, and the current Prime Minister made reference to it in the past, how the Senate was a relic of the 19th century, that it was developed in another time under different circumstances, and I don't disagree at all with that description. But to then move in with a proposition to change it from the purpose and from the terms in which it was established, to suddenly say, okay, we're going to make it elected, and I'll get into the basis on which it'll be elected, is really incredibly radical. And I say radical. I take that from comments that were made in the decision by the Supreme Court in 1980, where it said, and I quote, "The substitution of a system of election for a system of appointment would involve a radical change in the nature of one of the component parts of Parliament." Mr. Speaker, the balance, and I mean, you've heard members on this side, members of the opposition benches say that our solution for dealing with the problems of the Senate are to abolish it. As the member who spoke previously said, that one of his constituents has recommended a single E Senate, that it be known as an empty Senate. And those sentiments are well-founded because we've seen a Senate that was originally established to represent the regional voices in our country, in opposition to or in juxtaposition to, or perhaps in concert with, the elected House of Commons, that now it's become, frankly, a place where former partisans of either the Liberal or the Conservative Party are allowed to sit. And let me be clear: some of them sit in an honourable fashion, and they bring a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge and a lot of honor to what it is that they do. They conduct themselves and they conduct their business in an honourable way that most Canadians would be proud of. Unfortunately, they have no basis on which they've reached that, other than the fact that they are partisans. And now we see that many of those partisans, or shouldn't say many, I should say some, travel this country from coast to coast to coast at the behest of the Prime Minister's office, raising money, managing campaigns, knocking on doors for provincial parties that are affiliated to them and their party, and basically spend their time fulfilling partisan purposes. And surely that is not serving anyone's interests other than the partisan interests of either this Prime Minister or Liberal Prime Ministers previously. So I recognize that something needs to be done in order to deal with this situation, but the answer is not to come in with an ill-founded piece of legislation like that, which, as the Supreme Court said in 1980, would make for a radical change. Mr. Speaker, the provinces, as you know, in order to effect the appropriate change in the balance between the two chambers in the Senate itself, in order to make the changes in an appropriate manner, there would need to be constitutional change. And that's important to think about, because here we have a bill, in other words, constitutional changes, which would mean that you need to have the input and the consensus of a majority of the provinces. And yet, here we have a piece of legislation that has not even been run by the provinces, has not even received any consensus whatsoever from the senators. The bill proposes that the provinces will hold elections, and yet the provinces, some of them have said that they won't participate. Some of them have said that if they participate, they will hold elections on this basis or that. One province, the province of Quebec, has even said that this is unconstitutional. The Premier of my province, of Nova Scotia, has said, and I quote, "My position on the Senate in the past has been that I think the House of Commons is elected for the purpose of representing the House of the people of the country, and that the upper house is not necessary," unquote. So the problem, you see, is that this government is trying to propose a change to the status of one of the houses in Parliament, and yet that will have quite an impact on the provinces, and yet the provinces clearly aren't on side. They've not been consulted, and in one case there's been a clear commitment to take this matter before the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. So, why are we dealing with this? Why has the government come forward? If they were serious about dealing with the role of the Senate, and I think that's something that needs to be done, then I would suggest, and members on these benches have said, that take the matter to the people. Let's put a referendum together to the people of Canada and ask them what they want to do with the Senate. I got to tell you, I got an inkling of what they're going to say. They're going to say, get rid of it. Regardless, I'm not going to prejudge what the outcome would be of that, and nor should the members opposite. But why don't we do that, Mr. Speaker? Why doesn't this government, if they're serious and if they have some respect for the chambers, I recognize that my time is winding down, but why does this government, instead of bringing an ill-prepared, ill-considered piece of legislation before this House, why don't they take the matter of a parliamentary change, of constitutional change, of dealing with the Senate, why don't they take it to the people of this country in the form of a referendum? Mr. Speaker, it's been a pleasure to rise in this House, as it always is, although I got to tell you, I wish that I had the opportunity to see a better piece of legislation before us in the matter of Bill C-7. Thank you very much.
And some comments, questions, comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I very much appreciate the discussion that we are having in the House today. But I require greater clarity from the member of the opposition, the honourable member who really was all over the map. And it seems to me that he is challenging the human rights of the members of the Senate. And it is not clear to me what the NDP's policy on Senate reform is. So if, through you, Mr. Speaker, that could get clarified. Thank you.
Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you, and thanks to the member opposite for her question. And I won't take personally the fact that she said I was all over the map. I was unfortunately trying to follow the key points within this piece of legislation, and I understand that takes you all over the map because it is an ill-conceived piece of legislation. But I got to tell you, I think I would say this to the member opposite, that I was pretty clear on 2 points. One is our position is that my position is that the Senate should be abolished, and number two, my position is, and the position of the official opposition is, that the matter should be put to the people of Canada in the form of a resolution. Let's do it now. Let's put this bill aside and actually deal with the issue once and for all.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
I want to thank my friend for his remarks, and I'm just wondering if he might consider this for a moment. I understand that their position is to eliminate the Senate, but let's set that aside for the moment. Given the fact that the legislation permits the Prime Minister to use his or her discretion in whether or not they choose as senators those people that were elected in an individual province, a situation I can't see, frankly, arising if in this case NDP or Liberal senators were elected in a province. I cannot see the Prime Minister exercising that discretion. I'm wondering if you see this as just one huge rouge by the Prime Minister, really to deflect our attention and Canadians' attention away from the real issues that are facing Canadians today.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Well, thank you, and I do appreciate that question, and he brings up an excellent point about the fact that the bill says to the provinces, you will have elections for the position of senator in your provinces. But that's not the end of the story, because then you have to come and kneel at the foot of the Prime Minister's office. You have to come and kneel before the Prime Minister and get proper dispensation from me before you can become a senator. It's you know, if it were not so serious, some of the things that come before this chamber, it'd be laughable. And I have to say that I agree to some extent with the member's premise that it's just meant as a distraction, as something perhaps to say to their membership in a fundraising letter, look at what we're trying to do to get a fully elected Senate. It's a ruse, it's ill-considered, and it's beneath the people of Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to ask him a brief question. At one point in time, we had said no taxation without representation. The senators are not accountable, so I would like for him to address that issue, or that expression rather, no taxation without representation.
Well, thank you to the member for that question. The Senate, when it was first set up, based on the House of Lords and the British parliamentary system, there was some inkling of representation on that whole idea of representing the voices of the province in opposition to the great unwashed, the commoners who were going to be elected to the Parliament. But the Senate has been the establishment of the Senate has been so far removed from the concept of representation, Mr. Speaker, and I say to the member that it would be a huge stretch to ever think that it could achieve that task. But I would suggest to you that if we were to have a referendum on the issue with the Canadian people, that we may begin to get at some of that issue, some of that question of whether or not the Senate should exist, and if it does exist, on what basis, so that it will be, in fact, truly representative.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to C7, an act representing the selection of senators and amending the Constitution Act, 1867, in respect of Senate term limits. Mr. Speaker, the Senate was created in 1867 to mirror the British House of Lords and to serve as a chamber of sober second thought, to provide regional representation and to act as a check on Parliament. It was made as an appointed body so that they could not stop legislation from the House of Commons, that they were to revise and review the legislation. Mr. Speaker, it was also created to recognize the social and economic elite. It was in part created to protect the property interests of the wealthy. There was some concern from our founding fathers that an elected body, or the House of Commons, would not do so. Today we know that this is not true. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is broken and no longer works in the public interest. The House knows it, and so do the Canadian people. We need to go beyond simply changing term limits of the Senate. We need fundamental change. Mr. Speaker, I became convinced of the need to abolish the Senate after witnessing the vote in the Senate in 2010 that killed Bill C-311, the Climate Change Accountability Act. That bill would require the federal government to set regulations to establish targets to bring greenhouse gas emissions to 25% below 1990 levels by 2020, and to set long-term targets to bring emissions 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. Mr. Speaker, the government must take action on climate change. This bill would have been the first step to set hard targets to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. However, it has become abundantly clear that the government did not want to deal with one of the most pressing issues of our time. So they got the Senate to do their dirty work. Mr. Speaker, the bill passed the House of Commons. The bill passed Bill C-311, passed at committee. The majority of members in this House at that time passed the bill, yet it was killed in the Senate. Let me repeat for clarity. The unelected, unaccountable Senate shut off debate and called a snap vote to kill important legislation passed in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, this was an outrageous move. Canadians were outraged by this move. It was the first time since before the Second World War that the Senate voted down a bill that won the support of the majority of the House of Commons. This move didn't get the attention it deserved. It was a fundamental change in the way our democracy operates. Mr. Speaker, this government is not known for their transparency and adherence to democratic principles, and now they have appointed enough senators to circumvent the democratic process. Only a short few years ago, before they were in power, the Conservative government had very real concerns about the way the Senate operates. While the Prime Minister was in opposition, he claimed that he would never appoint a senator. At that time, he considered the Senate to be undemocratic. And the Prime Minister was correct. The Senate is undemocratic. Mr. Speaker, it's why the people of New Zealand abolished the upper house, the Legislative Council, in 1951. It's amazing how things change once you gain power. Now that the Conservatives are in power, they have completely changed their tune and are using the unelected, undemocratic body to push through their legislative agenda. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has appointed 36 Conservative insiders to the Senate since coming to power. In 2008, he broke a record by appointing 18 people to the upper chamber in just one day. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is now stacked with failed Conservative candidates, party fundraisers, and political organizers. And let us not forget that this was the same modus operandi of the federal Liberal Party. They too stacked the Senate with friends and insiders. A senator earns approximately $132,000 a year. The qualification to become a senator is now to be loyal to the ruling party that appointed them. The Senate costs approximately $90 million a year to run. Taxpayers
are paying a large sum for an unaccountable, unelected body in the Senate, and for senators to block legislation passed by their elected representatives. Mr. Speaker, I believe it's time, through a referendum, that Canadians have a say on the future of the Senate. A referendum will open up a dialogue on the systems that far too many Canadians have lost faith in, and it will allow us to engage the population in an issue that is important to our very democracy. Mr. Speaker, it is time for an examination of democratic reform. It would show Canadians that we, as their elected House, care about their participation in our political system. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time that the Conservatives have introduced legislation on an elected Senate and legislation on Senate term limits. Each time, the legislation died because of prorogation or dissolution of the House. The NDP's policy is calling for to abolish the unelected Senate. It's fairly clear. And it's a long-standing call that dates back to the 1930s. And this policy has been constantly reaffirmed by the party. So what we're looking for, Mr. Speaker, is we want to maintain our position to abolish the Senate. We call on the government, this government, to hold a referendum asking the Canadian public whether they support abolishing the Senate. Fairly clear. Now, who else is calling for this? Well, if you look across the country, you look to the premiers. You look at Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty and Nova Scotia Premier Darrell Dexter. They have both called openly for the abolishment of the Senate. BC Premier in my own province, Christy Clark, has said the Senate no longer plays a useful role in Confederation. Manitoba maintains its position of Senate abolition, although I will say they do have plans that if this bill should pass for Senate elections. Quebec has called this legislation unconstitutional and said that it will launch a provincial court appeal if the bill proceeds without consultation of the provinces. Mr. Speaker, the public supports a referendum on the idea of a referendum for the Senate, and it's growing. For instance, an Angus Reid survey from July of this year shows that 71% of Canadians are in favour of holding a referendum to decide the future of the Senate. 36% of Canadians support the abolition of the Senate, and that's up from 25% a year earlier. So that you can see the momentum is growing. There have been 13 attempts to reform the Senate since 1990, and all have failed. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have not properly consulted with the provinces about whether or not they agree with the consent or the content of this bill. When this bill was first introduced in June 2011, Conservative senators, even those appointed by the Prime Minister, pushed back against plans for Senate term limits. Senators will remain unaccountable to the Canadian people. By only being allowed by law to serve one term, senators do not have to face public or account for the promises that they made to get elected or the decisions they took in the previous 9 years, and they get a pension when they leave office. Having an elected Senate will fundamentally change the nature of politics in Canada. It will create a two-tier Senate, where those who are elected will feel they have more legitimacy. Since the Senate has virtually the same powers as the House, an elected Senate will have greater legitimacy to introduce legislation or oppose bills sent to it from the House of Commons. We could end up with the kind of gridlock we see in the United States. The safest and small c Conservative approach to the Senate is to abolish it. We know how the House of Commons works, but we have no idea what will happen with an elected Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate just how clear the member was in regards to saying that the NDP's position is to abolish the Senate. Yet I have had the opportunity to ask other members of his caucus in regards to the Senate and the potential of the Senate having some value, and that if a majority of Canadians supported that, would in fact the NDP support abandoning their lifelong ambition to abolish the Senate. So the question is fairly simple and straightforward, is that if a majority of Canadians supported having a Senate here in the House, would then the New Democratic Party stop with the abolishing of the Senate if there was deemed that there was some value to it, or no matter what happens in the referendum that they call for, their intention still is to say, let's abolish the Senate.
For New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think it's a good question. The premise of the question is a hypothetical, and I think that what we need to do is go to a referendum to determine that. That's what we've been calling for. The New Democrats have been calling for a referendum to determine the matter. I think the Canadian people would respect that if it went to the Canadians, if they were engaged by being included in this discussion, if it went beyond this House. That's what I think Canadians would look at. And I think we'll look at the results when that happens. But at this time, what we need to do is have a referendum, hear from the Canadian people. We need to consult with as many bodies as we can, including the provinces and the territories and other organizations, in order to hear what they have to say on this important matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. Hearing from both sides of Winnipeg today. I'm interested in my colleague's remarks in the opening of his speech, Mr. Speaker. He gave a graphic illustration how the Senate perhaps is no longer just a useless institution, but it actually acts as a barrier and an obstacle to simple democracy. Now, in the bill, the only piece of environmental legislation to come out of the 40th Parliament, to wind up in the Senate and to be summarily dismissed, I suppose, is the word. My question to him is, how many witnesses did the senators hear before they voted down the climate change legislation, and how many days did they actually give it serious, sober second thought before they destroyed it?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And this, I think, dealing with Bill C-311 at the time, the Climate Change Accountability Act, was what outraged so many Canadians, was how this was duly moved through the House. It was a momentous occasion when it finally did pass through the House after committee, through all readings, all stages in the lower house. And then it went to the upper house for where it should have received sober second thought. Perhaps there could have been witnesses called. My understanding is there was no witnesses called. Not a single person was heard. In fact, the vote was done in a snap vote. It was done in a way that it would be defeated. It would be defeated in no time at all. And unfortunately, after all that work, with such a good piece of legislation that would have been an amazing introduction of legislation to this country, it was gone at the snap of a finger. Fingers.
Il reste 1 minute pour une brève question.
There's less than 1 minute for a brief question and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of keeping to that minute, one of the things that I'm finding very interesting about this bill is that if this was to come to fruition, that once elected, senators will never have to be accountable to the Canadian people again. They have 9 years. They serve their time. They can make a whole bunch of promises, but at the end of the 9 years, they just walk away without that. I'd like to hear the member's comments relating to that.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only after that, they will get a pension. So this is the kind of thing that turns the Canadian electorate off. They want accountability. They've been demanding accountability. In fact, they want more representation in how elected officials are chosen or selected or elected. They don't want to see just simply appointments made where there's no accountability, there's no way to be accountable to those that elect you into office. It's simply a matter of appointment, and there's no way of letting that elected official know whether he or she is on track, doing a good job or not. It simply is a term, and they're going to serve it out, regardless, at a huge expense to the Canadian taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join in this debate about Senate reform, albeit, as my colleagues have said earlier, from many of them, including the member from New Westminster, Coquitlam, and the member from Cole Harbour, who talked about our stated policy. And I heard on questioning earlier, I think, from the member from Edmonton, who talked about, I think today you're all over the map. Well, let me be abundantly clear. The Democrats have been clear since the 1930s. We think the Senate should go. Just like many other Commonwealth countries around who took up the Westminster model, over the years have decided to go. And in fact, when one looks across this country, we need not look that far afield. We don't have to look to New Zealand, as my colleague talked about. We just have to drive down the 401 from this place to Toronto. Toronto no longer has a Senate for Ontario. In fact, no province in this country has a Senate anymore. They're all gone. Last time I checked, I think Alberta's doing quite well without that Senate, as a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker. Talking to my colleagues from Alberta, they say that not only is their economy humming, but all of the things that are happening, it's a great place to be. And I was there 2 weeks ago in Camrose, and I concur, Alberta indeed is a great place to be. And imagine that, Mr. Speaker, humming along with just a legislative house. No Senate. Didn't need one. Everything just seems to work without a hitch. Which sort of brings me to the thought of, I have this vivid thought, Mr. Speaker, in my mind. If I could just, harken back to the days of Premier Lougheed and Premier Klein, I can just imagine Premier Klein saying, Senate? This is what I need done in the Senate, saying to the Premier of Alberta, well, wait a minute, Premier Klein, we don't think so. I can just imagine the constitutional flummox that would have been. I can imagine Ralph standing up in Edmonton saying, I don't think so. That's what Ralph would have said. Well, you know what? What we're saying on this side is we don't think we should keep the Senate. But, we don't think it's up to us. We actually think it's up to Canadians. Let them decide. Put it to Canadians and say to them, what do you think? Is this a valuable institution for us to keep? Because it is their institution. Albeit the way it was founded, it really wasn't about them as electors. It really was about, as my friend from Cole Harbour called it, I believe he called it the great unwashed they talked about, who were supposedly us in this green chamber, not them in the other place. But clearly it was that landed gentry that says they needed to have second sober thought, just in case we did something absolutely ridiculous in this House, and try to send it along to Canadians. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for all of my colleagues in this House that they don't do things that would be so ridiculous that we need to send it to an unelected body for second sober thought. Because quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, that second sober thought is a myth. And why do I say that? Well, as my colleagues have rightly pointed out, when it came to C-311 in the last Parliament, which I had the great privilege of being in, that legislation on climate change, regardless of what individuals thought in here, it was passed democratically, as we'd expect this institution to do, and duly presented to them for them to take second sober thought. Now, I'll agree with the sober part. Now, I don't think I can agree with the second thought, because they didn't give it a thought at all. Not one. They simply said, bye. We don't want it. We'll get rid of it. It's done. So if they were truly serious about their job, whether they liked the legislation or not, they had an obligation, Mr. Speaker, to look at the legislation, call witnesses to the legislation, critique the legislation, and ultimately, if they chose to, deny the legislation. That is their right. But to suggest that somehow we are the chamber of second sober thought and not take the time to consider legislation is not only a slap in the face of the duly elected members, because we're the duly elected members of this country, not the folks in the other place, but it does themselves a disservice to their credibility, not individually, but as an institution that says, indeed, we will take into consideration what the House has passed, take a look at it, investigate it, make a decision on it, and if we agree, make some changes. What if that have happened over the years, Mr. Speaker? The Senate has indeed made some changes and set legislation back for those changes, which has happened. But in this case, there was no second thought, sober or otherwise. So ultimately, why would we have such a place that doesn't actually live up to the reputation it supposedly has? Well, perhaps it's interesting to note what the Honourable Senator Burt Brown said in his letter to his fellow colleagues, of course, not to all of the senators that were his colleagues, only to those of the Conservative persuasion, because the other place has taken on the mantle of a partisan place. And I'll speak to what the legislation says about keeping it a partisan place. He said in his letter, and I'll quote, and I'll make sure, Mr. Speaker, this time not to use first names. He said, and let me quote at the end, quote, "Every senator in this caucus needs to decide where their loyalty should be and must be. The answer is simple. Our loyalty is to the man who brought us here, the man who has wanted Senate reform since he entered politics. Who is that man? The Right Honourable Prime Minister." So, what happened to this place of second sober thought when the loyalty is to a Conservative caucus, to the Prime Minister of that Conservative caucus? What happens to that so-called we'll stand back and review legislation to give it that second sober thought? Well, of course, not only is it diminished, Mr. Speaker, it's actually, in my view, destroyed by the very words of an appointed senator to the Senate by this Prime Minister. So clearly this senator has an understanding of where the intention is to go with this. Now, when I talked about the politicization, Mr. Speaker, in the legislation actually talks about to run for the Senate, one must be a member of a political party in the registered domain of the place that you're running, either territory or if indeed you're from a province. So in other words, if you want to run as an independent senator, what do? Well, it seems like you have to join a party to do this. So we've taken a place that supposedly was to be somewhat non-political, and we can, wax poetically about the folks who are down there, the ex, finance bagman of ex-political party, or campaign managers and defeated candidates who are both liberal and conservative, rewards for those who stood aside to let someone new get a seat in the House when they changed leadership in different perspectives under different parties, who got rewarded by being sent to the other place. So now we're actually going to politicize this place, as much as all of us here know it is political anyways. So maybe that's just an admission that it truly is political, so we're simply going to do that. But ultimately, if we were going to do that, Mr. Speaker, if you're going to say you must run for a political party, to run for the Senate, then how do we make those folks accountable? We're accountable. Under the Elections Act, we have to basically hold an election every 5 years. Usually shorter than that. In the last number of years, it's been shorter for a lot of us. Sometimes it only lasts a couple of years. But we have to go back to the folks who allow us to come to this place and ask them if they'd like to send us back again. And then they have the ability to do what? To judge us on the things we've done. They simply get to look at our record and say, I don't like what you did. Or I like what you did, and I'm going to support you once again. Not this group. This group can promise the world during an election, Mr. Speaker, and two things can happen. If the Prime Minister today likes that person, they get appointed. If they represent the views of that Prime Minister in that caucus, they'll get appointed. But you could get elected. Just for the moment, we'll make this assumption, Mr. Speaker. You could run for an election in Alberta and not be appointed. There's no guarantee under this legislation that even when you get elected that you'll get appointed. The Prime Minister can simply refuse to appoint you and then wait the 6 years and say to you, you want to try again, go run again, but you may not get appointed. So what we've done is we've taken a system that's bad enough unto itself, the system down the hall, the other place, and now we're about to make it worse. So it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, if you want to reform it, ask Canadians what they want. Put it to them. Ask them if they want the other place. And then ask them if they say yes, ask them what kind the other place should look like. And then you'll truly understand whether indeed they want it. Because if the polls are right, 70+% of Canadians say, you know what, its day has come, the sun has shone, it's time to retire them all out of the chamber and roll up the proverbial red carpet and wish them all a Merry Christmas and indeed a happy retirement, Mr. Speaker. And that's exactly what we ought to do. And we'd be happy to help roll the first red carpet up as we let them go on to whatever it is. The rest of their life will be productive and prosperous and happy. And we hope they enjoy the rest of their retirement.
The honourable member for Welland will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House resumes debate on this motion. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, the Minister for Status of Women announced Canada's support for an international day to promote girls' rights and address the challenges they face worldwide. On March 24th, this chamber gave unanimous consent to Canada leading this effort at the United Nations. Yesterday in New York, the United Nations Third Committee on Social, Humanitarian and Cultural Affairs passed a resolution to create an International Day of the Girl Child. Si elle est adoptée.
If it is adopted, this International Day of the Girl Child will promote equal opportunity and treatment for girls across the planet in the areas of law, nutrition, healthcare, education and training, and for a life free of violence and abuse. Canada has launched this campaign for a single reason: to change things in the lives of girls as citizens and as powerful agents of change within their families, their communities, and their countries. Thank you.
The honourable member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, and particularly in the Niagara region, many are finding it increasingly hard to retire. Consecutive years of Conservative and Liberal neglect have allowed good job after good job to flee the Niagara region, often with the support of wasteful and ineffective tax cuts provided both by the Liberal and the Conservative governments. The result of this neglect was the destruction of many defined benefit pension plans and, of course, reduced individual contributions to CPP because of extended periods of layoff. The Conservative awakening to the pension crisis in Canada would normally be a good thing. Unfortunately, the pooled registered pension plan they put forward seems tailored more to the benefit of Bay Street than to ordinary Canadians. This PRPP is privately managed and requires individuals to invest in their retirement savings in the very markets that caused pension crisis in the first place. Of course, pretty tough to do if you're unemployed, Mr. Speaker. This is the perfect opportunity to remind my colleagues across the floor that it's not too late to adopt a new democratic plan, one that would lead to the doubling of CPP, one of the safest and most effective pension plans in the world, ensuring that all Canadians can retire with dignity.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend I was honoured to join the Polish Gymnastic Association SOCO Winnipeg for the 105th anniversary celebration. I want to commend this organization for its extensive contributions to the Polish community and to Winnipeg. Since it was founded in 1906, SOCO Winnipeg has established a broad range of educational, cultural, language, and sports programs, establishing itself as an integral part of Winnipeg's Polish community. Mr. Speaker, I want to also recognize Marian Jaworski, who was honored with an award by SOCO Winnipeg last weekend for his invaluable service to the Polish community. Mr. Jaworski founded the annual SoCo Days, which has become a summer festival favorite for all Winnipeggers. Also, he founded the SoCo Youth Club and the SoCo Acrobatic Rhythmic Dance Club, equipping a whole new generation with Polish culture. I invite all members to join me in congratulating Mr. Jaworski and the members of the Polish Gymnastic Association.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, while we celebrate the independence of South Sudan, this should not obscure the triangular threat and assault by the Khartoum government, including the onslaught against the Nuba Mountain people in South Kordofan, the invasion of Abyei, the denial of their independence, and the driving out of the Dinka African tribe, the attacks on the Blue Nile, the whole with a view to creating a new north-south border, incorporating the southern oil fields in the north, while the violations in Darfur continue unabated. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, we call on the militarized regime in Khartoum to cease and desist from their ongoing assaults and criminality, call on the Canadian government to list the regime as a terrorist entity, and to work to bring the indicted war criminals, President al-Bashir of Sudan and military governor Ahmed Haroun, to justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, for most of 80 years past, the silence has been near complete, stifled behind a Soviet curtain of iron, ne'er to be spoken aloud. The enormity of the deliberate annihilation, unknown to the world, while Europe's bread was made from the bountiful crops stolen by Stalin from Ukraine. 8 million perished, murdered by forced starvation in the Holodomor, the genocide of Ukraine. Then freedom ushered in, with celebrations of independence, the Soviet yoke of servitude and dictated silence lifted. The world must be told of the Holodomor, of Ukraine's genocide of such unimaginable horror in a land of such great plenty. Civilization's failure must be put on permanent public display so that all can see the dark side of humanity and hopefully learn not to repeat. We remember today and for all time the Holodomor, the genocide in Ukraine.
The honourable member for Churchill.
The need for greater equality is a defining issue for us as Canadians. Achieving greater equality is a key element of a new politics for our country. It is critical we put forward a broad vision that recognizes the underlying structural causes behind the growing inequality in Canada. Canadians reject the old politics of this government that sees poverty and inequality as a fact of life. We need to recognize the feminization of inequality, with women receiving only 78% of the male dollar, and fight for true gender equality. We must act to stop the racism and discrimination that are at the roots of inequality in our society. We must recognize the poverty facing Aboriginal people and put an end to the third world conditions that they face. We must recognize the degree to which the erosion of collective bargaining and the right to organize erodes workers' salaries and pensions. We must understand that foreign takeovers of our economy have eroded not only the ability to control our destiny, but our standard of living as well. Greater equality is key to our ability to grow and prosper as a country, our country, Canada.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad I have a chance to respond to the positive aspects of Niagara versus what my colleague from Welland mentioned earlier in his statement. And while Canada's economic recovery is the strongest among G8 nations, we remain vulnerable to an unpredictable global economy. In the past, this meant St. Catharines and the Niagara region would be the heaviest hit by job losses. But under our government, Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate in St. Catharines and Niagara has declined each and every month so far in 2011. This is a direct result of our government's economic investment strategy in St. Catharines, Niagara. With previous governments, St. Catharines and Niagara was not a priority, Mr. Speaker. But with this government, we've seen targeted investments in job-creating building projects like the Burgoyne Bridge replacement and the QEW widening. While with Brock University's Health and Bioscience Research Complex ready to go, we are acting in Niagara and we're responding to the needs of the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, between 1932 and 1933, millions of Ukrainians perished in the former Soviet Union at the hand of Joseph Stalin's man-made famine in Ukraine. This crime against humanity is known as the Holodomor, and this week we celebrate the 70th anniversary of this tragic event. In an effort to destroy Ukrainian nationalism, Stalin created a famine in Ukraine which starved tens of thousands of Ukrainians to death each and every day. For far too long, the Holodomor was covered up, and to this day, many continue to deny its existence. By educating one another on the genocide that occurred, we can stop the mistruths that deny Holodomor victims the respect they deserve and help prevent future genocides. In 2008, this Parliament supported my private member's bill, which recognized the Holodomor as genocide and designated the fourth Saturday of every November as Holodomor Memorial Day. I commend this House for taking a moral and honourable stance in recognizing the atrocity as a genocide. By implementing this famine, the goal of Stalin was to crush Ukrainian nationalism, and as a member of Canada's Ukrainian community, I can proudly say he failed.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underscore the success of the International Forum on the Social Economy and Solidarity that took place in Montreal. Over 1,300 people from 65 countries exchanged and discussed on how to do business differently by putting people first. As underlined by Ms. Niantan, the director of the Chantier de l'économie sociale, economy is not simply a matter of profit or stock market speculation. It must be done in different ways. Economics are not an exact science. They have to do with human experience, and we must make choices as to how we do economic development. The players in the social economy spoke out about the importance to have public powers give them the means to ensure development that respects the needs of communities. Citizens throughout the world are speaking out to call for an economy that serves people, and it seems to me that we must listen to these people.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate National Housing Day and the accomplishments of those who are working to create affordable housing solutions throughout our country. Our government is helping those seeking to break free from the cycle of homelessness and poverty. In September 2008, we committed more than $1.9 billion for over 5 years for housing and homelessness. Currently, there are over 14,000 projects completed or underway through Canada's Economic Action Plan. In addition, this year alone, we will invest more than $2 billion in housing through CMHC. Local challenges need local needs, which is why we are partnering with industry and organizations across the country. A new framework agreement was announced with the provinces and territories in July of this year. That translates into over 50,000 housing units across Canada. Mr. Speaker, our government believes that all Canadians deserve a stable, safe and affordable place to call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a speech delivered to the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association, the Minister of Natural Resources states, quote, "The new Enbridge Northern Gateway project and expansion of Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain system are currently under review by the Joint Panel." Unquote. Joint Panel reviews combine a full National Energy Board oral hearing with the stringent Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency review panel. We on this side of the House continue to call for maximum public input on any pipeline projects and are pleased the government has heeded our calls and committed the Enbridge and Kinder Morgan projects to the most stringent reviews possible. As the Trans Mountain project is slated to run through my riding of Burnaby Douglas, I have surveyed constituents, commissioned a province-wide poll, met with dozens of industry, community stakeholders, First Nations and municipal governments, many of whom oppose the Trans Mountain expansion. Only by carefully listening to those most impacted by these projects will we be able to develop constructive solutions and move our economy forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry, Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are rightfully concerned when the practice of polygamy is exposed in this country. We believe polygamy has no place in modern Canadian society. Our government firmly believes that the Criminal Code prohibition against polygamy is consistent with Canadian values, as well as compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We also believe that this prohibition created by Canada's elected representatives should be upheld. This is why our government has vigorously defended the prohibition against polygamy in the Criminal Code. Polygamy is a practice which inevitably leads to the exploitation of women, sometimes even young girls who have no other choice. This is unacceptable to our party and to our government. We've already acted to raise the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age and currently have legislation before this House which will crack down on a wide variety of child sexual offences. And I would like to assure all Canadians that they can count on us to stand up for their values and for Parliament's role in making laws which prohibit practices that conflict with those values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we remember Ukrainian men, women and children who lost their lives during the Holodomor. Between 1932 and 1933, under the directive of Joseph Stalin, millions of innocent people died as a result of poor living conditions and starvation. Once known as the breadbasket of Europe, Ukraine was forced to give up its grains to the Soviet regime under an imposed system of collectivization that devastated the country. Today, the Ukrainian community plays an integral role in Canada's vibrant culture and has no doubt been an important part in the development of our nation. This week has been officially declared by the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress as the National Holodomor Awareness Week. In Winnipeg, the Canadian Museum of Human Rights is set to open its doors in 2012, and I, with many others, look forward to seeing a permanent display of the Holodomor. It is my sincerest hope that through things such as the Human Rights Museum, people will be better informed of these past tragedies, because it is so important that we never forget the genocide that occurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, today at the International Trade Committee, we heard from an anti-trade special interest group that willfully ignored the jobs and prosperity that are created through deeper trade. It's shameful that the NDP lauded this group instead of standing up for Canadian workers and their jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not surprising. Just last week, NDP MPs took an anti-trade junket to Washington to lobby against tens of thousands of Canadian jobs. This week, they're lauding anti-trade special interest groups at the Trade Committee during our study of the EU free trade negotiations. Mr. Speaker, the NDP and their special interest groups ignore the benefits to Canadian workers and businesses from a free trade agreement with the European Union. A 20% boost in bilateral trade, a $12 billion annual boost to Canada's economy, a $1,000 increase in the average family's income, and almost 80,000 new jobs created. With 1 in 5 Canadian jobs generated by trade, it's no wonder Canadians gave us a strong, stable majority government.
The honourable member from Montmagny, Lélan, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, the position of the Prime Minister on asbestos is immoral and allows for the export of illness. Experts across the world say, and so do many Quebec associations, and more, the Conservative members themselves are saying it. They say it. They whisper it because they're afraid of their own leader. Mr. Speaker, these Conservatives are betraying their conscience and voters. These members were elected by promising to change Ottawa, but it is Ottawa who has changed them. They have abandoned their ideals, and they are doing just the way that what they are blaming others for. They are disconnected from reality, and they should listen to their own conscience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson.
The economic policies at the NDP are truly disappointing. Rather than supporting our government's economic action plan to create jobs, the NDP supports policies that would be devastating to our economy.
Unbelievable.
Last week, members of the NDP caucus were in Washington protesting against our energy sector, while here at home they chose to vote against the Budget Implementation Act. Canadians gave our Conservative government a strong mandate to stay focused on what matters, creating jobs and economic growth. Key tax relief measures passed yesterday include Family Caregivers Tax Credit, the Children's Art Tax Credit, the Volunteer Firefighters Tax Credit, tax relief for the manufacturing sector, tax relief for small businesses when they create jobs, and making the gas tax fund permanent. While the global economy is still fragile, we remain focused on what matters, a low-tax plan to create jobs and economic growth, a plan that is working. Mr. Speaker, the NDP fiscal policies are yet another worrying example that the NDP...
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 2014 Canada Health Accord negotiation will finally begin this week. Discussion the NDP has been calling for since before the election. Universal health care is dear to Canadians. It is the single most important element of social and economic justice in this country, a symbol of the Canadian value of taking care of each other. My question to the Prime Minister, what role will the Canadian public have in these discussions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Leader of the Opposition that health care is probably the most important service that governments provide to the Canadian people. The Canadian people value that service. Obviously, all governments are struggling with the increase in costs we see over time. That's a discussion that I think will engage all Canadians over the next couple of years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. It is the federal government's responsibility to help the provinces improve our health care system, and to do this in keeping with the 5 principles of having a system that is universal, publicly administered, accessible, transferable, and comprehensive. The Prime Minister must commit to reaching a new 10-year health accord on health, including 6% indexing, so that the provinces and territories know what to expect in the long term. Is he committed to doing this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, health care services are under the jurisdiction of the provinces, according to our Constitution. We know that costs are increasing, and we will be discussing these matters as we look at how to preserve these programs in the future. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The accord was signed. There has been little progress on wait times or primary care reform. Failure to hire enough doctors and nurses, failure on pharmaceuticals, failure on home care, and a near-complete failure on reporting results. Where is the plan for improving health care now? With 2 years still to go, will the Prime Minister finally take health care seriously and deliver results now on the current health agreement?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, I think most Canadians recognize that the delivery of health care is principally a provincial responsibility. The principal role of the federal government has been to support it through the transfer system. And, of course, under this government, we are giving a record amount of money for health care. I agree there are some gaps in terms of accountability and results, and that's things we are encouraging the provinces to look at as we approach 2014.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
So the Auditor General's report speaks of chronic and widespread mismanagement that contradicts this government's claim about the Economic Action Plan. This government can't say how many jobs were created after having spent $47 billion of Canadians' money. The program was so badly monitored that no one knows if it was effective, and we now know that 72,000 full-time jobs were lost last month, thanks to the policies of this government. So now that the truth is out, when will this government put aside bogus and unsubstantiated job claims and take real and immediate action to create jobs here in Canada for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Now, the positive impact of the Economic Action Plan, which the official opposition voted against, can be seen in almost 600,000 net new jobs for Canadians since the end of the recession. It was a good plan. It worked. It's regrettable that the NDP chose to vote against it. Here's what the auditor actually said. She said the government did a good job and monitoring progress and spending in 3 programs funded under the Economic Action Plan.
For Burnaby, New Westminster.
It's not bogus job claims that are going to get the government out of this mess. Here's what the Auditor General said. He said the lack of reliable performance information on job creation will make it difficult for the government to assess effectiveness in meeting one of its key objectives. Government and the Canadian public can't compare the goals of the Conservative plan with the outcome. That's actually, Mr. Speaker, what good managers do. Goals, outcomes, matching it up. They didn't do it. There's no monitoring. There's no transparency. Why the lack of monitoring? Why the lack of transparency? Why didn't this government get the job done?
Hear, hear. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
As my honourable colleague has indicated, this economy has created nearly 600,000 net new jobs under this government, under the Economic Action Plan, which, as my minister colleague indicated, has been praised by Auditors General, and of course Canadians agree with that. They gave us not only strong praise, but a strong mandate to protect and complete Canada's economic recovery, Mr. Speaker. They, on the other side, of course, call for higher taxes that would kill jobs and
hurt the economy, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is to keep taxes low, to focus on jobs, and to grow the economy, and I think Canadians agree with us.
The honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, here are a few things that the Auditor General has said. Farmers are waiting up to 2 years before receiving payments. The government does not know whether a visa has been issued to someone who is not eligible. When it comes to military equipment maintenance, the department does not monitor the full cost of its activities. Why is this Prime Minister leading a disorganized government? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. I have said, Mr. Speaker, that the Canadian economy has grown by almost 600,000 jobs.
We accept the findings of the Auditor General, of course. The Auditor General has made some good findings and some good recommendations, which we are already working on. But the fact of the matter is, when you look at the state of the economy and the state of our moves to make sure that we are a help rather than a hindrance, this government has got it right, and the Auditor General, in fact, agrees with us on that.
The honourable member for Markham, Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, that Muskoka minister has 50 million reasons to be disorganized.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has revealed, and I quote, Health Canada is slow to act on potential safety issues related to drugs already on the market. And he stated further, it sometimes takes more than 2 years to provide Canadians with updated safety information. All rhetoric and politics aside, how can this Prime Minister tolerate such a sloppy approach to the health of Canadians, and what is his government going to do today to fix this critical problem?
Nothing problem. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government agrees with the Auditor General's findings, and work is already underway to address those recommendations. And my department is making the improvements on how Health Canada responds to concerns concerning products that are on the market as well. Mr. Speaker, health and safety of Canadians is a priority for our government, and we are putting in processes in place to ensure that the products on the market are safe, efficient, and reliable for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General makes it crystal clear that this government failed to meet its own standards for reviewing the safety and effectiveness of drugs at all levels, preclinical, clinical trials, and post-market risk assessment. In fact, the Auditor General finds the department takes over 2 years to inform the public of unsafe drugs on the market. Will the Minister admit that this failure endangers patients' lives, and will she commit now to provide the funds and resources necessary to report drug risks to the public promptly?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we agree with the Auditor General's findings. My department is making the improvements on how Health Canada responds to safety issues regarding drugs on the market. For example, Mr. Speaker, our government has invested in drug safety and effectiveness network. MedEffect was created by our government about a year or two or so ago, and $32 million was invested to support that initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The Auditor General's report has confirmed what the NDP has been pointing out for a very long time. Unfortunately, there is a pattern that's familiar here. The government ignores evidence, rejects the advice of experts, and is unable to be accountable to Canadians. The AG has said that the poor quality of information is a generalized and chronic problem. How can Canadians trust the President of the Treasury Board, who has refused to explain his fiascos and cannot quantify the jobs resulting for the $47 billion in spending? Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
In its response, the Auditor General has brought forward some helpful recommendations. We have accepted that. In fact, we are already working on implementing a number of these, but the facts of the matter are the same. The facts are that we have been helping to make sure that our economy is moving away from the recession and towards complete recovery. We have nearly 600,000 net new jobs in this economy as a result of our activities and our actions. On the other side of the chamber, Mr. Speaker, they continue to demand higher taxes that are job killers. We want them to come on our side and say, we agree with jobs.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Isn't the president of Treasury Board supposed to stay quiet when the Auditor General reports come out? Mr. Speaker, even though the Conservatives deny it, too many Canadians are out of work. Today we learned that during the last round of infrastructure funding, the Conservatives weren't even tracking how many jobs are being created. So what criteria did they use to determine which projects they fund? How can we trust them to tackle the infrastructure deficit and put Canadians back to work?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
At the request of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered a series of reports following up on the Economic Action Plan to keep Canadians informed. There will be one more final public report on the delivery and economic impact of the Economic Action Plan, which will build on the 5 previous reports. But one fact is clear. There are 600,000 net new jobs in Canada since the end of the recession. The Economic Action Plan was the stimulus for that.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Auditor General revealed that Health Canada can take more than 2 years to evaluate safety issues associated with the use of prescription drugs. The report also highlights that Health Canada is falling short on conflict of interest rules. This is completely unacceptable when so many new drugs are available and Canadians need adequate, timely and transparent information. Mr. Speaker, drug safety is important to all Canadians. Exactly how does the government and the minister plan to reduce the delays that are happening? We've not heard anything specific from the minister today. I ask her to tell this House, how does she plan to reduce these delays?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, my department is implementing the advice of the Auditor General. The Auditor General was very clear in his statements today that there were no cases of conflict of interest. However, we do agree that additional conflict of interest rules should apply to those who review drugs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bournemouth-Salisbury. We still don't have a concrete answer. Once again, the government has missed the boat. The Auditor General has said that Health Canada has no uniform mechanism for supervising clinical trials of prescription drugs that are to be used for vulnerable people like children. Other countries receive data from the industry on side effects that can be produced by these medications, but the government has not deigned to require that. This is irresponsible. When will the minister require drug companies to reveal this vital information to protect children dependent on these medications? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, I agree with the Auditor General's recommendations on the department in strengthening its approach to clinical trials. New procedures are being put to improve transparency and to better monitor clinical trials and adverse reactions reports, and to strengthen the pharmaceutical drug program. A new IT system has also been put in place to help better identify potential safety concerns. And Mr. Speaker, the audit is from 2009 to 2010, so we've acted on a number of the recommendations already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Auditor General has repeated what the NDP has been saying to the Defence Department, and that is that things are not going well. The various decisions are made without having the necessary information on long-term costs. There is no adequate monitoring of maintenance and repairs. Important contracts are given to a very limited number of suppliers. Will the government continue to put its head in the clouds and ignore the facts? The Honourable Associate Minister.
Thank the Auditor General for his work. The department has accepted his recommendations and is already addressing each concern. A comprehensive plan is in place with activities underway, and our government is committed to providing our brave men and women in uniform the equipment and support necessary to do their jobs safely and effectively.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
3 elections promising fiscal responsibility, followed by 6 years of fiscal mismanagement, and this government continues to miss opportunities to save money and improve accountability. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General said there's a gap between the money needed for military maintenance and what's available. Does the Auditor General's discovery of mismanagement come as a complete surprise to the minister, or can he explain to Canadians why his department is failing to give our soldiers properly maintained military equipment?
The Honourable Associate Minister of Defence.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, we appreciate and thank the Auditor General for his work. Many of the recommendations have already been implemented, and we're working actively on all of these issues and have been for quite some time. We intend to continue to ensure that our men and women receive the best equipment necessary to do their jobs and do so keeping in mind the taxpayers' concerns about all spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Mr. Speaker, in 2005, when talking about the CASE program, this Prime Minister said, quote, "It is complicated and requires an army of accountants." He promised to fix it. But agri-stability changed nothing. It's just as complicated and even more expensive for farmers. The Auditor General reported today that some farmers are waiting up to 2 years for payment. When will this government fix this broken program and make it work for all Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, what the member opposite should recognize, Mr. Speaker, is that the vast majority of the agri-stability program is delivered at the provincial level. What we do is transfer monies when there are bills presented from the provinces. So if he has a problem, he should probably take it up with his counterparts in Ontario.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, that's the offload of the day, I think, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the AG reported that the tobacco transition program failed because it was rushed out the door and had loopholes as big as a combine. By 2010, the number of tobacco farmers had doubled. $300 million was spent to reduce tobacco production, and yet it did the exact opposite. When will the government stop mismanaging important agricultural files, and what have they done to get to the bottom of this fiasco?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, we welcome the input from the Auditor General on this particular valuable program for farmers in Ontario. The member opposite should know you don't combine tobacco. That's why they have no real good farm programs, Mr. Speaker. They get it all mixed up and completely turned around. Mr. Speaker, what we did was come to the aid of tobacco growers in Ontario. We kept them fluid. We allowed them to transition into other programs, and the province has taken over the responsibility of licensing tobacco production, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General today reported that immigration officials are not adequately managing health and safety risks regarding visas. He said that officials lack the right tools and training, and decisions are rarely reviewed. Health screening has not changed in 50 years, and one key manual was last updated in 1999. The audit concluded that we need a better strategy to protect the health and safety of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, CIC has to get with the times. Will the minister finally implement the quality management system recommended over 11 years ago?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I am truly delighted to hear the NDP for the very first time raise a concern about security and health screening in the immigration system. I'd like to congratulate the member for Vancouver for his concern about this, which I share, and which is why our government has made significant investments in improving security screening. We accept all of the Auditor General's recommendations. We think they're very constructive, and in fact, our department is already working with our security partners, with the Public Health Agency, to put those measures in place.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, as one committed for some time to expanded sanctions on the Iranian regime, particularly in the financial and energy sector, I'm pleased that the government has now acted. But as the government knows, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has emerged as the epicenter of the nuclear weaponization program of international terrorism from Argentina to Afghanistan and massive domestic repression. And so will the government list the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist entity under Canadian law, as unanimously recommended also by the Foreign Affairs Committee, which tabled its report in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, our latest expansion to sanctions against Iran prohibit almost all financial transactions with the Iranian government. They add individuals and entities to the list of designated persons and expand the list of prohibited goods. We are taking aggressive action to cover the known leadership of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard and block virtually all transactions with Iran, including those with the central bank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is already an expensive advanced SATCOM system. Therefore, I have a $500 million question for the minister. Now that it's had 24 hours to find the right briefing notes, can he tell us whether the industrial benefits of Canada's participation in the U.S. military's SATCOM network will be subject to ITAR and subject to Buy American? And for his and all of our edification, can he tell the House the meaning and significance of the ITAR provisions in the context of this contract?
The Honourable Associate Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know that sarcasm will advance the legitimacy of what we are doing in this government. Operations in Afghanistan and Libya have proven that advanced, secure exchange of information is critical to the success of modern military operations. The Canadian contribution to this international partnership will guarantee our Canadian forces access to high-capacity military communications for the future. Our investment fits with the Canadian Forces' existing budget, and 100% of its value will be invested in creating skilled Canadian jobs across the country.
The Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Murray.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Justice of Quebec came to Ottawa today in good faith, hoping that the federal minister was prepared to listen to his concerns about Bill C-10 on criminal justice. But instead, he was given a slap on the face. Is this government listening, Mr. Speaker? Is the government not able to understand that the Quebec government has a different system for young offenders? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm always glad to welcome my colleagues from across the country, and when the Minister of Justice for Quebec asked for a meeting Monday or Tuesday, I was pleased to accommodate him. I pointed out to the Minister, as I pointed out to the House on a number of occasions, there's absolutely nothing in the Bill C-10 that in any way compromises or prohibits the province from reaching out and helping to rehabilitate young people, Mr. Speaker. The bill concentrates on a small group of out-of-control young people who are a danger to themselves and to the public, and this is why that should have the support of all members of Parliament.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Information Commission has warned the government that its bill to scrap the long gun registry and delete millions of records violates the letter and the spirit of the Library and Archives of Canada Act. This irresponsible and illegal move will get rid of records of not only shotguns and rifles, but also semi-automatic and assault rifles. The association representing the Canadian archivist wrote the Minister of Public Safety telling him that destroying records for political expediency and ignoring existing legislation sets a very dangerous precedent. Mr. Speaker, why are the Conservatives willing to break the law by destroying millions of records?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, we're changing the law in order to get rid of the long gun registry, which is comprised of data that targets law-abiding Canadian citizens, including hunters, sport shooters, and others. We have consistently opposed this wasteful and ineffective measure, which does nothing to keep guns out of the hands of criminals. We don't want to keep records on law-abiding citizens the way that the NDP does, and we're carrying out the promise that we made to the Canadian people.
Member for St. John's East. Mr. Speaker, on crime, it's clear that this government would rather ram through its wrong-headed prisons agenda than work together with provinces, crime experts, or even its own Crown prosecutors. New Democrats are proposing changes to focus on rehabilitating young offenders, not just throwing them in prison and forgetting about them. Mr. Speaker, good rehabilitation lowers costs, reduces repeat offenders, and makes our communities safer. Why is this government opposed to these reasonable amendments?
The Honourable Minister of Justice. New to the file, Mr. Speaker, but this bill has been before Parliament for quite some time, and we've listened to our provincial counterparts with respect to pre-trial detention, adult sentences, deferred sentencing, Mr. Speaker, and again, the bill targets a small group of out-of-control young people who are a danger to the public and a danger to themselves, as was identified in the Nunn report. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope the honourable member for once would get on board and support this important piece of legislation.
Deputy Gatineau.
Honourable member for Gatineau.
The Quebec Minister of Justice is leaving Ottawa angry after another unsuccessful attempt to convince the government to modify its bill on crime. The Conservatives are refusing to consider Quebec's amendments without being able to provide any expert study. All they're offering are personal observations by the minister. What Quebec is asking for is simple. Listen to the experts and take time to do things properly. Why is this government so bent on wanting to do the opposite? The Honourable Minister.
Why is the NDP so bent on opposing everything we do to crack down on crime in this country? That's a good question. The Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker. That being said, the Honourable Member says, not based on studies, Mr. Speaker, we will look very closely at the Nunn report that came out of Nova Scotia. And again, that identified some deficiencies within the Youth Criminal Justice Act. And I very much appreciate the response and the input that we've had right across this country, Mr. Speaker. Somebody asked me why the Liberals are always yelling, Mr. Speaker. It's because nobody ever listens to them.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, I assume that's why this morning, during the first business on clause by clause, the first, 100 clauses of the bill were adopted. So Quebec's asking for things that are simple and reasonable because its approach to rehabilitating young offenders works. What's more, the majority of provinces are refusing to pick up the tab for these irresponsible reforms. The Minister of Justice feels betrayed. He says he's dealing with the Reform Party government and not the Government of Canada. When will the government stop making ideological decisions?
L'honorable ministre
The Honourable
de la Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'll point out that a number of the recommendations and the changes to that bill have come directly from provincial attorneys general. In fact, the most recent amendment that we've taken comes straight from the Minister of Justice of Quebec, and that was with respect to the wording, changing the words from février, from encourager to février. This was a recommendation made by the Minister of Justice of Quebec. We're happy to comply, Mr. Speaker, but again, this bill has been before Parliament for quite some time. We've had quite a bit of input, Mr. Speaker, and for once it should have the support of the NDP.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to putting actual criminals behind bars. Canadians who have been the victim of a crime should not be re-victimized by our justice system. Canadians are rightfully concerned when law-abiding citizens are unfairly arrested or even charged for simply defending their property from criminals. This is unacceptable to our government. While the opposition is obstructing and delaying legislation which cracks down on drug dealers, on pedophiles, and on arsonists, our government is putting the rights of law-abiding citizens ahead of the rights of criminals. Can the Minister of Justice please inform this House how our government is acting to further protect law-abiding Canadians?
Yes. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Finally, a good question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure today of introducing the Citizens Arrest and Self-Defense Act.
Hear.
The member is correct that Canadians are rightfully concerned when law-abiding citizens are re-victimized by the justice system simply for defending their property. While Canadians should contact the police if their property or personal safety is threatened, we recognize that it's not always feasible in the circumstances. This legislation we introduced today expands, simplifies, and clarifies the laws when individuals need to respond to immediate threats. Now, I know the opposition is focused on farmers and duck hunters, but this should have their support for a change.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, climate change talks start next week in Durban, and this government can't seem to get its story straight because first they claim to be committed to the environment, but then they muzzle their scientists, and then they're claiming to target redundancies in the system, but we have a senior government official who says there are no redundancies. So we know we're going to be a laughingstock at Durban because we can't even get the job done at home. So when will the minister realize that he is the Minister of Environment and actually take action on this government's appalling environmental record?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I welcome my colleague back from her treacherous adventure abroad. I'm sure Canadian workers and our resource industries will rest much more quietly now that she's back in this place. Mr. Speaker, Canada goes to Durban with a number of countries sharing the same objectives, and that is to put Kyoto behind us and to encourage all nations and all major emitting countries to embrace a new agreement to reduce greenhouse gas reductions in a material way.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, there is a hole in the ozone above the Arctic that is twice the size of Ontario, and this government's solution is muzzling the scientists who found the hole and slashing the budget of the people who are monitoring it. And this hole is allowing harmful ultraviolet rays into our communities. So this is about protecting our children and our grandchildren. So when will this minister put down his talking points, listen to the scientific community and his own advisors, and become the Minister of Environment? Because it's never too late to learn.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I thank my colleague for those gracious words, Mr. Speaker. And I will reassure her again that my department, Environment Canada, will continue to monitor ozone. And I would remind her in this week when parties to the Montreal Protocol, which was so effective in addressing contaminants in the atmosphere that deplete ozone, that Canada is once again taking a leadership role.
The honourable member from Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The former Conservative Minister of the Environment stated yesterday that Canada must improve its environmental record on the oil sands. Jim Prentice said so himself. To achieve that will take work and investment. If nothing's done, we risk losing access to markets like Europe and the U.S. When will the government present a plan for the sustainable development of our resources? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I think the opposition, and I've said this many times in this House, that the opposition should celebrate Canada as an emerging clean energy superpower. And if I could offer my colleague a quote from the former minister yesterday, he said, I think substantial progress has been made, but I think as events have unfolded both in the United States on Keystone as well as other issues, it highlights how important it is that Canada not only be a producer of clean energy, but an environmentally responsible producer of energy.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't a comment made by an environmental crusader. It was the former Conservative Minister of the Environment who's calling for a sustainable plan for developing the oil sands. Yesterday he said, or on Monday rather, he said that the international perception of Alberta's oil sands was profoundly negative. He added, and I quote, "It's important for Canada not to be seen as a producer of energy, but an environmentally responsible producer of energy." Will the government listen to its former Minister of the Environment? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The NDP should know that it's always risky to alienate your political base, but especially when you are in pre-merger discussions. So I will list the labour unions which support Keystone because it will create thousands of jobs. I may run out of time. The General International Union of Operating Engineers, Labour International Union of America, International Brotherhood of Teamsters, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Building and Construction Trades Department, AFL-CIO, United Association of Journeymen and Apprentices of the Pump
The Honourable Minister's out of time. The Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, just days before the Minister of Fisheries was in St. John's, where he refused an invitation to visit the Maritime Rescue Subcentre, members of the Canadian Marine Advisory Council, the body Transport Canada Consults on Marine Safety, were signing a petition in Ottawa calling on the government to rescind its decision to close the centre. Since the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans won't visit the centre and see the operation firsthand and see the need to keep it open, I am asking the Minister of Transport, will he do so and stop this reckless move?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member's question has been addressed thoroughly. The efficiency measures underway will maintain the present levels of marine safety and service. The member may be forgetting, however, that while Liberals were content to tie up ships and to rust at the dock, we've done the exact opposite. And in fact, just last week I had the great honour to attend the naming ceremony for the first of the Hero-class midshore patrol vessels being built. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, a constituent on chemotherapy
can't get his decades-old drug for nausea. Another can't afford the brand-name drug to replace a missing generic. The drug shortage affects a wide range of medications. In the U.S., President Obama just took decisive action. Yesterday, our minister was pleased that drug companies will voluntarily give notice of impending shortages. When will the minister be pleased to get to the bottom of why Canadians are suffering from these shortages and what to do about it?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is playing a leadership role when it comes to dealing with drug shortages. This summer, I told the drug companies that if they did not take action, our government would look to regulations to require action, and I am pleased to report to the House that these companies have responded positively to my request. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, today I want to draw attention to the National Housing Day, and I say draw attention to because there's nothing to celebrate. This government has no long-term strategy on affordable housing. At present, 1.5 million Canadian families are living in inadequate housing, and more than 150,000 people are living on the streets. For them, a day without affordable housing is every day. Finally, this day reminds us of the inaction by this government. Why is the government so accepting of seeing so many Canadian families living without decent housing? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, we've invested considerable amounts of money in helping people who require affordable housing. For example, under our Economic Action Plan, we invested $2 billion which served to help renovate 14,000 homes. So that means 14,000 families received benefits, received assistance. But unfortunately, the NDP voted against all of these initiatives.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. 14,000 renovations are not new homes. Today is National Housing Day, another reminder that this out-of-touch government is failing families. A staggering 1.5 million Canadian households are at risk unless this government commits to more affordable housing. Aboriginal communities living in tents, seniors still paying for mortgages, families falling deeper into debt. Yet this government's so-called plan is too little too late. When will this government get serious about our housing prices? When will this government implement a real national affordable housing strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
The real question, Mr. Speaker, is when will the NDP stop complaining and start doing something to actually help those who need that? The facts are we have 14,000 projects. That's more than 14,000 families. 1,200 alone were renovations. The others were new projects, new builds. Mr. Speaker, we had specific funding for affordable housing for seniors, for the disabled, for those off reserve, for those on reserve. Mr. Speaker, the NDP voted against helping those people every single time. Shame on them. They have no credibility on this issue.
The Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, while our Conservative government is focused on jobs, the NDP is bashing the Canadian economy. First, the NDP tries to hack taxes on Canadians, from a $10 billion a year hike on employers to a GST hike on families and more.
Unbelievable.
Second, the NDP travels to Washington to join fellow left-wing radicals to attack our country's economy and good Canadian jobs. Finally, last night, the NDP shockingly voted against implementing the next phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan. Can the Finance Minister please explain what the NDP tried to kill last night?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I thank the Honourable Member for the erudite question about budget voting. Last night, the budget was voted on, third reading, and it was passed in this place, but without the support of the NDP, they walked away from the job creation tax credit for small business. They voted against the family caregiver tax credit. They voted against the children's arts tax credit. They voted against the volunteer firefighter tax credit. They voted against tax relief for the manufacturing sector and making the gas tax fund permanent for municipalities in Canada.
The Honourable Minister is out of time. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, the Cape Breton Regional Municipality has a major problem cleaning up its wastewater systems. You have a decline in population and a $100 million debt. With the previous Liberal government's tax rebate, the Mayor and Council have put many new systems in place. However, it's not enough. The province has stated that it will not give any more money, and this Conservative government has unfair deadlines. Will the Prime Minister come forward with more dollars and extended timelines for these small communities across Canada like CBRM?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Sorry, the Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I was mayor during the time of the former government. Our government delivered more than this government for many, many years. Our government, we made and continues to make significant investment in wastewater infrastructure across Canada. Since 2006, we have invested $2.1 billion in wastewater projects and will continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the government is imposing sanctions on Iran, but at the end of September, it allowed Mahmoud Reza Kavari, an executive from the Bank Melli involved in a financial scandal, into the country. I think we need to remind the government that the Bank Melli has been on Canada's blacklist since 2010 because it has funded the nuclear program in Iran. It took a month to launch an investigation. Why is the government allowing Canada to become a haven for financiers from the Iranian regime?
Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Monsieur le Président, tout d'abord.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, the member must understand that under the Privacy Act, the government and the minister cannot comment on specific cases. Having said that, I have read the media reports indicating that that man received Canadian citizenship in 2005. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we launched an investigation with respect to fraudulent obtaining of citizenship by people, and we are reviewing those cases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Yellowhead.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our government is defending Canada's interests around the world, and why wouldn't we? That's what we are elected to do, and that's what Canadians expect us to do. Meanwhile, the NDP consistently try to undermine Canada's interests, whether that's in Europe or whether that's in the United States. So could the Minister of Natural Resource update the House on the latest ridiculous NDP anti-trade mission?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, last week the NDP refused to attend a forum organized by a union representing 200,000 oil and gas workers. This week they are promoting an event with a European socialist in support of the Fuel Quality Directive. This unscientific initiative unfairly targets the 200,000 workers they refuse to talk to. We now know the NDP's priorities. They're foreign socialist comrades and billionaire U.S. limousine liberals, and not the hundreds of thousands of Canadian workers in our energy sector.
Absolutely.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries and Oceans Minister admits Canada's fishery is broken. He blames the mess on so-called red tape and inefficiency. His answer? Slash the department's budget, fire the scientists we need to help fish stocks recover, and eliminate regulation. It's like burning down your house because the paint is peeling. Instead of making the situation worse, when will this minister wake up and fix these problems?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
There's no question that the fishery is in need of change. With an aging workforce, aging fishers, we need to position the fishing industry to attract new and younger fishers to that industry. Just last week, for example, Mr. Speaker, I was in Newfoundland to announce the government's investment in an $18 million program to restructure the lobster industry. Fishermen were not nearly as downbeat as the member opposite, Mr. Speaker. In fact, they were very positive, saying such things as, it's a good day for the lobster industry in general and for the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu-Nicolet-Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, Minister Fournier left the meeting this morning with his federal counterpart empty-handed. The federal minister said he didn't believe the statistics provided by Quebec, the experience of Quebec lawyers, nor the opinion of the Quebec Bar. Earlier this morning, a poll revealed that 22% of Quebecers believe that C-10 will help reduce crime, only 22%, and 65% believe that the federal government should pay for the additional costs incurred as a result of C-10. Is this the federal government's open federalism? Is this the new way of working with Quebec? Simply sending the province packing?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we've listened very carefully to what our provincial counterparts, and I pointed out there is an amendment to Bill C-10 that was proposed by the province of Quebec, and we were very pleased to receive that. But the honourable member is looking for statistics. I'll tell you, there's one statistic I was very pleased to see. That was Leger Marketing recently published a survey which shows that 77% of Quebecers support tougher sentences for criminals. That's a great statistic, and I agree with that completely.
That concludes question period for today. J'aimerais porter à la
I would like to draw the attention of honourable members to the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 19th National Aboriginal Achievement Awards. Candace Sutherland, Elder Dave Groshan, Dr. Leona Makokas,
Grand Chief Edward John, Minnie Gray, Senator Jerry St. Germain, as well as the presence in the Ladies Gallery of recipient Richard Peter, and finally the Honourable Minister of Health, who is in her seat in the chamber.
Please join me after question period at a reception in the honor of the award recipients in 216N.
Reception in room 216 North. The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord on a point of order. The Minister of the Environment, earlier in his response to my honourable colleague of Halifax, said that she was a traitor. Since when do we call someone a traitor because she is going to meet with the elected representatives of another country? And what does the Environment Minister have? What interest does he have in monitoring the links, the useful links we have with progressives in the United States? Instead of doing that, he should be looking up at the hole in the ozone layer.
What's that? Certainly review the comments in question. The Honourable Member for Avalon is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Relating to some comments I made on November 3rd, I was not here last week, and I'd like to clarify and retract and apologize. In the comments I said, the last time I checked, the Speaker is a member of the Conservative Party and the Conservative Caucus. I apologize that he's not a member of the Conservative Caucus, and if with no intent to call into the impartiality of you, Mr. Speaker. I would like you, though, to go back and clarify for the record a little bit earlier in the conversation on that particular matter where the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London said the Speaker of the House of Commons now makes those two appointments in the greatest interest of impartiality and independence. Goes on to say the three-member boundaries commissions in the province are chaired by the judge, comprising of two other members appointed by the Speaker. And the next sentence, the goal in the readjustment process is that it's generally free of partisan considerations. So I'd ask for you, Mr. Speaker, to go review those particular comments in the light that my apology of bringing in your impartiality. I do believe that these two comments bring in for some consideration. So if you wouldn't mind, go and review the record on those particular comments as well. And I apologize for my comments in due course.
honourable member for his retraction and for his apology. I understand the honourable member for Mount Royal is rising further to his point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make an additional submission relative to the question of privilege I raised in this place last week regarding phone calls to constituents in my riding, asking them if they would support the Conservatives in the impending, if not imminent, by-election in my riding. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, as long as I am standing in this place, there is no by-election in my riding. But equally, if not more important, Mr. Speaker, I am as engaged now as I ever have been on the issues of the day, both domestic and international, on this, the 12th anniversary of my first election in November 1999.
Hear, hear.
It is not only that the false and misleading information overshadows and overtakes my involvement, whether it be on the domestic justice issues of the day or whether it be on my urgent legal representation of an Egyptian political prisoner, but rather that my constituents hear only the false rumors that I have stepped down rather than hearing reports of what I am in fact engaged in. While my office has provided the table clerks with a list of constituents contacted as well as some of the correspondence my office has received, I rise because there is some new information that I believe must be made known to the Speaker and all members of the House before the Speaker's ruling is made. I stressed in my first intervention that my concern about this reprehensible practice was not a personal one, but rather one that affects all members of this place. Indeed, as a story that aired on CBC Montreal about this found, some of the people contacted do not even live in my riding of Mount Royal. As one Montrealer says in the CBC story, and I quote, "Somebody told me that they were representing the Prime Minister and they were asking me for my support in the upcoming by-election. I asked him what by-election he was talking about, and of course, I believe this case study illustrates my point, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that the constituent who reported to me that she resides in the riding of Westmount Ville-Marie said that she was politically aware enough to know that I was not stepping down, but I can imagine, Mr. Speaker, that someone who follows politics less and lives in the riding of Westmount Ville-Marie might have been made to believe that, in fact, the member for Westmount Ville-Marie had resigned or was planning to resign. So it goes beyond me in this regard. While I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, that it is not up to me to make a privileged submission on behalf of that honourable member, I draw the attention again to the House of the pronouncement from Speaker Bosley, reprinted on page 113 of O'Brien and Bosk, and I quote, "It should go without saying that a Member of Parliament needs to perform his functions effectively, and that anything tending to cause confusion as to a member's identity creates the possibility of an impediment to the fulfilment of that member's functions. Any action which impedes or tends to impede a member in the discharge of his duties is a breach of privilege. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, while I contend the practice has breached my privilege, I believe it has also, at least in this instance, breached the privilege of the member for Westmount Ville-Marie, as it would also breach the privilege of any member whose riding is so targeted or whose constituents receive such calls. Mr. Speaker, and I say this lest there be any confusion, we all understand that political parties engage in fundraising, outreach and the like when Parliament is sitting. Such actions are perfectly permissible provided the rules are respected, the law is followed. Mr. Speaker, since it's directed particularly to you in your ruling, I would appreciate there isn't ongoing conversations with you. Such actions are perfectly permissible provided the rules are respected, the law is followed, and no privilege is breached. This practice, however, Mr. Speaker, breaches my privilege by implying that I'm not in this place and fulfilling my duties, as I could not be if I had indeed stepped down. It causes, as I said, confusion in the minds of my constituents as to whether I am currently their MP and what, in fact, I am doing in this place. Moreover, in the case of calls outside my riding, it may cause confusion to the electorate in other electoral districts as well. This, Mr. Speaker, as I said, is far different from the usual party activity when there is no election. For it is one thing to do a general fundraiser, as many members do, or even send literature, though as speakers have ruled in the past, and in the case of my riding, this too may have breached a privilege in certain situations. The problem is that these misleading calls misrepresent an alleged and imminent by-election. While the notion of an impending by-election may drum up support for it, it implies a sense of urgency, Mr. Speaker, Stating that there is a by-election in effect implies a great deal about the member presently serving, or indeed if he or she is even serving at all. Indeed, it implies that he or she is not serving and will not serve much longer. That's why I wholeheartedly welcome disagreement and debate about my politics and positions. And this is a fundamental activity that must be protected in a free and democratic society. I must reject any assertion or implication that I am not here in this place acting as I should and advocating on my constituents' behalf. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, for example, I've been in committee with honourable members from the other side and in all parts of this House from 8:45 a.m. today, exiting only for question period and this statement, and will be there until midnight tonight and tomorrow, as well as to propose my amendments to the Crime Bill BC 10. But, Mr. Speaker, and this is the important point, at the risk of, and I don't wish to sound self-serving in any way, all this gets overshadowed and forgotten if my constituents do not think I'm even here, and it overtakes them finding out what in fact I am doing when I am here. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the press tends to only ask me questions about these phone calls without seeking to understand positions that I may be taking on other compelling issues of the day in concert with members of this House. Further, Mr. Speaker, we now have some new information about the source of these calls. Whereas in my initial submission I identified the firm Campaign Research, ties to the Conservative Party have since become clear. Indeed, the person who was the Conservative candidate in the last election in my riding and who was rumoured to be the candidate in the imminent by-election, though I stress again, should any constituents be watching, there is no by-election, imminent, pending, and the like. Hear, hear. He has said, and I quote, "I have nothing to do with it, it's a party thing," unquote. I quote in a document presented to the table officers and who I will provide to any members who may wish to see it. Further news reports cite Conservative Party spokesman Fred Deloria saying the party, quote, "does not comment on operational matters when asked," which to my mind implies some level of involvement. Mr. Speaker, while I still believe the matter constitutes a prima facie breach of privilege and as such should be referred to the appropriate committee for inquiry and investigation, I believe it is now imperative that the committee be given the matter to investigate, given that there are obviously individuals that could be called as witnesses on this matter. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, as your predecessor once noted in 2007, though I suspect that the comment may have been made partially in jest, and I so characterize it, and I quote, "I hate to deprive the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with an opportunity to examine witnesses on a question that I know would thrill the members of the committee," unquote. Whether it is thrilling or not, I do not know, but I know it is sufficiently serious to warrant referral. Should the committee find that the practice is indeed a breach of privilege, fines could be imposed for making such calls. Individuals who ordered them might arguably be found in contempt of the House or short of this, and I believe it would be in line with the established way privilege matters work. Those responsible might acknowledge that the practice occurred on their watch, apologize for having engaged in it and the damage it has done, and all parties would undertake not to engage in such behaviour. This, Mr. Speaker, would establish a welcome precedent that, in the view of the House, it is not proper for anyone to tell one's constituents that a member has resigned or is resigning when he or she remains a quite active and involved member of this place. One last point, Mr. Speaker. Unless the government plans to break its own election law and dissolve Parliament, the next election is clearly not impending or imminent as it is being implied to my constituents. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, at such time, it would then be a general election and not a by-election. And the point of by-elections, O'Brien and Bosk note on page 189 that by-elections only occur when there is, quote, a vacancy in the representation. And further, precisely on page 241, that a person ceases to be a member when that person dies, when that person resigns his or her seat, when that person is accepted in office of profit or emolument under the Crown, when that person has been elected to sit in a provincial or territorial legislative assembly or on a municipal council, when the member's election has been overturned in accordance with the Canada Elections Act, and when the House has by order declared that the member's seat is vacant and has ordered the Speaker to address a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ of election for a new member. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of reiterating the list, and I have mentioned the list only so that it be clear that none of these items accord with the present circumstance or my circumstances in any way. Mr. Speaker, I assure you there is indeed no pending, let alone impending by-election, and all calls to the contrary are false, misleading, and prejudicial to the workings of this House, to my constituents and myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his further contribution on this point. Are other members rising sur le même point?
On the same point, the honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find this very worrisome, this whole matter. It's not the first time I've heard the member tell us about what has been happening, and now he has received new information as well. So I would just like to say, Mr. Speaker, to yourself and to the members, that for the Bloc Québécois, not only is this worrisome, but this is indeed a point of privilege. And because we have to understand, as the member says himself, that if there is a rumor that has been spread in his riding that there will be a by-election, well, then that means that the member becomes kind of a lame duck for the population of his riding, because for those people, they think, well, the member is leaving and perhaps he's not as interested in doing his work. So it is a point of privilege because the point of privilege means that the member is prevented from doing his work, and that is what is happening right now. It is clear that the media are taking this up as well, and we know very well there isn't a by-election in his riding. We know that he is a member who works for his constituents, so he has not left. Nonetheless, I am convinced that there are people who have received those phone calls, and they must be wondering. So the member's work has been directly harmed, so I think that light must be shed on this matter. It's not the first time that the member has been stuck with that kind of problem. The Conservatives already sent out 10%ers into his riding on another occasion to attack him on a very delicate issue. And I don't know if they're trying to hammer this member, but I agree with this member that the procedure committee should be seized of this matter to find out what is happening and to stop it. And if that happens to any of our other members, we need to find out what the problem is.
Honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands on the same point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the point of privilege raised by our honourable friend, the member for Mount Royal. It's deeply disturbing, and certainly it's more than rumor. He has now had several ways of confirming that such calls are being made into his riding, and he has been able, through what he put forward to the House today, to provide further detail that suggests it comes, and we don't have 100% proof, but the suggestion is that Conservative Party operatives are spreading false rumors within his riding. And I rise on this because I think it's a more generalized point of privilege for many members in this House. If this becomes a tactic, if this becomes something that is used to destabilize the ridings of anyone elected to this place, then it does, in general, speak to a point of privilege and offend the rules of this House. And to that effect, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to add to the discussion from page 113 in O'Brien and Bosk. We find the story of what occurred in 1985, and Speaker Bosley dealt with this. There was a newspaper advertisement that suggested someone else was a member of Parliament other than the sitting member, and Speaker Bosley ruled on this and said, quote, "It should go without saying that a member of Parliament needs to perform his functions effectively, and that anything tending to cause confusion as to a member's identity creates the possibility of an impediment to the fulfillment of that member's functions. Any action which impedes or tends to impede a member in the discharge of his duties is a breach of privilege." End quote. So I suggest that this mischief-making at a local level in relation to a member's intentions and a member's good standing, as I must say, as a former Minister of Justice, the member for Mount Royal is, in my mind, one of the finest parliamentarians in this place. That such mischief should go on in his riding means that none of us are secure. And a clear ruling from you, Mr. Speaker, to put an end to this practice, to make it clear that it may be that there are party machinations that go on without direction from the top, that this is mischief-making that's not coordinated, that it's a random act of breach of privilege. But I think your ruling on this will clearly put this kind of unhelpful, deliberate misleading of an electorate, which is clearly anti-democratic at its very base, put it to rest and make it stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for her contributions as well to the question currently before the chair. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Second reading of Bill C-11, the Copyright Modernization Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Regan.
Honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster has 5 minutes left to conclude his remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I need to take a lot more time to paint the portrait of what the Conservatives have done in this particularly bad bill. But when I was speaking a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, what I was particularly incensed and appalled by was the lack of a number of Conservative members' knowledge. Even though they were here to speak on Bill C-11, they obviously hadn't read the bill, Mr. Speaker. And we heard repeatedly from this side of the House, because New Democrats always do their homework, we've read the bill. We heard repeatedly comments that the retroactive book-burning provisions of Bill C-11 simply weren't in the bill. Conservative after Conservative after Conservative got up in this House and said unabashedly there are no book-burning provisions. Now, of course, what we were referring to, Mr. Speaker, was the retroactive electronic books that are eliminated, destroyed, burned by this particular legislation. And I wanted to read to the record, Mr. Speaker, because it's so important that Canadians understand what is in the legislation in these bad bills that our Conservatives are bringing in front of the House. On page 23 of Bill C-11, I'm reading directly from the text, Mr. Speaker, and this is Section 30.1, Clause 5. It says the following: the student shall destroy the reproduction. That's the student textbook that they have received electronically within 30 days after the day on which the students who are enrolled in the course to which the lesson relates have received their final course evaluations. Mr. Speaker, you couldn't be clearer than that. It says it black on white right in the text of C-11. It says that students across this country who get electronic books as a result of this government's incredible irresponsibility in drafting this legislation will have to destroy their course material. I'll read it one more time. The students shall destroy the reproduction within 30 days. If not, they contravene the bill. They break the law, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know this Conservative Party has pled guilty to law-breaking just a few days ago. But what they're doing is saying to the students of this country, and educational institutions as well, you get your material, you go through your course, but the moment you've received your final course evaluations, you've got to destroy all of that information that you've accumulated through the course of your lesson, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you now, having gone to university a number of years ago, I keep much of that course material to the present day. My management courses still serve me. My accounting courses still serve me. When I go to finance, when I do a variety of things in this House, a lot of the things that I learned in university continue to be useful today. What Conservatives say is now we're going to retroactively force you to burn your books, burn your textbooks, destroy all that information. And they're doing it, Mr. Speaker, because lobbyists said, well, that's something you should put in the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member from Timmins James Bay, who's our digital critic, has talked about some of the other aspects of this bill and how they make criminals out of ordinary Canadians. This government seems obsessed with trying to make everyone a criminal. They've also put anti-circumvention rights in the digital locks within the bill, which means that the simple action of copying information for personal use makes those individuals criminals. And, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about very draconian penalties, up to $1 million, that are contained within the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, we've spoken out against the digital lock provisions. We've spoken out against the retroactive book burning that Conservatives now want to force every student in the country who gets electronic textbooks to endure. We've spoken out about that because it's simply bad legislation, Mr. Speaker. What we've stood up for is the rights of students to keep their course material. We've stood up for the rights of Canadians to copy for personal use. We've said that we need a modernization of the Copyright Act, but not in this right-wing, ideological, lobbyist-based crusade that this Conservative government has brought about by bringing in some of the provisions of this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've offered to make amendments. We've offered to bring forward constructively, change the retroactive book-burning provisions, change the incredible aspects around the digital locks and criminalizing Canadians. And this Conservative government, in its incredible arrogance, has said, no, we're not going to listen to Canadians on this. We're not even going to listen to Canadians in committee. We're not going to hear from Canadians on this. We're simply going to try to ram the bill through. Well, Mr. Speaker, we're speaking out against this bill, and we're speaking out against the bad provisions that these Conservatives have put in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for the parliamentary. Yes, Oak Ridges Market.
It's good to see that the honourable member is kind of changing what he said last time he was up, because the last time he was up in the House, he talked about students having to burn their course notes, and he's somewhat modified that now because he knows that that's not true. And the other thing he just mentioned was with respect to digital locks and making consumers criminals for circumventing digital locks. And now he says that he's, of course, read the bill. So I'd ask him on two sections. Where in the bill does it say that those who circumvent digital locks, individuals who circumvent digital locks will be made criminals? Where does that section criminalize them? And B, if he could point out anywhere in the bill, and I mean anywhere in the bill, where it talks about students having to burn their course notes. Students who have created notes, who have done their work, having to then take their personal course notes and having to burn them. I wonder if you could point out the specific sections of the bill that criminalize individuals for breaking digital locks, and the sections of the bill, anywhere in the bill, where it says that students have to burn their personal notes.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Mr. Speaker, the member is doing it again. He is doing it yet again. Incredible. The poor quality of interventions from Conservatives in this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. Yet again, and he did this a few days ago in the debate, he tried to confuse course textbooks with handwritten course notes. And, of course, everyone said, well, what are you talking about? He was unable to explain it, still continues to deny that course textbooks are in the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just read twice Section 30.05, Section Clause 5. I read it twice, and he still stands up and says, well, I haven't read it anywhere. Mr. Speaker, he hasn't read the bill. He hasn't bothered to look at the bill. He hasn't read, and I'm not going to read for a third time, Section 30.05, Section 5. I'm simply not going to do it yet again, Mr. Speaker, because this member should be doing his work. He should be reading the bill on his own, and then he'll realize this is bad legislation, and he should be voting against it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker, and again, I listened with great interest to the speech, and I too am appalled about this bill. As an educator and a textbook author, the reason why I write textbooks is not to make money, but it's to provide students with information and material that they can take with them not only through the course, but also after the course, so they can go and look at it and refer to for future courses, and as Peter alluded to, later in life when they have graduated. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wonder if my colleague would be able to elaborate that a bit further. Thank you.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to compliment the member from Burnaby Douglas for his questions and the interventions he makes in this House of Commons. He comes from a proud history of NDP representation in Burnaby Douglas, former member Sven Robinson, former member Bill Sigsay, and he had filled very, very large shoes, and he's filling them in a very compelling way and very eloquently, and we're very happy to have him in this House of Commons. He's obviously, well, the member also points out Tommy Douglas, so that wasn't the riding of Burnaby Douglas, that was the riding of Burnaby as a whole, which is now half mine and half his. But I thank the member for Ottawa Orleans for his point on that. The clause 30.055 is absolutely deplorable for any student who is listening to us today, Mr. Speaker. The fact that they would have to burn within 30 days of getting their course evaluation, their course textbooks that they receive electronically. As the member from Burnaby Douglas has just pointed out, this is something that is essential for the long-term education of our students. And, Mr. Speaker, if even today students who have graduated continue to use their course textbooks, for the Conservatives to say, rip them up, burn them, and if you don't, you break the law, is absolutely absurd. But, Mr. Speaker, it's becoming evident in this debate, no Conservatives have actually read the bill. What they've done is read the PMO's talking points. They haven't read the actual legislation. I implore them, Mr. Speaker, before it's too late, before the vote, they should read the bill and find out actually what it contains.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the previous speaker can give me a copy of that bill. I can read it to them another time. Everyone agrees that Canada needs the copyright reform. Everyone agrees. Okay, thank you. Everyone agrees that this reform should be fair to all parties, creators and consumers. Striking this balance is not an easy task. Given this general consensus, I'm disappointed that the Conservatives' copyright bill has had very little to do with the interests of Canadians and everything to do with pleasing United States movie studios and other large content owners. When will Canadians have copyright legislation that works for us? The Conservatives ignored expert opinions raised in the committee and the findings of their own copyright consultations in 2009. Artists, educators, consumers, and students all weighed in during the committee hearings, providing the Conservative Party with balanced information and weighted insight. Unfortunately, these information have been summarily ignored. As a result, this bill in front of us is a misguided piece of legislation and may end up doing more harm than good. The Copyright Modernization Act essentially gives with one hand while it takes with another. Conservative continues to not deal with the issue of extending the private copying levy, as the NDP and many experts proposed. The private copying levy has worked efficiently in the past for cassette tapes, CDs, and DVDs. While this bill contains a few concessions for consumers, they are unfortunately undermined by the government's refusal to compromise on the single most controversial copyright issue in this country, which is digital lock provisions. Digital locks supersede other rights guaranteed in the Charter. They are a blunt instrument which does not distinguish between personal use and the copying with intent to sell. In the case of long-distance education, for example, someone in a remote, isolated community would have to burn their school notes after 30 days. This is hardly an improvement or any appropriate use of copyright law. Just in case our Conservative friends across the way don't know that section, I will remind them again, it is section 30.5, and I will read it again if they choose to ask me that question. If we begin from the premise that a successful act will balance the right of creators to be compensated fairly for their work and the right of consumers to have reasonable access to content, then we can only conclude that C11 must undergo revision before this act can serve Canadians. Here's what the Samuelson Greshko Canadian Internet Policy and Public Interest Clinic said on digital lock provisions. The bill succumbs to U.S. pressure and makes fair dealing, including a new exception for the many ordinary activities of Canadians, illegal whenever there is a digital lock on the work. A digital lock will trump all other rights, forbidding all fair dealing and keeping a work locked up even after its copyright terms expired. Overall, these digital lock provisions are some of the most restrictive in the world. To achieve a fair balance between users and copyright owners, the government needs to fix the digital locks provision before the bill passes into law. The Writer Guild of Canada said that the only option that the bill offers to creators is digital lock, which freezes current revenue streams for creators and creates an illogical loophole in the copyright bill by taking away the very rights the bill grants to consumers in other sections. The government has said they are giving rights holders the tools they need in order to develop products, market them, and get paid for them. That this is about protecting creators from piracy. Digital locks are neither forward-looking nor in consumers or creators' best interest. Digital locks, at the best, will simply freeze current revenue streams for creators. On the other hand, the bill will deprive some citizens of access to work they already paid for and have every right to use. It will be illegal to remove a lock, even if done so for a lawful purpose. If someone locks themselves out of the house, we don't drag them off to jail for trying to enter their locked property. Why should digital property be any different? On the other hand, the rights and interests of creators are not being supported either. It should simply be enough to quote the Society for Reproduction Rights of Authors, Composers, and Publishers in Canada. The bill in the House of Commons will significantly affect creators' revenues. And by that, I believe they're talking about at least $30 million. Moreover, back to quoting from them, moreover, the desired balance between the interests of creators and those of consumers and users are, in our opinion, completely absent. Thus, it is imperative that this bill be revised before it's ultimately adopted into law. We believe this Copyright Modernization Act should not make every criminal out of every Canadian, make criminals out of every Canadians who break digital locks for personal, non-commercial use. We support amendments which actually benefit Canadian content creators, as these artists need the revenue streams. And we do need a Copyright Modernization Act, but we need one that is balanced and that is genuinely concerned with Canadians' artists and Canadians' consumers. A bill, right now, this bill will leave all sides unhappy, is one that has fallen short of its responsibility. Mr. Speaker, since I have a few more minutes, allow me to read again one more section, one more time, the section that my friends are talking about, that it did not, because my colleague read it twice, but maybe 3 or 4 times later, they may finally get it. This is page 23 of the bill, and is section 5, and it said very clearly, it's talking about reproducing lessons. These are students that are using notes. It said that it's not an infringement of copyright for a student who has received a lesson by means of communication, by telecommunication under paragraph 3A, to reproduce the lesson in order to be able to listen to or view it for a more convenient time. However, yes, the student shall destroy the reproduction within 30 days after the day on which the students who are enrolled in the course to which the lesson relates have received their final course evaluations. Speaker, I know how students work. Sometimes an assignment can be given for a term. And when you have a document in front of you, it is not always possible to deal with all elements of that document within 30 days. Some documents, even though they have received it very legally, completely legally, takes a lot more time to go through it. Well, this bill was introduced on September 29th. Now, this is almost December. This is end of November. If some members of the Conservative team over there have taken more than 2 months, well, month and a half, to read this bill, how could they expect students to take a document, even though they have a right to study it, and then within 30 days, they have to destroy the documents? That does not make sense, and certainly this component make criminals out of ordinary Canadians. And the people that would suffer most would really be the students and the artists who are not getting the fair compensation that they should have. And these artists, we all know, help create an identity for Canada. And a lot of artists, in fact, live in poverty, and they need more funds, and this bill does not serve them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to the honourable member's presentation on this bill. We all know that the government has had serious consultations across the country, probably in terms of consultation on any bill over the last couple of years. And this is the same bill that was Bill C-32 in the last Parliament. I happen to be the chair of the Special Legislative Committee that looked at this bill, heard from well over 100 witnesses, 75 different groups, and we heard time and time again that we see Canada as an outlaw. Canada has become a haven for those enablers who are able to be pirates and to steal intellectual property. Investments have not been made in our country in terms of businesses that want to have protection in terms of intellectual property. My question to the honourable member is, would she support getting this bill to committee so that once again that we could hear those facts and stop Canada from being a haven and a place where outlaws and pirates can steal intellectual property, and so that investments in the Canadian economy can be made?
For Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I do know that Canada needs a new Copyright Act. No one would deny that. It needs a balanced act that would benefit both the artists and make sure that people that are using the materials legally would not be punished. I was at one of the consultations in Toronto where the former Minister of Industry and now the Minister of Treasury Board, he came. I was at Royal York Hotel, and the Canadian Federation of Students tried to come in to express their point of view, and unfortunately weren't, for some reason, were not allowed to do so. That was quite unfortunate, because I think in this bill one of the fatal flaw is it's punishing a lot of the students. And I think if there are some fundamental amendments that can be made to this bill that deals with the digital law issues and the compensation for artists, then it could be a balanced bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to my honourable colleague's point from Leeds-Grenville, one of the major issues that I bring up from time to time, and certainly I discovered it several years ago, and that is whenever we say in the House, why don't you just say yes, put it to committee, make fundamental changes? You cannot make fundamental changes once you have said yes in principle to the bill, which requires in second reading, if the majority votes for it, yes, then you've accepted the principles and the scope of the bill. Therefore, the fundamental changes that you wish to put into the bill will not be accepted by you, the Speaker. It doesn't matter if everybody in this House agrees with the fundamental changes. You have that ultimate responsibility to see that it goes beyond the scope and principles of the bill. That's my comment about that. Now, to the honourable member speaking for the moment, Trinity Spadina, one of the big, talk about I guess to the point where there's no grey matter involved here, where there's some kind of recourse whenever you see something that you can transfer a purchased material to another device, can be trumped by the fact that you have what is called a digital lock. And we have, now this bill will give us one of the harshest provisions for digital locks in the world. Thank you.
Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, I agree that a bill cannot be fundamentally amended because then it will be you, the Speaker, will say that it wouldn't be in order, which is why the NDP in the past have sometimes tried to get a bill through without a vote on the second reading, send it to committee without recommendations, so that it can be fundamentally amended in a way. And that's the way I think Canadians want us to work together, so that some of these amendments can be accepted at the committee. But I don't think that is how the Conservatives government want to work in this term, unfortunately.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-11. And like the member from Trinity Spadina, we both represent ridings, me in Vancouver, Vancouver East, and the member in Toronto, that do have a lot of artists and people who work in the cultural sector. So I think we very much share that together in terms of our ridings. And we know how much concern there is about this bill and whether or not it does indeed strike the right balance. So it's, sometimes legislation can go through Parliament and not be noticed very much. Other times we find that there's a huge amount of interest in legislation, and there are campaigns to try and stop something like we've seen with Bill C-10, the omnibus bill on drug crimes and other bills. But this bill, it's been very surprising to me because it's a bill that's highly technical in nature. It's a complex issue when it comes to talking about copyright. And yet I have to say, in my community in East Vancouver, over the last couple of years, there's been significant debate about this issue because people recognize that copyright modernization is something that's long overdue. And they've, of course, been aware that the Conservative government was bringing forward legislation. In fact, we've seen a previous version of this bill that was identical in the last Parliament. And so I've actually been surprised, in a good way, that there is so much debate out in the community about copyright, about the needs of cultural workers, of artists, of creators, as well as libraries and public access. And I'm sure, like many MPs, I've had visitations from, in my case, the Vancouver Public Library. I think I've met with them 2 or 3 times over the last few years about copyright issues. And of course, we know that a hallmark of public libraries is public accessibility. It's one of the few remaining places in our society where no matter who you are, whether you're very wealthy or you're living on welfare and below the poverty line, you have access to a public library. It's a public institution. They're publicly owned, and the services are publicly accessible. And so, of course, issues of public access and copyright are critically important when it comes to public libraries. And I know that the Canadian Library Association, the BC Library Association, the Vancouver Public Library have all brought forward, I think, very thoughtful comments and proposals and ideas about copyright and what needs to be done. So it has been a very interesting process to see the level of engagement around this bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, having said that, and also noting that, of course, as New Democrats and our I guess, copyright critic, the member for Timmins James Bay, who's done an incredible job of staying on top of this issue, we do believe that copyright modernization is long overdue. There's no question about that. I don't think there's any disagreement from any of us about that reality. Obviously, the issue before us here today, though, is this bill. Does this bill, as it is currently manifested, contain the right balance in terms of public access, allowing students, that we just heard from the member from Trinity Spadina, who read out one clause of the bill that seems particularly onerous. Is there an adequate balance of those rights and provisions in terms of protecting creators, artistic copyright, as well as ensuring that there is proper public access? And I know that our member from Timmins James Bay, who has gone through this with a magnifying glass in great detail and has also had numerous public consultations, town hall meetings, enormous response back from stakeholders, he has come to the conclusion, and we've had discussions about this within our own caucus as well, that this bill unfortunately does not have the right balance. And in fact, there are many glaring problems, and in some situations, and this is very unfortunate, the bill itself will even create problems where none existed before. So the principle of modernization is good, but of course the devil is in the details, as we all know. And so I do think it's really important that this particular bill, as it's being debated in the House here at second reading, which is in principle, that if it does go to committee, and I assume that it will because the government has a majority, that there be a very close examination of this bill, because we want to make sure that copyright laws in Canada can balance the right of creators to be fairly compensated for their work and the right of consumers to have reasonable access to copyrighted content. Now, I know that the government believes that this bill does that, but unfortunately, upon close examination, we believe that there are serious problems with the bill, there are flaws, and that if there is a genuine interest to work on the bill and to improve it, then I think we could end up with a bill that actually reflects the balance that we all want to see. Now, I say that with maybe some optimism and hope, but also with the knowledge that this is the government that has rammed through legislation in the last few weeks since we came back and brought in time allocation, I think it's 7 times now, and is hell-bent on forcing through C-10 through committee and having it come back into the House. And I truly believe that if, as legislatures, we are to do our job, one of the most important processes of the legislative process is what happens in committee. And it's not a matter of just, playing for time or being frivolous. There is a real process that takes place, and I've been part of that on a number of committees over the years, and I know other members of this House has as well. And when that happens, you actually can end up with something that's a better product, that is truly a reflection of A, what experts are telling you, and B, what the perspective is of the political elements within this House. And so I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that on this bill, because it does have such a long history, and this, I think it's now the 3rd time around that it's come forward, that there actually will be a commitment from the Conservative government and the minister to allow the committee to actually do its work, and that it won't just simply be rammed through. There are people in Canadian society who are incredibly expert on this issue. They do need to be heard. Now, I know the government is going to say, oh, well, we did all these consultations and we've done it all. Well, this is before a legislative committee, though. This is part of a real process where people need to be heard. So I want to say that at the outset, Mr. Speaker, that for those of us in the NDP, we're willing to work on this bill. We think there are serious problems, but we're willing to work on it. But in its current form, it's not something that we think is supportable. Now, in terms of some of the specifics, which I'd just like to go into, one of the problems that we have is that this bill will formally enshrine in legislation commonplace grey area practices that enable users to record TV programs for later viewing, as long as they don't compile a library of recorded content, which is often called time shifting, transfer songs from CDs onto their MP3 players, called format shifting, and make backup copies. We're also very concerned that it will create new limited exceptions to the fair dealing provision of the Copyright Act, including the exceptions for educators and exceptions for parody and satire that Canadian artists have been asking for. The exceptions to fair dealing contained in C11 represent some of the most contentious elements of the proposed legislation. Mr. Speaker, I know that there's also a very serious concern about the digital locks, and that this will override many aspects of the balance that's being sought here. And I know that much of the commentary that's come from experts like Michael Geist and the Statement of Cultural Industries, that they have they have all spoken to this issue. For example, Michael Geist, who's a renowned technology commentator, says, quote, "The fundamental principle of the new bill remains that any time a digital lock is used, whether on books, movies, music, or electronic devices, the lock trumps virtually all other rights." So this, Mr. Speaker, clearly is a problem and something that needs to be fixed. And the Statement of Cultural Industries, which represents 80 arts and culture organizations across the country, argue that the bill may be, quote, "toxic to Canada's digital economy," and have a lot of concerns about the bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is coming to a close. This bill needs to be changed. It needs to be fixed. And if there's goodwill from the government to do that and they act in good faith, then maybe that's possible to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for her thoughts. I'm wondering if she could maybe expand just a little bit on what some of the stakeholders that she met with, what their discussions were with respect to the online piracy and how we can do a better job of making sure that Canada is no longer a haven for online pirates. And the other thing I wanted to ask was, we know that in Europe there are much greater supports for TPMs, and that hasn't actually reduced the availability of content online. I'm wondering why if she would have any rationale for thinking that Canada's less stringent use of TPMs through this bill would somehow reduce availability of content for Canadian consumers, and how we can on the one hand suggest we're protecting Canadian consumers, but on the other side try to bring forward a levy which would make it far more expensive for consumers to access these type of products.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do believe that a bill can be formulated that does strike the right balance. Unfortunately, this bill doesn't do it. I have a whole list here of organizations and individuals. I mentioned one, Michael Geist. I mentioned the Statement of Cultural Industries, but there are many others who are bringing forward, I think, very legitimate concerns, not only on the digital locks, but on other issues. The Writers Guild of Canada, the Samuelson Glushko Canadian Internet Policy and Public Interest Clinic, a Society of Composers, Authors and Music Publishers, Howard Knopf, who's a patent lawyer, the Society for Reproduction Rights of Authors, Composers and Publishers, and the list goes on and on. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to deal with the individual aspects of the bill. This is why what we want to hear from the government is that they are actually committed to looking at what these people have to say in committee and to be willing and open to address the inconsistencies and the problems that are within the bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, speaking of, well, I'm not sure if I comply with the statement about TPMs being harsher in other regions of the world. Other people have dealt with the same on the basis of that the digital locks to begin with were really stringent and then eased back on some of those restrictions later on, especially when it dealt with the education exemption. I would like to ask my honourable member my honourable colleague a question about one thing that gets overlooked in this House and also gets overlooked in the bill, and that is the issue of artist resale right. Basically, it allows artists in many parts of the world and many other countries, especially in Europe, to gain a percentage of sales as they sell their work of art. This would be a great situation for Canada, for Canadian artists, as the art itself will appreciate in value over the years. That percentage would certainly be beneficial, especially in the Aboriginal communities where we have a lot of art at play. So I'd like my honourable colleague to pass comment on that as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I know from my own community where we have very well-known and renowned artists who do travel internationally. They have shows. And so I think, first of all, our ability to support our artists in the international setting is very important, but also to ensure that as artistic creators, that they have some control over their work, that they have that where revenue is produced, where wealth and value is produced, that they have the ability to share in that. And I think that's a very important principle.
There's time for a short question and comment. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short. Over the last 6 months, I've heard a number of debates here in the House, and from what I can see from the last 6 months is that the Conservatives are against small businesses because they're going to be increasing taxes. They're against veterans because they cut their funding, and I'll be very brief. And it would appear they would be against the consumers in this bill. Could my member colleague elaborate on that?
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, that's one of the problems with this bill is that it does include some very onerous provisions in terms of public access, but it also has problems for artists. So I guess we could add 2 more groups to that list that the member has brought forward, and that is both consumers and artists. And many of these groups do want to speak out on this bill. And so again, what we want to know from this government is, are they willing in good faith to work on this bill and to hear what people have to say at the committee and to fix the flaws that are in this bill?
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Chambly-Bourg-Dumas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to Bill C-11 because, especially in Quebec, we understand the importance of protecting our creators, but also how important it is to be able to consume the creations. And I think that that is the very heart of the NDP's issue on this bill. It is to strike a fair balance between the protection of consumers and the consumers' permission to be able to participate in our culture in that way, but also the right of creators to be protected adequately. I think that I'm going to speak from a particular angle, and that is the aspect of the impact that this will have on education, especially teachers' ability to teach, but also the ability of students to be able to take advantage of what is offered to them throughout their education. As an introduction, I would like to mention a few interesting statistics. That libraries are more and more popular in Quebec. I think that the number of loans in libraries has been increasing over the past 7 years, since 2002, in fact. And I think it should also be mentioned that in 2007 alone, there were some 300 million library loans across Quebec. So we can really see that there is a particular trend. People want to participate in culture. They want to help share it. And this holds for education as well. I would like to mention that I had the opportunity over the past few months, since the beginning of my mandate here in the House, to meet with a number of partners in this area, a number of players in the area of education. I'm thinking of the Federation of the Student Associations of the campus of the Université de Montréal, the Association of Universities and Colleges of Canada, the Canadian Alliance of Student Associations. And all of these people had the chance to speak with me and tell me about how they felt about this bill. And after having mentioned these groups, I'd also like to talk about their opinion of this bill. One of the serious problems that has been discussed over and over, but I'd like to address it again, is as concerns the use, or rather fair dealing. The bill has a paragraph, a clause that talks about fair dealing for the purposes of education. And what is very important to explain in this is that there are also other clauses in the bill, other sections, that contradict the very concept of fair dealing. And I'll explain what I mean by that. First of all, there's the concept, the concept of digital locks. Now, when we think about digital locks, well, then we realize that this is a kind of proposal that is important to work on in collaboration with among the government members and on the opposition side as well, because as my colleague for Vancouver East mentioned, we are very aware that in this digital era in 2011, it is very important to review the technologies and the impact that they will have on creations and on copyright. However, there is no there's no provision for fair dealing or fair use for teachers or students who must deal with digital logs. So they're treated just like anyone who would be trying to circumvent the rules. So that means that if a student or a teacher uses a creation that is available digitally for purposes that do not, or rather that violate copyright, they're punished the same way as someone, as a hacker, as someone who engages in piracy. And that is just not right. The other aspect that harms the concept of fair use or fair dealing is the compulsory destruction after 30 years regarding interlibrary loans. Now, what I mean for that is that when you're a university student, often one has the ability to participate in interlibrary loans. So when I was studying at McGill University, I was able to borrow documents from other universities. For example, Université de Montréal, Concordia University, from UQAM. And that was something that was very useful because it is not all universities that are expert or that specialize in different subjects. Not all universities have the same resources. So that allowed students and teachers to share several resources in such a way as to enrich their experience, and both for students and teachers alike. And when we realize that this documentation has to be destroyed after 5 days, and not 30 after 5, well, then that's just ridiculous. Because a student should have more than 5 days to be able to use and to take advantage of this material to help that person's learning. And I think that is something that needs to be worked on so that we can strike a fair balance that once again allows us to understand the reality of the digital era, the reality of 2011, but also allows students to fully benefit from work that has been done in order to contribute to their education. A third point that runs counter to the concept of fair use in this bill is the destruction of course notes after 30 days. Now, there again, we see that there's a problem because we're talking about copyright here, but a student has already paid copyright for those course notes. Students have already paid for that. They've already participated in that process, so they shouldn't have to see them destroyed, because it's not only preventing students who have participated in this process from taking advantage of these works, because that person would be running counter would be violating copyright. But the student is trying to engage in personal use of this education, and he's in fact already paid for, these students have already paid for their education. And for where teachers want to adapt this material in order to work with students who need special materials, for example, if they have certain disabilities. So this harms these teachers as well. And this was raised by these students that I had the pleasure of meeting with during my mandate, and I think it is a very serious problem. I'd just like to also say that I met with teachers as well, and this is very interesting because often when we talk about new universities, teachers are not just people who are transmitting information, they're also creators or authors. For example, the Quebec Federation of University Professors, who were kind enough to share their concerns about this bill with us. They talked about the 3 points that I just raised that contradicted the very concept of fair use, but they also referred to how they would like to be able to better teach their material. So it's not only students who have to destroy their course notes, but it is also teaching assistants who have to destroy their course outline. And there are a number of problems with this. First, a teacher assistant has to start somewhere. They have to learn from their own mistakes or from their own successes in order to do their work properly. So teaching assistants should be able to reuse course outlines that they themselves have designed based on what was available, so that they can learn from their mistakes and better do their job the next time. In the same line, in the same vein, there's another problem, that these teaching assistants are also often called about to put forward innovative ideas, so they have to have the ability to do their job better, to teach better, but also to engage young people, to interest them, and to improve the education system and make the active instruction more interesting. So if they have to destroy their course outline after all of this, well, then where's the incentive to improve their approach if they know full well that the next session or the next year they'll have to start all over again from scratch? So that's very problematic, and I'd like to close by saying that, like my colleagues said, we are seeking a compromise. We know that we have to adapt to the digital era, the digital age. We know that there are major clauses that have to be put in place in this bill, but we need to respect creators and consumers alike, and not to large companies that will benefit to the detriment of our creators and our users. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague and my neighbour from Chambly-Bordua. I very much appreciated his approach and the perspective that he took. The fact that he mentioned that when we're talking about university work, university assignments, the purpose is not to earn money. The purpose is not to make money, but instead to increase students' knowledge and to enrich our country thanks to these students. So would like my colleague to delve into that a little bit more as to the fact that students they're not trying to make money. They're not trying to benefit from these course notes. All they want to do is increase their knowledge and improve this country's lifeblood. The Honourable Member. I would like to thank my colleague, and who is also my neighbour. We do share a very beautiful region. This being said, he has raised a very interesting point, because that is the whole purpose of our comments and our arguments with regard to Bill C-11. I'd like to take an example. In the United States, there is the Copyright Act that protects the schools, libraries, and their employees, whether they are librarians, researchers, teachers, or users like students, in situations where we know full well that the use of the information, of the creations that we're talking about is, or rather benefits students in their education. And I think that any reasonable creature then would concede that this is a type of use that does not violate copyright. There's no hacking that's occurring. The interests of all the creators are being respected, and it's just something that is being done in order to respect education and to respect dialogue.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just two questions on this. And again, and I hate to keep going back to this section, but the bill just simply does not say that, as the member for Trinity Spadina said, and this member said, that students will need to burn their school notes after 30 days. It's just simply not in the legislation. It's not there. And I'm not certain why the opposition, or the NDP, continue to suggest to Canadian students that they're going to be forced to burn their school notes after 30 days when it's just simply not in the bill. So my first question is if he can point out the section where it specifically says that students will need to burn their notes with respect to their course material, and not the section that he's reading, because I've read it in French and English, and it doesn't say that. It says nowhere in the bill that a student will need to burn their course notes. But the second thing is, how does he balance, in the same statement he says we need to protect creators, but then he says that those creators that want to protect their works with a digital lock are somehow wrong. And the last question is, how does putting a levy on consumers protect or help consumers? How does that make it more affordable for consumers by putting a levy such as the NDP is suggesting?
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Well, there are a great many questions to answer, so I will try to do it very quickly. First, I would say that we're not talking about punishing creators. There's nothing contradictory about what I said, because in this situation we're talking specifically about showing flexibility within the bill concerning proper, appropriate uses, for example, education. Now, obviously, if we're talking about an artist who creates music or who makes movies, then we're very open. Yes, we have to find ways of protecting those creators and to ensure that they receive their fair share, because they make a great contribution to society. However, it is very important to underscore that in this case, we're seeking exemptions for students for educational purposes to improve our society. And concerning the other point that you raised, we know it is not written as such, word for word in the bill, that they have to burn their course notes. But we understand from the meaning of the bill that this is the type of idea that is being conveyed. So those are concerns that have been communicated to us by students and by teachers, not the other way around. And as an elected official of this House, we must raise these concerns because there are people who take advantage of those creations.
Resuming debate, prise de débat. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-11, the Copyright Modernization Act. This bill is a reintroduction of Bill C-32 from the last Parliament that contains sweeping changes to our copyright laws. And it has received a huge amount of opposition, and I've received hundreds of letters from my writing, which I'll talk about later in my speech here today. Copyright Modernization Act in this country is long overdue. There's no doubt about that. And changes need to be made. Unfortunately, my colleague friends, Conservatives, have taken the wrong approach on this. And the result is, Bill C-14 is filled with holes. It's filled with problems. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives could have used the expert opinions heard in committee to help draft this bill, legislation, or they could have followed the finding of their own consultations in 2009. But instead, and we've seen this many times, they ignore the facts. And they've ignored the facts in this case also from the experts and ended up reintroducing a fundamentally flawed legislation. This does not reflect the best interest of Canadians and might end up doing more harm than good. Mr. Speaker, I refer to that I've received hundreds of letters from my constituents and talked to a number of them over the phone. And here are some of their concerns. They say that their rights are trumped by an all-encompassing protection for digital logs contained in this legislation, and that the anti-circumvention provisions included in Bill C-11 give too much power to corporate copyright owners to exercise absolute control over Canadians' interaction with media and technology. Mr. Speaker, the letters further say they're concerned about Bill's unintended consequences generated by the Board Protection for Digital Logs, and they don't want to hand control of Canadian digital rights over to corporations. I'm going to offer to say some of their names in this House today so that they could have their opposition to this bill recorded in this House. I received letters opposing Bill C-11 from Christopher Maj, Tyler Golding, Kyle Geddes, Nick Gaillou, H. Hinkle, Michael Leung, Philip Kumesh, David Martin, David Lisney, Lance Hathaway, Reg Natarajan, Daria Smirnoff, Quentin Weir, Bill Dagu, Rod Kovacs, Amarpreet Bains, Va Zazel, Luke Zukowski, Alex Witherspoon, Michael Ross, Daryl Christensen, Owen Morley, Sally Hawkins, Colinda Lovely, Ross Smirnoff, Gloria Maria Frederick. Mr. Speaker, you know, these names, they come from many different professions. They're consumers, they're educators, they're mom and pops, they're family people. So they come from a very wide perspective in opposition to Bill C-11. And my response to them, Mr. Speaker, is that I responded by telling that New Democrats, we believe that strongly that Canada's copyright legislation it needs to be brought into a digital age. We need to fix this. And there's no doubts about it from this side of the House. And we have pushed to make this happen. And you've seen the speeches that we made here this afternoon, and no Conservatives speaking up on this particular bill. New Democrats share the concerns. I share the concerns that my constituents have shared with me, and that is why I'm speaking here today on their behalf. We believe that access for consumers and remuneration for artists is crucial to copyrights in a digital environment. Rights that are guaranteed to citizens under existing copyright legislation should not be overridden. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, we oppose the digital lock provisions that go well beyond our obligation under the WIPO Treaty. Another concern is that this bill offers consumers rights they will not be able to exercise. The blanket provisions for digital locks will allow corporate interests to decide what legal rights you may or may not exercise, which will ultimately hurt the artists, it'll hurt the educators, students, and of course, it'll hurt many other consumers. Unless the government is willing to amend the digital lock provisions and restore royalty provisions for artists, frankly, Mr. Speaker, I cannot see myself supporting this particular Bill C-11. There are measures within the bill that we cannot support. There are measures that we can support. And we would like to see this deeply flawed piece of legislation improved, and I request that to my colleagues opposite the aisle. We would like to amend the digital locks provisions to make sure that there is a balance between the rights of creator to protect their copyright, their work, and the right of the consumer to access content for which they are legally entitled. And we want to make sure that students, educators, have fair access to works in the classroom. You know, I encourage the Minister and members of the government to listen to the concerns of citizens across this country, educators, students, artists, many other people across this country that they're writing and signing petitions, speaking out against these glaring problems contained in this flawed legislation, Bill C-11. There are many validators to our position, Mr. Speaker. You know, I encourage my colleagues to listen to the concerns of the Writers Guild of Canada, Society of Composers, Authors, Music Publishers of Canada, and over 80 arts and cultural organizations from Quebec, from British Columbia, from Ontario, across this country, from coast to coast to coast. I encourage my colleagues to listen to their concerns so that we can make the amendments that make sense for Canadians, that we can have a balanced bill that works in the best interests of Canada. We need to create a fair royalty system for creators and one that supports the digital economy and creation of creative content by Canadians. Copyright laws in Canada can balance the right of creators to be compensated fairly for their work and the right of consumers to have a reasonable access to copyrighted content. In other words, it has to be a balanced approach, one that looks at the concerns of the consumer, the users, the educators, the students, and also takes into consideration the work that's created by the artists. So we need to have a balanced approach. We need to make our copyright laws better, there's no doubt. And on this side of the House, our members are willing to work with the Conservatives to move this copyright bill into the 21st century, into this digital age. And I urge my colleagues to look at the suggestions that we have been offering to amend the bill, to make it better so that we can move into the new century, a new digital age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to my colleague's speech, and I wanted to bring up something really important, I think, to all Canadians. It's about jobs and the economy. And I'd like to bring up an industry he should be aware of because it's a huge industry in British Columbia. It's a huge industry in Quebec. It's the video game industry. And I'll give you an example. If a video game company spends literally tens of thousands of hours to put together a video game, this intellectual property is very important to them for their business model. So theoretically, a member of parliament in the NDP could take that video game, and because of the technology, he talks about the digital economy, he could break that lock and upload it onto the internet. And everyone around the world now could be utilizing that intellectual property, that video game, that myself as a creator or that industry as creators put tens of thousands, millions of dollars into developing it. And I see that as a fundamental breach of personal rights and property rights. And if the NDP holds on to this position, he says he would not support any piece of legislation that has digital locks. Hundreds of jobs in British Columbia would be lost. Hundreds of jobs, thousands of jobs in Quebec would be lost. And I was wondering how we can reconcile this, because there are different models that can be put forward on the internet. People can download games, share games different ways. But if I, as a consumer, buy a video game, it has a digital lock, I choose to do that, what's wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? And what's he going to say to all these, his constituents in British Columbia who could lose their jobs because of this irresponsible policy of the NDP?
Well, member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my Conservative colleagues for his question there. It's funny that the member talks about jobs. We've lost 72,000 jobs in the last month. And that's because of economic inaction on their part. 72,000 jobs that we have lost, and we have been encouraging this government about getting an economic policy in place so we can generate jobs. And I'm glad that he's talking about jobs. Small businesses are the ones that generate jobs in this country. They're the driver of economic engine. And, Mr. Speaker, it's this government that's going to be raising taxes on small businesses beginning in the new year. And I want to answer his question very briefly. Again, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a balanced approach. And I urge my colleagues to work with the NDP so that we can have a balanced Copyright Modernization Act.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
I was beginning to think you forgot my name there for a minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague from Oshawa makes some good points and valid points. I think we're getting off the topic of copyright again. But before we go on, he's right in the sense that there is a fundamental role for digital locks played in that particular area. If there are millions of dollars into a particular video game industry, as a matter of fact, I think digital locks for the video game industry is a good thing, because it's a fundamental concept of protecting the investment that he speaks of. The problem becomes, this digital lock becomes the ultimate machine in the operation, if I can use that term. There are no ways of testing ways, like the burn test, the burn convention test, and 3-step, 6-step tests, that sort of thing, that allows in certain circumstances, such as education, to circumvent that digital lock, to allow the flexibility and freedom of fair use or fair dealing. So I think that's what the core of it is, and the points from the member from Oshawa are correct. But my question for the honourable member is that unfortunately, because the digital locks have gone that far, it doesn't give us much flexibility. So the balance that he's seeking here could be worked out with things like a 6-step or a 3-step test process. Thank you.
Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Liberal colleagues on his question. Absolutely. You know, we have been pushing to work with the government, not only on this bill, but many other bills, to work cooperatively to look at solutions, how we can move forward as a country, whether it's the omnibus bill, whether it's the gun registry, whether it's the Senate reform. The NDP has put forward a number of amendments, a number of solutions to move forward, and we need to have a balanced approach. And I would agree with what my colleagues have said, that we need to have that balanced approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-11, the Copyright Modernization Act. As my colleague said earlier, we believe that changes to the Copyright Act are long overdue, and we need to bring Canada up to current standards in the tech industries and to meet industrial standards in other countries. Now, as you can tell from the debate here in the House today, this is an extremely complex issue. There are many, many interests to be considered, and it's something that shouldn't be rushed through. And that's why we're saying, again, the overwhelming message from this side of the House is that we have to take in the interests of all groups when we're moving ahead with such a complex piece of information, or a complex information and bill. So the key word, I think, that we should focus on is balance. We have to find the right mix between the different interests in Canada, and to make sure that the bill strikes the right balance and that one group isn't favored too much over another group. And we on this side of the House believe that this bill doesn't actually hit the right mix, doesn't actually provide the right balance. For example, we've heard a lot today about digital locks. And we say that the digital locks, the provisions are too stringent. They tip the balance too far in favor of the very big corporations, and they don't really look after the interest of a number of consumers, and in fact may actually hurt artists not the large corporate businesses, but the smaller artists. So there's a real danger. Consumers will be unable to access content they have already purchased, for example. So again, this tips the balance towards protecting the large corporations and not really allowing the consumers a full access to something they purchased. In some senses, they're actually going to be more renting the information than they are being able to own it. So we think that this bill is tipped too far in favor of industry, and it needs to be rethought. Now, this whole debate reminds me of the same debate that we had in the 1990s concerning drug patents. Here again, the balance was not achieved between consumers and businesses. Consumers, in fact, and one part of the industry, of the drug industry, ended up on the short side of the stick, where the giant pharmaceutical companies ended up with most of the benefits. And just to take you back there, Mr. Speaker, in 1992, Brian Mulroney's Conservative government modified the Patent Act under Bill C-91, the Patent Act Amendment Act. The bill eliminated compulsory licenses for pharmaceutical products, and the law tipped the balance to patented drug manufacturers and greatly injured the mostly Canadian-based genetic drug industry. And there's huge controversy. And again, the amount of responses that my colleague from Surrey has mentioned that we've all received on this, saying there is huge controversy on this proposed bill, and we're just rushing through it, and again, tipping the balance too much towards industry. So in this case, in the reform of the Patent Act in 1992, we really hurt the generic drug industry. Drugs are made more expensive, and the R&D that was promised by the giant pharmaceutical companies was not actually invested in Canada as was promised. And Bill C-91 was really viewed by many as a major victory for Giant Pharma. It offered greater patent protection to these big companies, it abolished compulsory licensing, and it created regulations to ensure generic drugs do not infringe upon the patent. So we think, I mean, as we argued in that case and we'll argue in this case, that again, we have to look at all people that are affected by this bill, and we're not feeling that this, the current bill C-11 does hit the right mix. We do think, however, that modernization is long overdue, as we've stood up and said many times in the House here, but this bill has too many glaring problems, and unfortunately it even creates problems where none currently exist. And that's the ultimate test of bad policy, is when you actually cause more problems than you're fixing. So we have suggested, and will continue to suggest, a system to create a fairer royalty system for creators, to make sure that these industries generate a lot of profits, but we want to make sure they're shared evenly among creators, and I'll come back to that in a second. So what I find very troubling is how C-11 wipes away millions of dollars in revenue for artists, for local artists, for what you say artists from the Canadian independent musical artists. It does hurt this community, and it really doesn't provide any new opportunities for artist remuneration. It really gives with one hand and it takes away with the other. And many share our fears. This isn't just something that we're making up on this side of the House. We've had plenty of people say that they're against this. So if you can, for example, the Society of Composers, Authors, and Music Publishers of Canada, which is a group that I used to be a part of when I was a professional musician, they say that these copy law amendments should facilitate access to creative content on new media and ensure that creators are fairly compensated for their use of creative content on new media. Access must go hand in hand with compensation, and without this balance, the creation of creative content will eventually decrease as Canadian creators are unable to make a living. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, as a former independent artist, we all know that local artists don't make any money from selling albums. They make money from playing live. And if we look at, we're not talking about Celine Dion or Bryan Adams or any of those large kind of multinational kind of corporate type of entertainers. We're talking about local entertainers. So, for example, we're talking about Joel Plaskett and the Emergency, Stars, the Weaker Thens, Said the Whale, Caribou, Dead OA, the Arkells, City in Color, Dan Mangan, the Ballantines, and Billy the Kid, just to name a few, Mr. Speaker, that, again, are artists that are working to produce material, to entertain, to kind of bring joy to people's lives, and they're really being left aside under this copyright legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, what we really need is again, and what this government kind of tends to favor the big corporations, but doesn't look after the smaller Canadians, smaller producers. So just to give a sense, Mr. Speaker, of what these independent artists make, they make about $12,000 a year. That's what these artists do. Having been one in the past, basically what you do, and I know we have others here, Andrew Cash, for example, or members from Toronto and from Northern Ontario. They are, they performed in independent Canadian bands, traveled in what I've, deemed as stinky vans, driving from venue to venue, entertaining, but they're not making a lot of money off album sales. So really what they use albums for, what music for, is to promote themselves, and then to try to draw people to their live gigs where they make their modest livings. So again, Mr. Speaker, I think that this bill really should take a look at really the majority of artists in this country, which are independent artists that are eking out a living, and really make sure that we strike the balance to make sure that the laws we're putting in place not only protect the large corporate interests, but also try to make life easier for the artists and all the people that they entertain. Mr. Speaker, other validators of our position on this bill include Michael Geist. He's a well-known technological commentator, and he says the foundational principle of the new bill remains that any time a digital lock is used, whether on books, movies, music, or electronic devices, the lock trumps virtually all other rights. So again, this is where balance hasn't come into play in this bill, is that it's a bit of overkill, as we've seen time and time and time again from this government. It's tipping things too far to one side and not really taking all the interests of all Canadians into consideration. Mr. Geis says that the new digital lock means that, quote, both the existing fair dealing rights and new rights all cease to function effectively so long as the rights holder places a digital lock on their content or device. Mr. Speaker, I'll just kind of also switch it. As an educator, again, speaking to textbooks, which I've authored but use, I think it's a shame that under this bill that students, in some cases, will be penalized from taking those textbooks and using them later in life, that they'll have to essentially, my colleague says burn them, but they're digital, so you would destroy them, and that will, again, limit education in this country. And, of course, everybody knows you don't absorb all the information from a textbook. What you do is you go back to refer to it as you go through your life. So again, this piece of legislation misses the mark. We need more balance, and we're hoping to work with the government to achieve that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Avant que nous commencions les questions.
Before we move to questions and comments, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges on infrastructure, and the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, small and medium-sized businesses.
And comments, question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to the Honourable Member's presentation. It's clear that the NDP and this member are not going to support this bill. We heard a little earlier from the member from Trinity Spadina who said that the bill is all about pleasing American movie studios. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that foreign location production is at $1.5 billion annually. Film and TV production generated more than 117,000 full-time equivalents in 2009-2010, including 36,000 in foreign location and service production. So we know that there's a lot of jobs that are at stake. We have heard that many companies are concerned about the fact that Canada is very much an outlaw in terms of protection of intellectual property. The Honourable Member represents a riding in Vancouver. We know that Vancouver is an area that has been a benefit of much of this film production. Does the Honourable Member not agree that we really need to protect investment here in Canada and even in his own city of Vancouver?
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is Burnaby that I'm representing. Close enough. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the question again really points out to me at how the government's missed the point here. It's not that we're against modernization. It's not that we're against helping companies protect their interests or their their intellectual property. But what we're against is how far over this piece of legislation goes. It goes way too far. And as with the Patent Drug Act in the 1990s, it's going to hurt other sectors of the Canadian industry that really need to be protected. And I think, again, I would really hope that the government goes back and relooks at this piece of legislation because there are deep flaws in it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I think this bill does send some mixing messages. For individuals that are following the debate, on the one hand, we value and we recognize those jobs such as the gaming industry, whether it's in Winnipeg or Vancouver or in Ontario, very important, valuable jobs and rights that individuals have to protect their interests. Then on the other hand, we have the legislation that also, in essence, puts serious concerns around what a student at a local university is going to be able to keep. The idea that they're going to have to dispose of homework. A lot of university students, for example, love to be able to keep the work that they had when they did their studies, and they'll keep it for years. And I wonder if you could just provide a comment or your thoughts on that particular issue. That, there are some good things in here, but there's also some things in which Canadians need to be aware of, which have a very profound negative impact.
Burnaby Douglas.
I thank my honourable colleague for his great question. As an educator, as somebody that writes textbooks, as somebody that has taught for decades now, what often happens in courses is that students kind of aren't aware of what they're learning as they go through, but it's only upon further reflection that what they're learning sinks in deeply. And that's what's concerning about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that from my understanding, it's 30 days after the course ends that a great deal of the material that the students might collect has to be destroyed. That's very contrary to my sense of what learning actually is. I think that these materials, you have to take another look at this, because that's not moving Canada ahead. It's undermining our education system, and we have to relook at it. Thank you.
Time for a short question and response. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, I also want to share concerns from my area. I've got a couple of universities that are in my riding, Simon Fraser University and Kwantlen University. And, my colleague has, quite a bit of experience. He was a professor at a university. So I'd just like to get him to comment very briefly as to the kinds of impacts that educators and students will have with this legislation.
Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Surrey North, who is in his own right a fine educator of high repute. Mr. Speaker, again, I just the problem is that this law is so complex. Probably the ramifications haven't filtered down to the universities, to the colleges, to perhaps even the high schools. And I think that's why we need to discuss this more. So the government should actually make sure to consult a little bit more, to talk to universities, to find out what they're going to do to kind of make sure that education continues in the way it should. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate,
the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in the House as a representative for the people of Scarborough Rouge River and to join this debate. The issue of copyright modernization is on the minds of many of my constituents, and I'm happy to bring their concerns forward today. Copyright modernization is definitely required to bring Canada into the 21st century and to catch up with the technological advances that we've seen since the creation of the existing copyright legislation. We need to reform our copyright legislation in a way that will create a balance between the two fundamental principles that drive copyright legislation: ease of access and the right of remuneration of the creator. This bill, C11, which is exactly the same as Bill C32 brought before the previous Parliament, does not create this balance between the ease of use and the right of remuneration. Instead, this bill is about corporate rights, which is different from copyrights. Corporate rights, copyrights, they're different. The right of artists to have remuneration for their copies is under a direct attack in point after point in this bill. Instead, there are areas where the right of artists to be paid is being taken away and being replaced by a false right, the right to lock down content. This Conservative government is very partial to locks. We know that. They really understand prisons and locks. In the introduction to this bill, we heard the minister say the digital lock will restore the market. I'm very skeptical about that, Mr. Speaker. Through conversations with constituents and friends in the music industry, I have never met an artist, Mr. Speaker, who could feed his or her family on a lock. Instead, these artists feed their families on the right they have as artists to be remunerated through their mechanical royalties, television rights, and book rights. Mechanical royalties provide a small amount of return for their efforts, but that return is crucial to them, especially to young, aspiring new artists. So when this government comes along and attempts to strike out, as it does in this bill, the mechanical royalty rights that have been guaranteed under the Copyright Board of Canada, it is depriving artists of the millions of dollars that actually make it possible to carry on the works. How is this restoring the market, Mr. Speaker? I don't understand. The other crucial element, one which New Democrats have been asking for again and again, is a copyright reform that addresses the needs of Canadian consumers, artists, and students in a digital realm. This element is one of huge importance to my constituents. This bill poses a fundamental problem with its education provisions. The restrictions that this bill poses for students and teachers are extremely problematic, Mr. Speaker. Copyright has historically been based around the idea that creation and knowledge must be shared. Historically, copyright law has been designed to facilitate education. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the first piece of copyright legislation ever adopted was Britain's Act for the Encouragement of Learning. Canada's original copyright legislation was designed with similar intentions. The reforms in this legislation, unfortunately, proposed by this bill, do not maintain the same founding principles and completely ignore the original intent of copyright legislation in Canada. The Scarborough campus of the University of Toronto and the campuses of both Centennial College and Seneca College border my riding. The restrictions imposed by Bill C-11 are of great concern to the instructors, professors, students, and administrators of these colleges and universities, as well as other colleges and universities across the country as I speak to them as the official opposition's critic on post-secondary education. This legislation, Mr. Speaker, would now require students to dispose of their digital class notes after 30 days, as well as the destruction of course plans and course notes by professors and instructors after 30 days of the completion of their course. Failure to do so would mean that these students are in infringement of copyright legislation. This raises a number of red flags for me. How does this facilitate education, Mr. Speaker? With advances in technology, more and more students are actually accessing their post-secondary education in a variety of new ways. Through the use of technology, we can now offer programs in distance learning, which means that students in remote locations or in locations where their course of choice is not available can now access courses and course material online. With the changes to the copyright legislation that are proposed in this bill, this course material would only be available for 30 days. After such a point, the student would be required to dispose of the material at the end of their course. This change not only poses a problem to those pursuing their education online, but to virtually all students. Anyone who has been enrolled in a post-secondary education program or who knows someone who is enrolled in a post-secondary education program recently understands the shift in the digitalization currently being made by professors and instructors at many institutions of post-secondary education. I recently attended 3 of them. More and more instructors and professors are not only posting their notes, their course outlines, and their lessons plans online, along with an array of the supplementary course materials, but they're also providing online forums that encourage the sharing of notes and the continuation of discussion once the lesson is completed for the day. With the reforms proposed in this legislation, posts that students have put up would now have to be deleted or removed after 30 days. This is problematic for many reasons, as many of my colleagues have mentioned. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, this creates a modern book-burning regime whereby countless sources of information and new thought will be lost forever. Secondly, it creates a 2-tiered rights system between an analog and paper system versus a digital system, whereby students who keep written notes are not forced to destroy those after 30 days, and students who keep digital notes are forced to destroy them. The mandatory destruction of course notes and material is detrimental to all students. Students routinely keep their notes to allow for them to go back and use these notes for further study and completion of related courses. But also, students keep these notes year after year to build a body of work towards getting their degree, certificate, or diploma program. I know that I kept notes from my 2nd and 3rd year courses to use in my master's program, and textbooks from my undergraduate degree from my master's program, and now I wouldn't be able to do that. Lastly, this creates an unfair barrier to students with different learning styles. This legislation doesn't allow for an exemption to organizations that provide educational resources in alternative formats to increase accessibility and success of those with learning disabilities. This legislation is discriminating against people with learning disabilities. Related to this, many students are not capable of taking notes for a variety of reasons and have notes taken and provided to them by note takers. Note takers are of huge importance to the success of many students. Without these note takers, post-secondary education would not be accessible to these students. Note-taking also provides a small income to those who attend these extra courses and provide others with notes. How would the notes of note-takers be affected by this proposed legislation? Would this not hurt them along with the students they provide the notes for if they have to be destroyed? It's completely shocking and absurd, Mr. Speaker, that after 30 days, students would not have the right to access their own class notes that are made digital. I have met with many people throughout the education sector, and I've never once heard that the destruction of class notes after 30 days is a good idea. In fact, I've heard the complete opposite. This provision is unacceptable. It is backward thinking and it is needless. It is not protecting any business model, but it would have a major detrimental effect on students and on education in this country. So for the betterment of our society, that provision has to go, Mr. Speaker. I implore the government to look at this and ensure that it's removed. The other issue that is of great importance to me and my constituents is that of the digital lock. There's a very important right of creators to protect their work. One of the ways to protect this work is through digital locks. While the protection of a creator's work is extremely important, the anti-circumvention rights for content owners included in this legislation creates a situation in which digital locks would supersede virtually all other rights, including fair dealing rights for students and journalists. Because of this, a situation is created where digital locks supersede other rights guaranteed in the Charter, such as changing format in case of a perceptual disability. It also poses a very real danger that consumers will be prohibited from using content that they have already paid for. This is problematic for many artists and many creators in my community, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
See, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, we know that Canadian grain farmers have what it takes to succeed in an open market, as demonstrated by the staggering growth in recent years of farmers' production of canola and pulses. In order for farmers to realize the potential that they have, we need to provide them with certainty for the upcoming growing season and pass Bill C-18 before we rise for Christmas. I must advise that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 concerning the proceedings at report stage and third reading of Bill C-18, an act to reorganize the Canadian Wheat Board, and to make consequential and related amendments to certain acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages.
Sure that the member for Winnipeg North is rising on the same point.
Same point of order, Mr. Speaker. I think we just want to make it very clear that the Liberal Party of Canada does not support the actions that are being suggested and taken by the government, knowing full well that a vast majority of prairie grain farmers do not.
Order. 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 This is in the form of a notice under a standing order. It's not really debatable, and the member may know that debating this point is really not in order. The House appreciates the information from the Honourable House Leader. I'm sure they'll find the information important for the proceedings. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I was listening intently to it, but I do want to ask her a question about jobs and the economy. Where she comes from in Toronto, there's one industry that relies on digital locks. It's the video game industry, and I brought it up a little bit earlier. And as a consumer, I have the right to go out and purchase copies of video games in many different formats and utilize them in many different fashions. For example, I can go online. There are some companies that will sell you a preview of their game. If you like the game, you can sign up. You can do it month by month. But one of the business models that is out there is you can purchase a disc, a copy, one copy of that game, and you can utilize that game to your enjoyment. And the business relies on that model to employ thousands of Canadians in her riding and her area of Toronto. And I'm asking her, because I believe in property rights myself, it's a fundamental right that if I own property, I should be able to utilize it at my desire. So if somebody wants to sell a locked copy of a digital game, and that's their business model, and I as a consumer want to buy that, what's wrong with that? We've heard over and over from the NDP that they're not going to support any legislation with digital locks. And I'm asking her, jobs depend on this in her community, Canadian jobs. What's wrong with a consumer choosing to purchase a format, utilizing it as they wish? What does the NDP have against that?
Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My apologies. Jobs being lost in this country, 72,000 full-time jobs lost in 1 month. I see that as a big problem, and I know that many of my constituents are those who are in precarious employment right now, so many of them probably didn't lose those good full-time jobs that the member Cross is speaking about. But I must say that copyright legislation was created to protect the creators and to have a balance between the rights of creators and the consumers. And this legislation does not respect that balance. And that's what. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor is rising for questions and comments.
Yeah, I think it kind of, once again, we kind of get off the rails about what we're talking about here, and that is, of course, the idea that the digital locks has just become way too powerful here to smash, a mosquito with a sledgehammer is a little bit much. And what ends up happening is that you end up, without making any flexibility around this in order for it to be successful. Now, I do agree with my colleagues about the video game industry and digital locks and how they protect that investment. There's no doubt about it, it does. But I would be careful to marry oneself to the idea that you have to legislate around a particular business model by which this legislation will change every year, not just every 5 years, as this legislation would suggest. My question, though, for the honourable member is about the consultation process. What I find particularly egregious here is that we have heard from a particular few people, and we should probably hear from them again at committee because she, as a new member, hasn't heard them yet. So I think get her comments from all the people that should be involved in the special legislative committee for this.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
I thank my colleague for that question, and it is important for myself and many of the members in this House who are new members who didn't have an opportunity to hear the consultation process or participate in the consultation process during the last Parliament. And I think it's important that we hear from not only corporate Canada and the large movie makers and industry, we also hear from artists, individual artists, and individual educators and students who are being affected by this legislation. This legislation doesn't only affect and boost large industry players. It affects the small people, the individual students, the universities, the colleges, and the professors and the textbook authors who will now have to ensure that their textbooks won't be available to students 30 days after the completion of their course, and that's problematic for me.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-11, joining other colleagues who have found some of the aspects of this bill problematic and act to amend the Copyright Act. I'm going to approach this a little differently than some other members have. I think we need to recognize the context where we are at second reading. This bill is going to go to committee. And what I'd like to do is to dedicate my remarks now and focus on a rather direct appeal to members on the government benches to take the opportunity to seize a victory that they could have, to put forward a bill that had the support of all the groups that are now being critical. I don't think that's impossible at all. We recognize that there have been some improvements. There's a general agreement on all knowledgeable people in this area that we need to modernize the Copyright Act, that we have significant challenges with new technologies. I sometimes think about this place, this room, this House of Commons, and try to imagine our predecessors in Parliament in the 1930s trying to grapple with what we speak about today. It's all new and it changes fast. And almost as fast as we might legislate this bill, we'll find that we need to make additional changes to deal with new implications and new ways in which copyright becomes recognized and the way in which copyright is challenged and creative rights need to be protected. So what I'd like to do is concentrate my remarks not in attacking the bill so much, and I do have to attack sections of it, but with the goal of hoping that when this bill goes to committee, amendments will be allowed. We've seen a worrying trend in this 41st Parliament, as though amendments to legislation after first reading are somehow incremental defeats of the government of the day. Whereas, in fact, it's common, this is the practice in parliaments around the world, and certainly in the Canadian Parliament, that a bill at first reading is not perfect. It can use improvement, and using the committee process in as nonpartisan a way as possible will bring improvements to the legislation. So I look at this legislation and say, well, the government has said, and this is in the preamble, which always guides statutory interpretation, that the Government of Canada is committed to enhancing, I'm quoting now from the preamble, the government is committed to enhancing the protection of copyright works or other subject matter, including through the recognition of technological protection measures, and this is the important part, in a manner that promotes culture and innovation, competition and investment in the Canadian economy. And whereas Canada's ability, they go on to say, is fostered by encouraging the use of digital technologies for research and education. So there's a tremendous balancing that is being suggested here, that is being aspired to by the government in its preamble. So where it falls short, we do not need to be condemnatory. There is much in the bill that is an improvement. And the problems that remain tend to focus in one specific area. And that area has been referenced a good deal in the debate today, and that's digital rights management and the use of devices, technology such as digital locks. But that's just a preamble to my points. We also see in the very beginning of this, in the preamble, that the Government of Canada wants our legislation to meet new global norms, and they specifically refer to the World Intellectual Property Organization, which I'll just refer to as WIPO. And that WIPO treaty is one to which Canada wants to adhere. And yet, numerous commentators have pointed out that the legislative approach in this act exceeds anything required by WIPO. So again, I'm hoping the government can pull back slightly, and in a significant way, actually, from the parts of the bill that members on the opposite benches find unacceptable, because really the government has the possibility here, having accommodated a lot of concerns, having improved the bill. I know this is virtually the same that was C-32 in the last House, but it's gone through some improvements from its first iterations. We're close here. Government members on committee, with the direction from the Prime Minister's office, I'm sure, taking a keen interest in this bill, could actually accommodate the different concerns of critics and emerge with a bill that earned the praise of all across all parts of the House of Commons. Now, Professor Michael Geist has been referred to in the debates this afternoon already. He is, of course, at the University of Ottawa, the Canada Research Chair of Internet and E-commerce Law. And I found his comment on this really quite appropriate to my own sense. I mean, he has criticized the bill initially as flawed but fixable. And he still holds to that view, flawed but fixable. So let's fix it. And what he said he finds problematic is he said he essentially sees this bill as an omnibus bill combining two different pieces of legislation. The first piece is the part that I think I can speak for all members of other parties, but I think it's fair to say that most members in this House find the first bit, which he describes as the Copyright Modernization Act, to be quite acceptable, generally good. Maybe some of the restrictions go too far, but overall, it's good progress in copyright modernization. He describes the other part of the law, which we find unacceptable, and he's given it a title, the Reduce U.S. Pressure Copyright Act. And in that area, that's where we have the problems that have emerged. Now, the problems are in two areas, and I'm going to refer to the first briefly. It's constitutional. And the constitutional problem is simple, simple to describe in any case. And that is that copyright is clearly an area of federal jurisdiction whereas property rights are provincial. So to the extent that we've intruded into property rights in provincial, we have a problem. And this has been described in a learned article published in the Journal of Information Law and Technology, in which the authors describe the problem this way, that the digital rights management provisions were, quote, and I quote, and this is an article by Professors Crown Mohammed and Rosenjan, both from the University of Windsor. Quote, the provisions are a poorly veiled attempt by the government to strengthen the contractual rights available to copyright owners in the guise of copyright reform and the implementation of Canada's international obligations, unquote. So let's de-link those. Let's protect the rights of and protect copyright reform without acceding to pressure from U.S. interests who want to have excessively restrictive controls in the form of digital locks. That's setting aside the constitutional issue. The next set of concerns I'd like to raise really relate to public policy concerns. One of the very strong groups of critics on this matter, and I should confess the Public Interest Advocacy Center, from whom I'm going to quote their legal position, was the organization that initially brought me to Ottawa in 1985 because I left a practice of law in Halifax to become senior general counsel to the Public Interest Advocacy Center. So not really a conflict of interest, but a convergence of my history. I'd like to quote them now. They say, quote, consumers enjoy certain rights to use content without infringing copyright. The presence of technological measures doesn't change that. Neither should anti-circumvention laws. Consumers must be able to circumvent technological measures like DRM, providing that their access to the underlying content does not infringe copyright. And I'll skip to the end. Anti-circumvention laws shouldn't statutorily undermine the values that are invoked in public policy goals such as consumer welfare, free speech, and innovation. So that's a public policy concern that comes from the Public Interest Advocacy Center. As members throughout the House will know, this bill has been criticized by many, many groups, but those criticisms are not in multiple sections of the Act. They focus very clearly on the problem of digital locks. Another group that has taken the digital lock section in its crosshairs is the Canadian Internet Policy and Public Interest Clinic, also based at the University of Ottawa. And what they point out is, again, and I'll quote them, unfortunately, the bill also succumbs to U.S. pressure and makes fair dealing, including the new exceptions for the many ordinary activity that Canadians, illegal wherever there is a digital lock on a work. A digital lock will trump all other rights, forbidding all fair dealing and keeping a work locked up even after its copyright term expires. Overall, these digital lock provisions are some of the most restrictive in the world. This, again, is an issue where we are exceeding what is required of us to meet international norms under the WIPO Treaty. The digital lock provisions go too far. We've heard from members opposite in the government benches that the bill needs to do all these things because we must protect Canadian jobs. And I just want to speak to that. The Canadian arts and culture industry, as we realize, is a very important part of our economy. It is a $46 billion industry annually. It employs over 600,000 people. And I think the government should take note of the fact that most of the professional organizations that represent the creative force in the arts and culture community, collectively and separately, have called on the government to amend this legislation, have urged them to amend the legislation. I won't read out all the names of the organizations, but an organization which I also confess to which I belong, the Writers' Union of Canada, but beyond that, the Royal Academy, Canadian Academy of the Arts, the Société Québécoise des Auteurs Dramatiques, the Screenwriters Guild, the Playwrights. So I asked the government to consider, why would it be that just about every organization in this country representing creative people appreciates some portions of this Act, but find others go too far? With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the honourable members opposite to please consider amendments, improve this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands for her thoughtful presentation. And I know that she's put some effort into learning about this issue. I was first elected back in 2004. I sat on the Heritage Committee, and we heard at that time that Canada had signed the WIPO agreement back in 1997, and yet 2004 had not complied with what it had in fact signed. And here we are now, almost 2012. Still, we're not compliant with WIPO. I chaired the Special Legislative Committee on Bill C-32. We heard from 100-plus witnesses. A lot of work has been done on this. I know that the honourable member has spoken about some very positive things in the bill, but there's one thing I wanted to ask her about, because one part of the bill is that there would be a mandatory 5-year review. The digital economy is changing rapidly. Is that something that she sees as a positive thing that's in this bill?
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend from Leeds Granville. I think any piece of legislation that includes a mandatory review is a good idea. However, I've had a lot of experience with mandatory 5-year reviews. I recall the first mandatory 5-year review of the Canadian Environmental Protection Year. The review took 7 years. I don't think we can count on mandatory reviews every 5 years when we know we've got an opportunity right now to get it right. So let's get it right in committee. Let's bring it back to the House at report stage for its passage and having it go on to the other place with the digital lock provisions fixed. And I think you'll find that one fix, this is a rare piece of legislation, one fix will bring on board most of your critics.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen over and over where the Conservatives have been inflexible, and they've been very extreme in measures, whether it's the omnibus bill, the amendments being introduced by the opposition, whether it's the gun registry data that the province of Quebec wants to get to establish their own gun registry. And I want to ask my colleague a question. Would the member think that a balanced approach would be a more acceptable?
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank my friend from Surrey North for his question. Yes, I do. Again, this is a piece of legislation that is so close to fixed that it is in fact fixable. There is one form of pressure coming, and we believe the pressure comes from U.S. interests that want excessive protection through digital locks. If you look at what Canadians are saying, what Canadian legal experts, Canadian academic experts, Canadians in the vast field of creativity, whether songwriters or writers or artists, everyone is saying one thing: fix the digital lock provisions, and then we'll have a bill we can support.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Yes, indeed. I want to say thank you to my honourable colleague who is well read on this issue. She talks about the preamble very eloquently, brings up some things that I was pointed out to me, especially about the 5-year review. Sometimes when you think about it, that's even too long itself, because if you look at it, she mentioned WIPO, signed around the mid-90s, and it seems like every time technology pushes ahead, the legislation and regulations are way behind in trying to catch up in how this works, to the point, like, for example, look how long it took Tim Hortons to catch up with the cafe latte. That's an idea of what we're talking about. So if you look at it in this particular sense, I would like for her to comment on artists. And one of the glowing omissions to me would be things like the artist resale, which is an intensive issue within the places throughout Europe and throughout the world, really, except for some reason here it's not taken as seriously. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
So I thank you for the question. There are a few holes in this legislation. I mean, I have spoken only to the digital lock provisions primarily and to the conflict that exists constitutionally. But there are a number of places where the artist's interests are not adequately protected. Another one that comes to mind is the what's called the YouTube exemption, where user-generated content might be exempted in order to allow things to be posted on YouTube without going back to the creator, without making sure that this is really going to work in the interests of our creators. And goodness knows, and other members here have said it today, most of the people in the artistic community in Canada are not Celine Dion. Most are struggling, producing their income through their performances. They need to protect their creative material, and this legislation goes some of the way but fails to protect them as completely as they should be protected.
Resuming debate to the honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C-11. And obviously, I've been listening closely to the speeches that have been made by my colleagues on both sides of the House. And it's as if we're going backward to the previous Parliament when the same bill that was presented it was called C-32 at the time. But unfortunately, I don't see any further openness on the part of the government with regard to the concessions that have been asked for. Now, the members across the way argue that there have been hundreds of witnesses that have come before committee, especially the Heritage Committee, to talk about this matter, and that they've heard everyone. But I don't think everyone was heard. Then the proof of that is that the government came back with practically an identical copy of C-32, so they didn't really hear what people had to say when they spoke on the matter because no changes were made, and yet, as my colleague said a few minutes ago, it would have been possible to fix this bill to make the amendments required. Obviously, there are many people, authors, for example, who have problems right now because of the new ways of recording music, and they would have liked, when they were heard before committee, to see amendments made to this bill, to C-11, to ensure that authors' rights were truly respected and that artists who do not work for free, Mr. Speaker, could be properly paid, could be paid their fair share when they do artistic work, when they produce creations.
The same thing as well is true as well. When we had the bill C-32, then we were told that with all these new technologies, we had piracy that was just as easy as before. And this was something that was not taken into account when Bill C-11 was debated, because we have the same provisions now in Bill C-32. Therefore, we were unable to vote for the previous bill and won't be able to vote in favor of this bill either, because we see the same attitude. The Conservative bill, and I will limit my comments to copyright because I have limited time, but they have forgotten a fundamental principle in this legislation. Artists need to be able to make ends meet. They need to earn their royalties in order to be able to continue to produce and create. A year ago, I reminded the House, and this goes back nearly a year, that hundreds of creators from Quebec came before Parliament, came to this place to indicate their dissatisfaction. The brother of our interim leader, Luc Plamondon, Robert Charlebois, and many others. All of those people came to Parliament Hill, Richard Séguin as well, to tell the Minister of Heritage and the Minister of Industry, the Conservative Caucus, and all the members of the Industry Committee, or rather the Heritage Committee, that they did not want those changes. And I think I can speak for them in saying that since this legislation has been reintroduced as it was, they are still against it. If these people had to work for free, if they no longer earned royalties, if their bread and butter were removed, then they would not be able to benefit from their new works. I am a good example. I'm not technologically that savvy. I'm not as up-to-date as I might be, but I have an iPod that I use for jogging. I have another one that I carry in my car. And quite legally, I download music that I buy, and that way I can benefit from it. I can use that music on my iPod. But today, I don't have as much use of my CDs as I used to, and my wife says, "What are you going to do with these hundreds of CDs?" I want to keep my CDs anyway, but it's really just for old times' sake, rather, because I use my music more on my iPod and so on. But the artists, because they sell fewer and fewer CDs and albums, they need to receive money for the work that they have done. If I don't pay any royalties, then artists will no longer be able to produce music because they won't be able to afford to. I mentioned earlier that I have bought recent CDs. I have downloaded them, Vincent Verliere and others that I like the music of need to receive royalties. And Bill C-11 is not the solution to this problem. Creators don't receive what they deserve. And the Conservatives are refusing to provide them the royalties that they deserve for their works. As I mentioned, MP3, the Internet, and iPods are all involved in this. Everyone uses these. Consumers are being told that they might have to pay a higher price. In fact, when we had the blank cassettes or blank CDs, then there was a tax on them so that artists could receive royalties. And now we're just talking about a new format, that is the MP3, the iPods, and so on. We agree that copyright should be amended, but not this amendment, the amendments that we have here in C-11. We need to protect creativity. That is what the government claims it is doing. The creators, though, do not agree. As I mentioned, many came here to Parliament Hill to object. I think that all members here have probably met with creators that have told them the same thing. And these creators have come out against the bill and their associations, the Association of Performers in Quebec, the Council of Dramatic Arts, the Audiovisual Artists Association, the TV and Film Society in Quebec, the Union of Quebec Writers, the Guild, the Musicians Guild, the Artists Association. We have other organizations like the Art Reproductions Association, and finally the Quebec Association of Dramatic Arts. So that is just in Quebec, and elsewhere in Canada we have a lot of organized groups as well and artists that are against this legislation. Then we have the consumers. All of these groups and organizations work directly with artists, for users and consumers that may be listening right now that don't understand all the issues involved in this complex bill, Bill C-11, must think that this is a very good piece of legislation. They will be able to have freer access to works. The Canadian Consumers Initiative that regroups a number of organizations is in fact against this legislation because it feels that the government is once again abandoning consumers. And I will be concluding on this point, Mr. Speaker, because there is no balance in the legislation. Therefore, both creators and consumers see problems with this bill. It needs to be amended before the Bloc Québécois members can vote in favor of it. The honourable member for Richmond-Athabasca will have 5 minutes remaining when the House once again considers this bill.
The House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, second reading of Bill C-304, an act to amend the Canadian, Bill C-291.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
It is now moved that Bill C-291, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, special benefits and the maximum period for them, be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Skills Development and Disability Issues. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are times in the career of a parliamentarian when we can and want to make a difference. And on June 15th, I was a member and had been then for 15 years. I have had very good meetings at times with people that have enabled me to do good work. I have Marie-Hélène Dubé as someone who has met with a number of parliamentarians. Unfortunately, she had a third bout of cancer and is now being treated once again. But she saw that there was a problem with the employment insurance regime. Since 1971, there have been no changes in this legislation when it comes to benefits for someone who is suffering from a major illness, a major injury, or is in another situation in which the person cannot live normally. She has a child, she had a job, but found that she only had 15 weeks of benefits. We can go back and talk about what we have worked on. We have made changes, but now I believe that we need to play a role in changing this aspect. Liberals have made changes. We have had support from the NDP, from the Conservatives, when we had a minority situation. So I am putting this forward in a non-partisan spirit, and I would ask my colleagues to support this bill, my Bill C-291. And I would like to increase the number of weeks from 15 to 50. We have this 2-week gap period. When tragedy strikes, when you are in chemotherapy and you have children to look after, this 2-week waiting period is a very large problem, and it makes no sense. I don't see why someone in that situation would have to wait 2 weeks. I don't understand why we have a 15-week limit either. There are people who have worked with Marie-Hélène in Vancouver who have signed petitions. There are people who have had to remortgage their home. They've had to get a part-time job when they are able to work. There are single-parent families who are in very difficult situations. And I think the role of Parliament, the role of the government, is to make people's lives easier in these situations. And I think this is to be expected. We should not have to ask all sorts of questions and wonder whether this is something that we should do. But in some cases, people are suffering from a terminal illness, and we need to be able to help them. So increasing from 15 to 50 weeks, this period for benefits would be a good thing to do. I know that the NDP has put forward petitions, the Bloc Québécois has as well, and I have gathered 15,000 names on petitions. There isn't a member here who could not think of an example of someone living in this sort of tragic situation. Cancer can strike anyone, and I think our role through this private member's bill can be to provide a little peace of mind. This is solidarity, dignity that we are talking about. And this bill can provide some dignity to people who are suffering. So it is not a partisan matter. It is not about seeing who did what, who could have done what. We are looking toward the future to be able to tell Marie-Hélène Dubé and other people in similar situations that we are with them, we are working to help them. There are other people as well. Carlo Predigieri in Vancouver is suffering from lymphoma, and his situation is somewhat similar. He's 26 years old. There are other people like Marie-Hélène who have signed the petition, but are making other people aware of the problems as well. Those watching these debates here in the House can sign the petition. They can go onto Marie-Hélène's website to do so. And there is information on her site that describes the situation. So what we are asking for is an amendment to subsection 3 in the bill to enable these people to have something positive in their situation. Often they are in the terminal phases of cancer, and this is something we can do. In the Liberal Party, we took steps in the past to deal with employment insurance problems. As a government, we took action, and I can give you an example. Parental benefits were increased from 6 months to 1 year. This is living legislation that calls for flexibility. It is legislation that deals with situations, and we need to help people who are living in difficult situations. I think that they have a right to peace of mind and to dignity. This is one time in their lives when this is something we can do for them. There have been pilot projects. There are regional realities where unemployment is higher in some cases and so on. So for these people in very difficult situations, it can be helped. There are all sorts of documents that the government may be provided with, but if you just stand back and think about these situations where somebody has a very serious injury or illness and is told they only have 15 weeks. Someone going through chemotherapy or radiation may need 5, 6, or 10 weeks to finish the treatment. And then if you say to the person, well, your chemotherapy is finished, and you still may be ill, but your benefits are now expired. That makes no sense. You just have to ask yourselves whether it is fair to impose a 2-week waiting period on such a person.
D'éliminer ce délai de carence-là. Moi, je rends hommage à mes collègues qui l'ont emmené avant moi, Jean-Claude Damour.
Now, I want to pay tribute to the people who have raised the issue in the past. Mr. Damour, the member for Acadie-Bathurst as well. The member for Jonquière will be speaking. This is really a nonpartisan issue, and we can do something about the waiting period. And if there's a time where we need to show solidarity, where we need to work together to make a difference, this is it. I'm not reinventing anything. This isn't something I personally, Denis Coderre, am putting forward. No. There are many people who have been through this kind of situation, and I simply had an opportunity to table this bill, to bring it forward so that we can find a solution to this problem. So I call on people.
Knows, some friends, some member of their family, some constituents who live that situation. I think that our role is to make sure that those people who already suffered enough to have the capacity to say, well, at least I will be able to take care of my kids. At least I will be able to make sure that I won't have that social pressure. Some of them lose their job. Some of them have to put another mortgage on their house, and they're suffering enough. I think that the least we can do as parliamentarians is to make sure that we will raise that number from 15 weeks to 50 weeks. And instead of waiting the first 2 weeks without having a first check, well, I think it would be normal that those people will get it right away. So in a nonpartisan way, Madam Speaker, I'm asking all my colleagues to make that gesture of solidarity and support my bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to commend the Honourable Member for Bourassa for his efforts to help people on unemployment be able to achieve benefits sooner. I'm wondering if he has any thoughts on the difficulties that, and I'm certainly getting complaints about it, that people who have become unemployed in the current economic downturns are waiting so very long just to get a voice on the phone to help them find the way to get their benefits.
L'Honorable Député de Bourassa.
On a trop d'exemples.
There are too many examples of that. There's a problem with personalized service, and when people wait on the line and it says you're important, your call is important. If you have a problem, please press 1. If you want us to answer your question, please plus 2. Or please press 3 and we may be able to answer your call in 15 minutes. There's a problem with that kind of approach. There's nothing better than personalized service with a human on the other end. If it's not a human service, we need to have a process whereby if someone calls in through Service Canada, they can actually speak to someone, get an answer. All too many times we're here that the government hired people on a temporary basis, and it's not about finding situations to enable these people to defend the indefensible. No. I agree with my colleague that not only do we need to have the decency of providing benefits when they're required, and we need to have the decency to answer their calls when they call in. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel.
Alfred Pellant. Oui, je m'excuse.
No, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. I apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Bourassa, for bringing forth this bill. As he mentioned, it is an extremely important one. I agree with the importance of seeing it as a nonpartisan issue as well. It's been brought forth in the House today, and it's high time for this bill to be adopted in a nonpartisan fashion. Madam Speaker, the person referred to by my colleague, Madame Dubé, is one of my constituents. She's in my riding, Marie-Hélène. We're all on your side. We're all with you today. And I'd like to address that human side of it, the nonpartisan aspect, because it is important, and I want to explain why it's so important. But I'd like to hear my colleague talk about that as well. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, that's the difference. The difference between a government and a business is the government is responsible for looking after people. Now, when difficult times occur, when economic times are tough, the role of the government, of a state, is to ensure that people who are facing difficulties and people in need get the assistance they need. At the time when I was minister, when we had decisions that had to be made, we had to bear in mind and never lose sight of the fact that what was most important and what is most important are the people. Now, earlier I talked about changes with respect to parental benefits and other changes as well. We've tried this approach several times and it hasn't been successful. However, the reality exists. There are people facing cancer. It's everywhere. There are single-parent families, the majority of which are headed up by women, who need to bear the burden of keeping the family together. And if at the same time those people, those women are ill and economically can't help their children, well, are we going to tell them, well, 15 weeks, you'll have to go onto welfare? At the top of the Maslow pyramid is self-esteem. And we always need to ensure that we're at the top of the pyramid and we're working for people's self-esteem. Now, I'd like to ask my colleagues. I know the Bloc and the NDP agree with this initiative. And I know that deep down inside, many Conservative members will have a decision to make. But when we talk about the social economy, when we talk about helping people, if there's something important that we need to do now, in concrete terms, that won't cost millions and millions of dollars, but that will have an impact on our community, on the people in our communities, it's by adopting this bill.
Du débat, resuming
debate.
L'honorable député d'Alma, de Jonquière-Alma.
The honourable member for Jonquière-Alma. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and today I am speaking and seeking your support for Bill 291, which is designed to provide a fair employment insurance system for workers in Canada. It's a bill designed to amend the Employment Insurance Act to move from 15 to 50 the maximum number of weeks for special benefits that can be paid out in the case of illness, injury, or quarantine, and which will also eliminate the 2-week waiting period. As members, we all want to improve the economic situation for workers. And as part of this duty, we are on a daily basis confronted with new issues equally as important. It's now perhaps a time to, instead of moving on to new files, taking a look at reviewing ones that are no longer working and need to be modernized. Before giving tax cuts to the richest among us, isn't it time to look after families, workers with unstable jobs, and people in need in our society? The Employment Insurance Act hasn't been amended since 1971, and it isn't surprising that it no longer meets the legitimate needs of the people. It is imperative, therefore, to amend it to harmonize it with living conditions of Canadians, because they have changed since 1971. This isn't the first time that this bill has been before the House of Commons. It may seem to be something that people have already seen before. And the New Democratic Party has always called for a fair, modern employment insurance system that is adapted to the needs of workers. We have called for the 2-week waiting period to be abolished, and I would clarify that this was part of the NDP platform in the election campaign of 2011. We can't simply blame the Liberals for having dipped into the Employment Insurance Fund, which had a surplus of over $57 billion, nor can we simply criticize them for not having remedied the situation when they're in power. No, what we need to do is welcome this option, the option that they're putting forth at present, because in fact it reflects their traditional position of the NDP on employment insurance. First and foremost, let's think about the neediest people in our society and let's set aside partisan politics. We must also bear in mind that when we're talking about employment insurance, we're talking about the money belonging to workers and employers, not government funds. We must also remember that the Conservatives have refused to put the money into the Employment Insurance Fund and have created the EI Financing Board, which has an objective of limiting the account surplus to $2 billion. There is currently a deficit in the account. The Conservatives should use the entire amount or a good portion of the surpluses to enhance special benefits for illness. It's time for the Conservatives to take action. Now, the case of Marie-Hélène Dubé has been mentioned. She's a young 40-year-old mother grappling with her third cancer in 5 years. She had a petition circulated to extend employment insurance benefits payable in the event of illness. To date, she has received over 500,000 signatures. She even participated in the very popular television show Tout le monde en parle, and that was last March. In addition, the NDP has publicly, on several occasions, supported this initiative. It's important to underscore her determination and the strength of her commitment. This is a very courageous woman, and for all other people grappling with serious illness, I urge all members to vote in favor of this bill. In the name of solidarity, compassion, and common sense. 15 weeks to overcome a serious illness or disease? It is simply not enough. We want to reduce the financial burden of people affected by a disease or injured, so that they can continue to focus on their healing and not have to worry about the way they're going to be able to pay their bills or their rent or feed their children. The Conservatives are simply out of touch with reality. The action that they are taking runs counter to things they say. They say they want to help the economy and cut unnecessary programs, but what they're doing is detrimental to families, and they are reducing spending power. I will reiterate, this money must go back to the people. In 2008, when the EI Financing Board was created by the Conservative government, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the Labour Congress of Canada, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and the Canadian Institute of Actuaries confirmed that a minimum $15 billion surplus in the operating account was necessary in order to allow for healthy management of the program. The surplus would have made it possible to absorb the consequences of the economic crisis and could have helped finance an upgrade and modernization of the system, which could have included extending special benefits. When the Conservative government had an opportunity to remedy the situation in 2008, they didn't do so, even though experts called upon them to take action. I mentioned Ms. Dubé's petition, and it's a formal proof that Canadians want an employment system that is more humane. Instead of seeing taxpayers' money wasted by predecessors, the Conservative government must comply to the will of the people of Canada and change the situation. Voting in favor of Bill C-291 means voting in favor of workers and their families, the most vulnerable people in our society. Please, dear colleagues, vote for good common sense. Any time left, Madam Speaker? Well, Madam Speaker, I'll speak extemporaneously. Madam Speaker, there are a number of illnesses, cardiovascular illnesses, kidney, cancer. Many of them require 38 weeks of treatment. After 15 weeks, how can someone recover and go back to work? There are documents that prove that people don't even have an opportunity to finish their therapy and they have to go back to work. Many people have not been accommodated by their employers and they've lost their jobs. Many workers aren't unionized in Canada. And as a result, the only way that they have to, or the only recourse they have is EI. It's the only funding that they have that comes in. And after 15 weeks, many people have absolutely nothing. It doesn't make sense. If that $57 billion were in the fund today, we could enhance the system. It could be $15 billion that could be used. What we're asking people, members here to do, what I urge all of you to do. I've got a mere 6 months experience, but I want to make a contribution, and I feel we can by moving ahead with this. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to mention that Canada doesn't have the best system in the G8. We're not the best, we're not the worst. There are some countries that provide benefits, payments up to 12 months, and I'll give you an overview, Madam Speaker. Canada pays 15 weeks, 52 in the UK, 50 or 38 weeks in France, 78 in Germany, Japan, 6 months based on the employment category, and in Russia it's 12 months. So you can see we're lagging behind others in the G8, and we can do better. So I'm asking everyone to use a common sense approach. This is for people who are ill. Not everyone is ill for 38 weeks. No. I have some other data here that I'd like to share with you. We've prepared some figures, Madam Speaker, and it would cost us, for 50 weeks, it would cost 20 million extra dollars. If the money had been in the account, the 57 billion, we could have dealt with this issue. There have been thousands of applications that have come in, but only 31% of them have needed 30 weeks. The average number of weeks at $340 per week. And in 2009-2010, disease cost a significant amount. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that we are compassionate people here. We need to think about the people we represent, and as a result, I feel that we all should support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cape Breton Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in on the debate on this particular private member's bill. And Madam Speaker, I think before, if you could allow me just half a minute here, my mom is an avid watcher of the parliamentary channel. And I haven't seen her. I haven't seen her in 3 weeks. I want to remind her that it's Movember, and her pride and joy is doing this to raise money for prostate cancer, and it's much nicer than my colleagues from Saint Leonard, Saint Michel. So make sure you make your donation, Mom. Madam Speaker, I want to commend my colleague from Barassa for putting this bill forward. And one thing I've come to know, I think the class of 2000, we celebrate our anniversary next week, and I see two colleagues across the way from the Conservative member that are congratulations on your 11th anniversary. And some say it was probably one of the strongest classes to come to the House in many years, Mr. Speaker.
After 97.
After 97.
After 97.
But one thing, when I arrived here, I had certain preconceptions about employment insurance. And I think it would be valuable for some of the new members just to sort of go back and give a little bit of history, because the changes that took place through the mid-90s, and there was a Liberal government in place that made changes, fairly dramatic changes in the mid-90s that sort of swung the pendulum out of favor with workers. It had been advised, it had been recommended by the Auditor General at the time, because the EI fund had been bankrupt under the past Conservative governments, but so it went into they took it out of they made it go into a general fund and put it into a general fund. So, Madam Speaker, it's important to understand that. So changes had to be made to make sure that the fund was well established, well funded, and that the actuarians were able to support the program. Was a self-sustaining program. So cuts have been made, and I think that probably the cuts, in retrospect, the cuts certainly were disadvantaged a great number of workers. It worked for a fair number, but not everybody. And I thought when I first got here, I said, gee, you know, EI should be blown up and we should start again. But changes were made through, once the books were balanced and budgets were surplused and reinvestments had been made in social programs, I think something that we saw was that you could make changes to the system that would be of benefit to large numbers. And we've seen under our government, we were able to go back to the best 14 weeks. And I think that that was something that impacted well over 35%, I think it was like 38% of EI recipients were impacted by that. So that's a fair number of people that benefited from a change like that. Working while on benefits, increasing the amount of money you're able to work while on benefits, the black hole. A couple of changes were made that really benefited workers that find themselves unemployed. So, you know, my thoughts had changed from blowing the whole thing up to working hard to try to make changes that benefit the greatest number of Canadians and those that need the help most. So that sort of brings us to today's debate and the private member's bill put forward by my colleague from Barossa, because I think he really hits probably one of the most significant, probably one of the most important changes that we could make to the EI program that would benefit the most vulnerable, the most in need Canadians that are out there now. And those are Canadians that find themselves, because of illness, out of work, not able to work, and find themselves where household income is impacted and sometimes stopped. And so I think the changes that are being put forward by my colleague, I think, are right and positive, and I would hope that they would be embraced by the entire chamber. Madam Speaker, we've seen similar legislation like this before, similar private member's bill. My colleague from Sydney, Victoria, in the 38th Parliament had put this a similar bill forward, and it was pretty neat because his bill was motivated by two staff that he had, Darlene Morrison and Lindsay McPhee. And, you know, they had talked about it because in dealing with Service Canada employees, the workers at Service Canada, when they have to deliver the news to somebody that's battling cancer or somebody that's just had a double lung transplant and they're trying to recover from something that catastrophic, they would have to deliver the news to these people that their 15 weeks of sick EI had elapsed and that they were not any longer eligible for any EI benefits. And Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, you know, that's a tough message to send to somebody that's in that state. I mean, mentally, physically, financially, emotionally, the stress that's on that person because of those dire circumstances, it's substantive. That combined with the fact that both of the ladies I mentioned, Lindsay and Darlene, both had their own health concerns as well. And they went through protracted periods of time where they faced substantive challenges with their health and were off for an extended period of time. And so they lived the reality of going without a paycheck. They lived in that reality. Fortunately, they had other supports. But, Madam Speaker, I know in the 38th Parliament when the legislation came forward and it went to, it passed second reading and it went to committee. And as my colleague from Sydney, Victoria, sat before the Finance Committee, he had on either side of him the President of the Canadian Cancer Society, and on the other side was the President of the Canadian Heart and Stroke Foundation. And I sat in on the presentation that particular day, Madam Speaker, and it was powerful. It was, without question, the support that those two organizations, the leaders of those two organizations, that they offered for this change in the EI program, for that particular piece of legislation, I was moved by the amount of support that was offered. And they're not the only organizations. I mean, they deal with this on a regular basis. They help people on a regular basis. But when you look through over the years, the people that have advocated for this, the CLC, the Building Trades Council, every major union has advocated for a change in EI, because when their workers, when their membership go down, and they experience these health challenges, they know the hardship that it places not only on them, but on their families, on their households, on their children. My colleague from Bourassa had made note of a petition that had been circulated, Marie-Hélène Dubé, and I think many MPs are very much aware of that. And if you want to read something that's moving and but straightforward and just addresses the reality, certainly I think you can get information online about Marie-Hélène's situation, a young mother who battled thyroid cancer, Madam Speaker, and her battle was inspirational. But Madam Speaker, I think changes, again, as I had said, I thought maybe an overall revamping of the EI system was initially what I thought would best serve Canadians and Canadian workers. But in retrospect, in my experience here, we can do good things. And as legislators, we can make a difference in people's lives. And I think by supporting this particular private member's bill, by supporting this change in the EI regulations, I think we can make a difference in people's lives that really need that assistance. So, Madam Speaker, my time is almost up. So I'll just wrap up again. I certainly want to commend my colleague here, the member from Bourassa, for putting this forward, putting this important piece of legislation forward. And I'll look forward to, as will my caucus colleagues, will look forward to supporting this particular piece of legislation when it comes for a vote. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Northeast.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to respond to the honourable member from Bourassa on Bill C-291, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, specifically concerning the waiting period and maximum special benefits. First of all, let me start by saying that I truly sympathize with those Canadians that are battling cancer or other illnesses that last longer than 15 weeks. For example, we know, Madam Speaker, that 70 Canadian men are diagnosed with prostate cancer every day, and 11 out of those 70 will die from it. For thousands of Canadians, including my Executive Assistant Kenton Duac, my EDA President Stephen Ladd, my son Chetan Shori, and members from all sides in this House are fundraising this month to fight prostate cancer, and I applaud them for it. These battles have no partisan or political lines. But, Madam Speaker, my colleague's bill would cost approximately $730 million per year, which I'm sure that most of us will agree is a significant expenditure of public monies in a time of fiscal restraint. And we need to ask whether increasing the maximum for special benefits from 15 weeks to 50 weeks is necessary or justifies the money that would have to be spent. I would respectfully argue that the targeted changes of our Conservative government has made to the benefit systems is a smarter way to support Canadians facing health and other life challenges. I think we need to remember, Madam Speaker, that our Conservative government has made the employment insurance system more accessible and fair for millions of Canadians, especially in the face of the challenges many of us have experienced during the global economic recession. There are several ways in which the federal government provides for those facing a long-term disability illnesses, particularly through the Canadian Pension Plan long-term disability pension. This is in addition to both provincial social assistance programs and private long-term disability insurance. This benefit is meant to be a temporary measure for temporary illnesses that prevent someone from working. In a clear majority of cases, the program does the needs of individuals, as 70% of individuals do not exhaust the current 15-week sickness provision. Hardworking Canadians deserve to be able to balance work and family life. That is why our government believes in a strong EI system, one that delivers fair and equitable benefits for those who need them the most. During the global economic downturn, Madam Speaker, our government moved quickly to preserve and create jobs and to help families, workers, and businesses. And in fact, we rebounded quite substantially. More than 600,000 new jobs have been recovered since the depth of the recession in July 2009. Our unemployment rate is now down to 7.3%, one of the lowest levels since December 2008. But the economic challenges are not behind us. Our Prime Minister has been clear on the direction this government will take on the fiscal matters when he said, we need to strike the right balance between supporting jobs and growth while reducing our deficit in a responsible manner. And that is just it. Madam Speaker, when Canada was hit hardest by the global recession, our government demonstrated its flexibility by putting temporary measures in place under the Employment Insurance Program to assist Canadians, both workers and employers. The economic downturn created exceptional circumstances for our government that required an exceptional response, and respond we did. For example, we temporarily provided an extra 5 weeks of EI benefits to help those hardest hit by the recession. And I'm pleased to say that about 1.3 million EI claimants benefited from this initiative. We have also helped long-tenured workers renew or upgrade their skills under the Career Transition Assistance Program. Close to 15,000 long-tenured workers have participated, and around $95 million in benefit has been paid. We further demonstrated our commitment to help workers and employers through temporary work-sharing measures. About 300,000 employees have participated in more than 10,000 work-sharing agreements since 2009. Work-sharing helps employers and workers avoid layoffs by redistributing the workload when there is a temporary reduction in the normal level of business activity. And in fact, Madam Speaker, Canada has been a world leader in work-sharing agreements, and governments around the world are looking to Canada's program as a model. I should also point out, Madam Speaker, that through the Minister of Finance, we introduced a bill to support Canadian businesses that included a temporary hiring credit for small businesses to encourage further hiring. Madam Speaker, economic challenges during the global recession have placed significant pressures on the Canadian labour market and, in turn, the EI program. That is why we took decisive action to freeze premiums for 2010 and limit the rate increase for subsequent years. Now, Madam Speaker, this is the key. In an uncertain economic environment, a balance needs to be struck between supporting the recovery and ensuring that the program can survive over the time. I think we can all agree that we want a sound system in place for many generations to come, for our children and grandchildren, and so on. The decisions we make today will affect the future of this program, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our government has shown fairness by extending access to EI special benefits, including maternity, parental, sickness, and compassionate care benefits to the self-employed who opt into the EI program. And by extending special benefits to the self-employed across Canada, we are supporting them in balancing their work and family responsibilities. Our government introduced a measure to extend the EI parental benefit window for Canadian Forces members who are ordered either to return to duty while on parental leave or whose parental leave is deferred as a result of a tour of duty. Supporting our men and women in uniform is simply the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. And they have sacrificed, we all know they have sacrificed that and put their lives on the line for Canada, so we must stand up for them when they need us. Compassionate care benefits are available to persons who have to be away from work temporarily to provide care or support to a family member who is gravely ill with a significant risk of death. The eligibility criteria of the EI Compassionate Care Benefit has been modified by broadening the definition of a family member. Now it can mean a sibling, grandparent, grandchild, in-law, aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, foster parent, ward, guardian, or someone gravely ill person who considers the claimant to be like a family member. And this is what we mean when we talk about allowing more flexibility and fairness in the system. Madam Speaker, we have taken actions to enhance and expand the EI program to help both workers and employers weather the economic storm. We have also enhanced and expanded the EI program through a number of legislative measures to ensure that it meets the needs of Canadian workers and their family in a fair and equitable and flexible way. These are real people we are dealing with, and we can never forget that. That said, our government has a responsibility to Canadian taxpayers, and we take that role very seriously. In Calgary Northeast, for example, if I ask Romy Sidhu or Pawan Sharma, who are self-employed running their small businesses, that whether they want their taxes to go up, wow, what are they going to say, Madam Speaker? No. Simply they'll say, no way, you are sounding like a Liberal or an NDP. During the last election, Madam Speaker, Canadian voters were given two very distinct visions when it comes to our economy. They could opt for the tax and spend Liberal NDP bloc coalition, or they could choose a strong, stable, national conservative majority government under the leadership of our Prime Minister. A government that would focus on protecting jobs and economic growth during these uncertain periods. Madam Speaker, I think we all know that Canadian voters made a clear choice, and this bill, as it stands, would require the significant expenditure of public monies in a time of fiscal restraint. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, despite our greatest sympathies, we cannot support this bill. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this House to speak to Bill C-291, and of course the member from Barossa acknowledged in presenting this bill that New Democrats have been at this for a number of years. I know New Democrats have presented this bill in various forms, whether it was the member from Acadie Bathurst or the former member Don Black from British Columbia. I also want to acknowledge the member from Jonquière-Elma who ably outlined why this House should support this bill. And I feel quite fortunate to actually follow the Conservative member across the way in speaking, because I feel I have an opportunity to set the record straight here about some of the claims that were made. First of all, this fund, the Employment Insurance Fund, is funded by employers and employees. It's their money. This does not come out of the General Revenue Fund. This is money that employers and employees pay for just the kinds of circumstances that the member from Barossa outlined. Here we've got people who are ill. We've got their families often in crisis. And what I heard the member say was, if their EI runs out after 15 weeks, they can just go apply for welfare. Now, I don't know what province he's from, but in the province I come from in British Columbia, welfare rates are not enough to pay your bills. And in many, many provinces across this country, before you go on income assistance, you have to liquidate all your assets. So here you've got somebody who's suffering from cancer or some other disease that they're struggling to recover from, and what you say is, we'll pay you 15 weeks and then liquidate your assets in the middle of your chemo or your radiation or whatever other treatments you're undergoing. Liquidate your assets so you can go on income assistance. Now, that does not sound like a compassionate society to me, Madam Speaker, and I just need to put a few facts on record. First of all, under regular employment insurance, under the so-called progressive rules we have before us, Less than 50% of Canadians now qualify, despite the fact that they may be paying into employment insurance. Secondly, this is Statistics Canada's own numbers. Statistics Canada studies show that 20% of sick leave lasts 17 months or more. It also showed that 60% of these sick leaves are from 17 to 28 weeks and 40% are 29 weeks or more. And currently, only 31% of beneficiaries collect the maximum 15 weeks of sick benefits. What we have here, Madam Speaker, despite what the government is claiming, is we don't have massive numbers that would be collecting long-term sick benefits. And so I would argue that if we were going to be a compassionate society, that we would have all members of this House support this bill. I heard the member talk about the NDP Bloc Liberal coalition, and as if that would be something scary for Canadians. What I would argue, Madam Speaker, is what New Democrats would do is we would bring to the table the kinds of changes that we have proposed for a number of years to employment insurance funded by employers and employees to make sure that those the most vulnerable in our society are well looked after, instead of saying, suck it up, you get 15 weeks and forget it. There was a recent study that was just put out called Making It Work. It's the final recommendations of the Mowat Centre Employment Insurance Task Force, and I want to touch on a couple of those because they relate directly to the bill that the member from Barossa has proposed. They outline a number of recommendations, but they're talking about the 2-week waiting period. And when they talk about the 2-week waiting period, they talk about how it applies to all employment insurance claims, whether they're regular claims or special benefits claims. And I want to just quote from here directly. They make a recommendation that the 2-week benefit period should be eliminated for special benefits. And they say, after eligibility is established, applicants must wait 2 weeks for payments to begin. The 2-week waiting period applies to special beneficiaries just as it does to individuals. They go on to say that other than cost containment, there is no clear justification for the waiting period for special benefits, and it may cause inconvenience or hardship for individuals. Eliminating the waiting period for special benefits would have a relatively small impact on program costs. As most recipients of special benefits exhaust them, eliminating the waiting period for these beneficiaries would in most cases imply providing the same total benefits earlier. Eliminating the 2-week waiting period for special beneficiaries is an easy and affordable way to enhance support for new parents and caregivers. It would also support the reforms to sickness benefits discussed below. And I want to talk a little bit about the proposed changes to sickness benefits because I think a number of us in this House have had meetings with people with episodic disabilities and the severe impact it has on people with their ability to stay in the workforce because of the way sickness benefits are currently set up. And what this report proposes under Recommendation 17 is test a change to sickness benefits to support labour market participation of persons with disabilities. To support the labour market participation of persons with disabilities, periodic use of sickness benefits should be tested. This would allow individuals to qualify for benefits once and with medical certification take benefits periodically throughout the year without having to re-qualify. They go on to say that there is currently no income support available to help individuals with sporadic or episodic illnesses or disabilities to remain in the workforce or to avoid other forms of assistance such as provincial social assistance for persons with disabilities or Canada Pension Plan disability. And of course, even when people go on some of these other systems, there's a problem for them if they want to rejoin the workforce. So they give a rationale for this change, and they say in coming decades, Canada will experience labour shortages and an ageing population. More Canadians are finding themselves on long-term provincial disability programs. This is not an efficient use of our human capital. Canadian social programs should not create barriers to labour market participation or disincentives to work for those who would like to. In some ways, Canada's income security framework currently categorizes individuals as either able-bodied and employable or disabled and unemployable. This blunt categorization can be demoralizing for individuals who have the capacity to work part-time and can discourage self-sufficiently. It may also place unnecessary pressure on disability support programs. It goes on to say the OECD recognizes the lack of supports for employment as a primary weakness in Canada's approach to income security for persons with disabilities. Similar to a number of other OECD countries, Canadian disability benefit systems still often appear geared to steer people into welfare dependency and labour market exclusion rather than participation. Moreover, the all-or-nothing nature of most disability income supports leaves these individuals with no realistic alternative to long-term dependence on disability income programs and no realistic opportunity to contribute to society. So, Madam Speaker, I think that's a very important point to raise here. What we often hear is, issues around Canada's productivity, about needing to increase labour force participation, and here we have a mechanism with the employment insurance sickness benefits to actually encourage that very participation. And I know that I've had people in my own riding approach me who have episodic disabilities, and there are periods of time in their life where they're very capable of working. Sometimes they're capable of working full-time for a number of months, and then, of course, they need to go back on sickness benefits. And what we need to do is encourage that participation in the labour market and, at the same time, provide some income security. And that's a very valuable resource for our employers. I want to touch just briefly on the sickness benefit aspect of it. And I know we've had a number of people talk about various cases, and I want to quote the case about Jennifer McCrae. She was about 8 months into maternity leave when her second child, when her doctor discovered early stage breast cancer. And she went to the employment insurance. Her doctor told her she needed 6 weeks to recover after being on maternity claim. She went to the employment insurance people and said, I need these sickness benefits. And of course, she was told that since she was on maternity leave and not available for work, she was not eligible for that benefit. Now you can imagine a young mother struggling with a new child. A new child is a challenge, can be a challenge at times, but then on top of that, having to have some radical surgery as a result of an early detection of breast cancer. And then to be told that because of the way the rules are set up, you're not eligible for EI. Well, oddly enough, there was another case where Justice Moran ruled that legislative changes to the EI Act were intended to give women on maternity leave access to additional sickness benefits immediately before, during, and after receiving maternity and parental, and that the regulations, although the regulations require a person to be available for work, it's impossible for a woman on maternity leave to be available for work. And so he said that there needed to be a more liberal interpretation, and that the government should change the rules. Now, the Human Resources Minister agreed, yet here we are now in November 2011 and still no changes, and women are still losing that ability to have both maternity and sickness benefits where it's required. So, Madam Speaker, I think we can cite any number of cases where a compassionate, caring, concerned society would say, yes, we need to support people. These are some of the most vulnerable people when you're sick. You really need that support. And I would argue that if we wanted to demonstrate that compassion and caring, the money is there. Employers, employees pay for it. Just pass the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to stand here and talk about C-291. How much time do I actually have? 2 minutes. It's going by very quickly. Anyways, it's my pleasure to be here, and I do appreciate the bill from the honourable member on the opposite side. For myself, my family has had the issue of severe cancer issues in my own home, my own family. I have a family member with lung cancer. It's made it very difficult for them to work and so on. I also, on my little block, in my block alone in Burlington, Ontario, I have 3 women who have MS. So the issues are very familiar to me as not just as a member of Parliament, but me personally. But what my issue is with this bill, Madam Speaker, is that, as I have with a large number of private members' bills, is that it's asking us to invest past the 15 weeks without a proper financial analysis that has been done on this. I would have preferred, Madam Speaker, if the mover of the motion had moved not a bill, not a private member's, because private members' bills are making law. They are making law, Madam Speaker. What I would prefer, it was a motion for the House to consider. So the government could consider what issues they need, what the financial implications are, what the financial implications are. There's no financial implications in many private members' bills. I challenge you I challenge the members to look at the private members' bills that have financial implications. But in this one, we are not sure what they are. We have an individual who's from the Library of Parliament who could do a review of what the financial results would be if this bill passed. The parliamentary budget officer. I think this bill should be brought to them for their response, to have a review of what it actually means, so we can have an intelligent conversation.
Order, please. Order. Order. The honourable member will have about 7 minutes remaining when this bill returns on the order paper. La période pour l'étude de cette affaire.
The time allotted for consideration of this bill has now expired, and it is now dropped to the bottom of the order paper. In pursuant to Standing Order 37, we will now consider Bill C-304 under private members' business.
Consideration and second reading of Bill C-304, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, protecting freedom, standing in the name of Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth, seconded by Mr. Rathberger, moves that Bill C-304, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, protecting freedom, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul's. I wanted to
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my fellow colleague from Burlington for an excellent 2.5 minutes. It is an honour to be here, Madam Speaker, to present a bill that is very near and dear to my heart, to this House of Commons. And I would like to begin by first thanking the people of Westlock St. Paul for the trust that they have placed in me for a third consecutive election to bring forward their concerns in this august chamber. I would also like to thank my friends and family for their support and dedication over the last 6 years, my parents for their willingness to always pitch in and help, my children, Aidan and Easton, for their endless patience and love, and most importantly, my wife Amal, who is my best friend and the rock that anchors our family. Without their love and support, this job would be so much more difficult. I would also like to thank my colleagues who have stepped forward, both past and present, to support Bill C-304, Protecting Freedom. While my bill will have some technical amendments at the committee stage, it will help to protect and enhance our most fundamental freedoms, and that is the freedom of expression and speech. As George Washington said, if the freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led, like sheep to the slaughter. Truly, without the freedom of speech, what is the use of any other freedoms, such as the freedom of assembly or the freedom of religion? The freedom of speech is the bedrock that all other freedoms are built on. This, along with the concept of natural justice and due process, are woven into the fabric of our great country over the last 144 years. As we were reminded only a few short days ago during Remembrance Day, tens of thousands of Canadians have given their lives to protect these fundamental freedoms. And that is why I stand before you today, Mr. Speaker. Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act eats away at this fundamental freedom. Most people are shocked when I explain to them that in Canada, right here in our own country, you can be investigated under a Section 13 complaint for having likely exposed a person or persons to hatred or contempt by reason of the fact that that person or those persons are identifiable on the basis of a prohibited ground of discrimination. The key word here is likely to have exposed. I think we can all agree that this is a very subjective and unnecessarily vague definition, not one of the narrowly defined legal definitions that would be far more appropriate for this clause. And this is where Section 13 truly fails to make a distinction between real hate speech and what I often term as hurt speech, or speech that is simply offensive. This means if you have offended somebody and are investigated under Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, intent is not a defense. Truth is no longer a defense. You no longer have the right to due process, the right to a speedy trial, or even the right to a lawyer to defend you. In fact, 90% of the human rights investigations under the Canadian Human Rights Act on Section 13, the defendants don't even have legal advice because they simply cannot afford it. When the people of Westlock St. Paul hear about this, they're shocked. This is simply not the Canadian way. Facing intense criticism in 2008, the Canadian Human Rights Commission handpicked Professor Richard Moon to provide an evaluation of Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. In quoting Dr. Moon on page 31 of his report, in regards to the repeal of Section 13 and reliance on the Criminal Code hate speech provisions, and I quote, "The principal recommendation of this report is that Section 13 be repealed so that the censorship of Internet hate speech is dealt with exclusively by criminal law." This recommendation was dismissed by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, who in turn provided a list of recommended amendments to Parliament in 2009, none of which have been implemented to date. Thus, even the Canadian Human Rights Commission has admitted with their own recommended amendments that there are serious flaws within Section 13. Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act has been a contentious topic for a number of years now, and it has been widely acknowledged that it does, in fact, impede upon Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which states that everyone has the fundamental freedom to the freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other media communication. This confliction between Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act and Section 2B of the Charter has been reaffirmed by the Canadian Human Rights Own Tribunal, which found that Section 13 was, in fact, unconstitutional in September of 2009. A common argument in favor of Section 13's right to censorship and its constitutionality is the overruling powers provided by Section 1 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, an argument I am sure that the opponents of my bill will bring forward. Section 1 does provide a provision within the Charter to ensure that all guaranteed rights and freedoms are subject to reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. There are but a few issues with applying this provision to Section 13. Most importantly, Section 13 lacks the ability to demonstrably justify the limits that it imposes on our society. It does not define the difference between hate speech and hurt feelings and offensive speech. Secondly, how can a loosely written, highly subjective, vague law such as Section 13 override the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in a free and truly democratic society? Section 13, which is intended to protect people from extreme acts of discrimination in regards to hate messages, as previously was defined by the Supreme Court of Canada, it has instead been used to address differing values or opinions and impedes upon one of the most basic civil liberties that we hold dear to our hearts, the freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, I believe the true issue of debate here is at what point and to what extent is censorship justified in Canada today. As I debate this question, I think of my good friend and constituent, Bob Herrick from Wissett, Alberta. Bob is a very bright and very successful man who, like many in his generation, have had a tremendous life and tremendous experiences to go along with it. He holds some very diverse opinions. No matter what topic you are discussing, from hunting to political philosophy, Bob loves to test your convictions and boundaries. Often while trying to challenge your own assertions, Bob will go well beyond political correctness and often be even a little bit offensive. It is in his ability and freedom to push the limits of political correctness, however, that truly tests the merit of your own beliefs. In society, when you lose the ability to test limits through freedom of expression, you also lose the ability to grow and adapt as a country peacefully. It is through freedom of speech and expression that we change governments here in Canada, not through riots and revolts. This is one of the unique factors that sets us apart from many countries in the world. Women such as Nellie McClung gained the right to vote by testing societal norms through expression and freedom of speech. Layer by layer, brick by brick, our country has grown and successfully developed by utilizing and enhancing our fundamental freedoms. And so it is today that we must continue to fight the tyrannical nature of the bureaucracy to censor free speech, to tell us what boundaries should be placed on our society and what rights that we have as individuals. So how do we ensure individual freedom of speech while at the same time protecting people and identifiable groups from direct harm if we repeal Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, one might ask? The answer to this question is that we must direct these complaints to a fair, open, and transparent judicial system, one that has been tested for hundreds of years within our own country. With the repealing of Section 13, individuals will still have recourse through both the civil and criminal justice systems. Sections 318 to 320 of the Criminal Code provide protection for identifiable groups where public communications invite hatred or harm against them. The continued use of the Criminal Code to address hate messaging will ensure that all individuals are protected from threatening discriminatory acts while preserving the fundamental freedom of expression in our country. An integral component of the Criminal Code is the need for the Attorney General to approve a claim. This prevents frivolous claims or claims where an expression merely offended another individual. It is also important to note that the Criminal Code provides basic provisions to the defendant that are not available through the Canadian Human Rights Act. I repeat, the provisions I'm about to talk about are not actually available to Canadians under the Canadian Human Rights Act. Provisions such as allowable defenses, the right to face your accuser, the right for the defendant to recover costs if a claim is dismissed, and the right to an open, fair and transparent trial. These are just a few of the basic liberties available under the Criminal Code. This is a system which has been tried and tested, a system with checks and balances, a system in which our society has entrusted their fundamental freedoms with and has seen fit to enforce the rule of law in our country. John Fitzgerald Kennedy described it best when he said, "We are not afraid to entrust the American people with unpleasant facts, foreign ideas, alien philosophies, and competitive values. For a nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people."
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, freedom of speech and the use of censorship on that freedom is not a matter to be taken lightly and should be entered into with the utmost of caution. That is why I personally find it highly alarming to hear a Canadian human rights investigator, someone entrusted as a gatekeeper of our fundamental freedoms, disvalue freedom of speech in Canada, claiming it merely to be an American concept. This is precisely the mentality that Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act is harboring, and just one more example of how unfit Section 13 and the Commission are to handle any level of power to censor speech in our country. Freedom of speech is just as valued here in Canada. In fact, it is the only real tool that free and democratic societies like our own have to fight bigotry and ignorance. Any imposed censorship on this freedom must be taken very seriously and not met with casual disregard. The solution here is not to fiddle with a broken, repetitive, and unnecessary system. I believe the solution is to use the laws we already have and provide authorities with the tools and support necessary to properly and carefully enforce these laws. The government has already announced its support to enhance the ability of the Criminal Code to better address hate messaging. This step, as well as the one-year implementation period in my bill, will ensure the successful transition to a system in which true democracy and freedom of speech can thrive. It is time we retract the power entrusted to the quasi-judicial bureaucratic system to deal with hate messaging and prevent the future abuse of this system. Freedom of speech is the bedrock upon which all other freedoms are built, and therefore is too precious to leave under the thumb of censorship imposed by this system. Without freedom of speech, what good are our other freedoms, you may ask? Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage all of my colleagues to stand up and protect our fundamental freedoms, the same freedoms which we have asked our soldiers to put their lives on line to protect time and time again. This truly is not an issue of blue versus orange versus red. This is an issue of freedom, transparency, and balance for all Canadians. Thank you, and God bless.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais que...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like the colleagues for opposite be so as respectful for freedom of speech as they are to freedom for debate. They want freedom for speech, but they don't like debate because we're constantly being muzzled. So that raises some questions with respect to their logic and to the merit of some conservative positions. Now, I have a question, and I'd like to put the question to the member responsible for Bill C-304. I'm wondering if he's aware of the various burdens of proof that exist under the Charter, under the Criminal Code. Does he not think that by removing recourse under Section 13 of the Charter, that the burden will be increased and it will be very difficult for the court as regards hate propaganda?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the respectful question. In fact, at the beginning of her question, she talks about the ability to debate a bill. I would like to remind her this is a private member's bill, not a government bill, and it was actually the NDP that filibustered even me having this ability to speak last Wednesday. That being said, I think it is very important that we have these debates, that Parliament isn't scared to have an open, honest, respectful debate on the important issues of our country. That is what engages the citizenry of our country. I was meeting with My Canada this week, who is a great youth group in our country with over 5,000 participants, and they strongly endorse my bill, and they endorse also the ability to engage in the freedom of speech in this country and change the fundamental values of our country to mold it to the way that they see it, to the way the youth see it moving forward in our country. And that is very important because it is very true, Madam Speaker, that the only real way to fight ignorance and bigotry in our country is by enhancing the fundamental freedoms like freedom of speech so that we can be a true and democratic society that continues to grow, thrive, and foster.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to commend my colleague, the member for West Loch St. Paul, for this frankly courageous and principled initiative, which I think many of us in this House have known for some time has been a necessary step to protect our inheritance of freedom of speech, which is a fundamental principle of our constitutional inheritance of our country's political values. I wonder if the member could comment on some of the groups that have long called for repeal of this much abused section of the Human Rights Act. I understand, amongst others, that the Canadian Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Association of Journalists, the Muslim Canadian Congress, organizations that span the entire political spectrum, from the Toronto Star to the National Post, have all called for the repeal of this legislation. Could the member please comment on the breadth of support, the consensus that seems to exist for this bill?
Good question. Well, member for West Loch St. Paul.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for not only his gracious words, but his dedication towards the freedom of speech and the freedom of religion and assembly that he has fought for his entire political career. He is absolutely correct. This bill, C-304, protecting freedom, is not about left versus right. This has support from the Canadian Muslim Congress, from civil libertarian groups. This has support of journalists across the political spectrum. The only thing that we're lacking today is support throughout the House of Commons. I would like to see all members of Parliament set their partisanship aside, take an issue like this and actually vote on it with the principles, with your own principles, rather than what the party whip may put on you. Because at the end of the day, it is debates like this that we have to be able to have in a respectful fashion. But Canadians also expect us to vote our conscience when it comes to these types of issues. And that is why I think it is so very much important that we remain to keep this debate respectful, but also we engage in an open, honest, transparent debate. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not convinced by the way the colleague opposite answered my question. However, I am still open to debate in this House, to debate, I reiterate, to free debate, so that people who have a desire to speak to an issue can do so. There are many important issues before this House, Madam Speaker, and all of the issues have been quickly rammed through by the government. Now, I understand that this is a private member's bill put forth by a colleague who's not a minister or a parliamentary secretary. However, there is a problem in this House where people are being prevented from getting involved in debate. Now, I just got information about votes tomorrow to limit debate at third reading. We come to the House, we debate issues, bills are presented, they're introduced, and many of them are very, very long, contain a number of aspects, but as soon as there's any objection to them, time allocation is imposed at second reading. We're told, oh, no, you'll have an opportunity to discuss the issue at committee during clause by clause, and I, in fact, have come from one where we've been doing clause by clause consideration, and we're facing time allocation there as well. And it's a bill that will make fundamental changes to Canadian society. A member opposite is now moving ahead with Bill C-304, and it focuses on freedom of expression, but on the government side, I really have a difficult time believing in it and believing in the merit behind it. For people listening to us and who are wondering what Bill C-304 is, it's an amendment. It would involve eliminating Section 13 of the Canadian Charter of Human Rights. Section 13 is a provision which disallows hate messages. And hate. This section was deemed consistent by the Supreme Court of Canada, a commission. It's something that the Supreme Court, in the Taylor decision, that Section 13 was consistent. It was also necessary in a free and democratic society. Now, don't forget that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms contains limits. Now, rights turn into limits. For some, they're rights. For others, they are limits. And the government is trying to make people afraid here. That's another one of their specialties. If the average citizen is before the courts on freedom of speech, well, most time it's been, in fact, there haven't been that many issues. It's not as if everyone's running to the Human Rights Commission in order to take recourse under Section 13, in order to complain that someone has made hateful remarks. And I reiterate, the legislation reiterates what hate speech is all about. It's not about saying, I don't like you, I don't like the way you look. But if I receive a tweet, Madam Speaker, and someone asks me, as a member for Gatineau, what are you going to do on an issue where your former leader is associated with the Gestapo compared to Hitler on an internet site called www. And it's so disgusting I don't want to advertise it. It's something terribly disgusting, but it's Park Avenue Gazette. And when they attach symbols from the Second World War and associate it with people who are human beings, imagine how those people feel when they see those types of situations or websites. Now, we're always reminded by the people opposite, yes, but the criminal code does contain measures to deal with that. Well, my reply to the member for Westlock St. Paul, well, in fact, I put a question to him, but he didn't answer it. If he relies uniquely and solely on the criminal code, there's a burden of proof. It's very different. So recourse isn't new. Recourse under the criminal code at the commission, where there are summary offenses under the criminal code. There are also civil measures of civil recourse and the Charter, and this is the case here. So there are sections in the Criminal Code which contain different types of proof. It can be the proof beyond all a reasonable doubt, etc. But under the Charter, the burden of proof is different. Now, what we're not being told, and what we've noted here with respect to freedom of expression, is freedom of expression doesn't give me the right to, for any reason, denigrate someone, to tell them they don't deserve to live, all those kinds of remarks. Would that merit or warrant a recourse under the Criminal Code? No. Crown prosecutors are already, in fact, very busy. They'll be even busier with the government's Bill C-10. So I can't see how they could have time to take a look at issues like this. And it could be interpreted differently, of course, but the Human Rights Commission is a specialized organization which had an opportunity to look at a specific case, and before it went forward to a court, they determined whether or not a complaint was warranted under the Charter. But nobody wants that. Why? Because many of the government's friends, and when I say a number of them, I've just exaggerated, but some of the government's friends, journalists from the West, have expressed certain views and have complained for many years that Section 13 prevents them from expressing all of the things they want to. Now, we live in Canada here, and in Canada, I've always believed that it was our duty to be respectful. We can disagree, but we're not authorized to denigrate another person, and this is what we're talking about here. We're talking about freedom of expression, but making someone feel as if they're worthless, and no. Now, I can't believe that the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, want that type of situation that affects Francophones, people who believe in bilingualism, people who believe that this country exists thanks to the two founding peoples and the First Nations, that we should simply just eliminate it and allow anyone to say whatever they want. It's as if you were to say, well, oh, it doesn't matter, I have freedom of expression. Come on. I agree that freedom of expression is important, and I hope that people will rise to speak to this issue and to remind the House what the Supreme Court said in the Taylor case, and it covers the importance of Section 13. Justice Dixon, who was an excellent writer, wrote on behalf of the Supreme Court, and I'll wrap up with this because I would have a lot of other things to say, but because of the limited time I have, I'll only have an opportunity to say a few words. But this issue regarding hate speech runs counter to, well, in fact, the prejudice and whatnot has been recognized by the Hate Propaganda Committee, the Cohen Committee, and this was studied in 1970. The Cohen Committee pointed out that individuals subjected to race-based or religious-based hate will experience psychological distress. This will result in anger, loss of self-esteem, etc. because of what distinguishes them from others. This will hinder a person's ability to flourish, and this refers back to Section 2. The committee also stated that hate propaganda would even convince viewers subtly that certain religious groups are inferior to others. Now, I could continue reading these quotes and whatnot, Madam Speaker. Inaudible.
Reprise.
Resuming debate.
Debate. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The notion implied in the private member's bill, which seeks to repeal Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act on the ground that the sanctioning of hate speech dilutes and diminishes freedom of expression, which I've said elsewhere is the lifeblood of democracy, which I agree with the honourable member that this is a bedrock principle, and I've always so affirmed. But the premise underlying the bill is, while well-intentioned, misinformed and misleading. It seems to suggest that freedom of speech is an absolute right, that it does not admit of any limitation, ignoring that all free and democratic societies, including the United States, the home of the most robust protection of freedom of speech under the First Amendment doctrine, and where my old mentor and professor, the then Dean of Yale Law School, Abraham Goldstein, said that freedom of speech is not an absolute right, though people continue to persist that it is. So all free and democratic societies, including the U.S., have recognized certain limitations on freedom of expression in the interest of protecting certain fundamental human values. For example, prohibitions against perjury to protect the right to a fair trial, prohibitions against treasonable speech to protect national security, prohibitions against pornography to protect the human dignity of women and children, prohibitions respecting libelous and defamatory speech to protect privacy and reputation, prohibitions against misleading advertising to protect consumers, and I can go on, Madam Speaker. Simply put, the provisions against hate speech partake in this genre of limitations to protect the rights of individuals and minorities against group vilifying speech, to protect against those discriminatory hate practices that reduce the standing and status of individuals and groups in society, thereby, in fact, constituting an inequality concern. And indeed, and this may surprise the member moving the motion, to protect the very values underlying free speech itself. As the Supreme Court of Canada put it in the Keekstra, Smith and Andrews and Taylor cases, and Madam Speaker, may I make full disclosure, I appeared as counsel in these cases and did so as a proponent of freedom of expression, as one who has advocated for this bedrock principle before the courts and have written extensively upon it. But as the court put it, the Supreme Court, and I cite, hate speech itself constitutes an assault on the very values that underlie freedom of expression. That this promotive hate speech actually constitutes an assault on that bedrock principle of freedom of expression. Moreover, said the court, and this is of particular relevance respecting any proposal to repeal Section 13, and I made this point before the Supreme Court of Canada in the trilogy of cases I referenced earlier. Hate speech is an equality issue as well as a free speech issue. That the promotion of hatred and contempt against an identifiable group results in prejudicial harm to the individual and group targets of that hate speech. That this harms-based rationale, as the Supreme Court characterized it, supports the sanctioning of hate propaganda as protective of equality. As the court put it, and I cite, the concern resulting from racist hate-mongering is not simply the product of its offensiveness, but from the very real harm it causes, as a member of Gatineau illustrated in her remarks this evening. Moreover, said the court, referencing international law, these anti-hate provisions were themselves implemented, enacted as a domestic implementation of our undertakings under international law, under international treaty provisions respecting combating hate speech. And again, I cite the Supreme Court. Quote, the protection provided to freedom of expression in international law does not extend to cover communications that advocate racial or religious hatred. Similarly, the court invoked Section 27 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom to argue that hate messaging as well constitute an assault on our multicultural heritage and normative principle. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to participate in this debate on Bill C-304, the bill that would repeal Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, and whose effect would be to prevent claims from being brought before human rights commissions, such claims as might protect against group vilifying speech while upholding the freedom of speech and the values that underlie it as well. Madam Speaker, I understand that the government has concerns with Section 13, but the response should be not to repeal the legislation on the alleged ground that it constitutes an assault on freedom of expression, principle which, as I said, I and many members in this House are long-standing advocates. But while ignoring the countervailing protective need to protect against group vilifying speech. Simply put, the solution is not to repeal the legislation whose constitutional validity has been upheld by the Supreme Court, but to address the concerns and to offer proposals to modify the regime that is now in place. I would urge the government to consider the possible reforms to address any valid concerns, which I will now outline in my subsequent remarks as preferable to outright appeal. As members may be aware, this very section of the Canadian Human Rights Act is now under review by the Supreme Court of Canada. This debate, therefore, Madam Speaker, if I may say parenthetically, is somewhat itself premature, as we should wait for guidance from this nation's highest court on the scope and ambit of freedom of expression before entering into this debate. That said, the Supreme Court has already provided much guidance in this area, as I have outlined, and has ruled that as a matter of constitutional law, freedom of expression constitutes hate speech constitutes an assault on the very underlying principles respecting freedom of expression, the search for truth, the protection of individual autonomy, democratic debate and stability. And while protecting vulnerable groups from hate messages, it promotes and protects the fundamental principle of equality. And that even if it should be found to prima facie infringe on freedom of speech, as former Chief Justice Dixon put it in these cases, the infringement may be characterized as a reasonable limit prescribed by law, demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. And it is in that context and spirit that I offer the following recommendations. First, the criminal code to which reference has been made with regard to its hate speech provisions has a built-in filtering mechanism through the requirement of the consent of the Attorney General for launching a prosecution. I would recommend a similar filtering provision with regard to the Canadian Human Rights Act. Second, procedural protection could be put in place to limit complainants to one jurisdiction at a time, rather than having, as we now do, a barrage of federal and provincial complaints that are instituted against the same individual or group, thereby serving as what has been called a strategic lawsuit against public participation, SLAP in its shorthand, that can understandably serve to chill speech. Third, we could add a statutory definition of hatred and contempt in accordance with the definitions as offered by the Supreme Court of Canada in the Taylor case itself. 4, we can include a provision under Section 41 to allow for the early dismissal of Section 13 complaints when messages do not meet the narrow definition of hatred or contempt. 5th, we could repeal the provision that allows for the assessment of a punitive sanction. 6th, Madam Speaker, we could implement better procedural safeguards in terms of the trial process and evidentiary standards. And finally, Madam Speaker, other reforms the government might consider include allowing commissions to award costs, thereby dissuading persons from bringing forth frivolous matters. As well, the Commission could also remove the possibility of an anonymous submission such that the right to face one's accuser is better respected. In closing, Madam Speaker, the debate we should be having tonight, if we are to debate this in advance of the Supreme Court decision, which we should be awaiting. But the debate should nonetheless be, given the Supreme Court decisions that we do have, how we might reform and structure human rights commissions to both protect freedom of expression while protecting vulnerable individuals and minorities from hate and group vilifying speech, rather than committing ourselves to abolishing the entire regime because it has produced results which can be addressed through positive reforms, as I have indicated this evening, which will address the members' concerns. So I would urge the government to rethink its approach and consider some of the reforms I've outlined in my remarks that are intended both to protect the bedrock principle of freedom of expression and the values that underlie it, as well as to protect individuals and groups and vulnerable minorities from this group vilifying speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough and Westdale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great privilege for me to stand in this House today and speak on Bill C-304, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act protecting freedom. I fully support this bill as it protects one of our most important rights as Canadians, that being the freedom of speech. In my years on our House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights, we've often spoke out against repressive regimes around the world who trample the rights of their own citizens in the most severe ways. And yet, the fundamental right to freedom of speech is threatened here at home. I'm pleased that this bill proposed by the member from Westlock St. Paul seeks to remedy just that. Madam Speaker, as you've heard from my colleague before me, freedom of speech is a fundamental right that provides the basis for all other rights to thrive and succeed. Without free speech, citizens could not assemble publicly to peacefully demonstrate their opposition to government policies, an act fundamental to our democracy. Taken further, Madam Speaker, one could say that without freedom of speech, we could not worship God, we could not practice our faith, we could not join unions or speak out during elections or other moments of democratic participation. These are some of the very criticisms we have of totalitarian regimes. And we need only think of the recent events in Egypt and Libya and the ongoing Arab Spring to understand that, in the end, freedom of speech must always prevail. Madam Speaker, Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act is a direct attack on the freedom of speech that is guaranteed to us under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act allows the Canadian Human Rights Commission to prosecute anyone alleged to have said or written something likely to expose a person or persons to hatred or contempt, whether there's a living, breathing victim or not. In essence, this is like charging someone for the likelihood of breaking a law, but not yet breaking the law. Madam Speaker, for those that have seen the 2002 Hollywood blockbuster Minority Report, some might say it's starting to go down that path. The movie stars, amongst others, are three psychics called precogs. It depicts an eerie fictional future where the pre-crime department, along with supercomputers, labels criminals before they even commit a crime. However, the system ignores its own flaws or minority reports, in the end labeling innocent people and marginalizing a whole subclass who fall outside of the societal norms as directed from the top. Madam Speaker, while the movie is fictional and takes the point to the nth degree, what's true in reality today is that Section 13 is inconsistent with our democracy and our criminal code, which abides by the principle of charging someone after they commit a crime, not before. Madam Speaker, if that's the principle that our criminal code is governed by, why isn't this the principle also central in the Human Rights Act? That is what this bill from the member for Westlock St. Paul is aiming to do, bringing the principle of our tried and tested justice system to human rights, and consequently to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Madam Speaker, for a clear example of the Section 13 hindering free speech here in Canada, we do not have to look far. For example, as the member from Westlock St. Paul previously alluded to, the Canadian Human Rights Commission investigator, Mr. Dean Stacey, was asked what value he gave freedom of speech in his investigations. To me, it's shocking that Mr. Stacey replied, "Freedom of speech is an American concept, so I don't give it any value. It's not my job to give value to an American concept." Madam Speaker, I take umbrage with that. Freedom of speech is very much a Canadian concept, one that we should be very proud of. And most importantly, in this second week after Remembrance Day, let us never forget the ultimate sacrifice made by thousands of Canadians from the trenches of Europe to the hills of Afghanistan so that we could enjoy so many freedoms, not the least of which is the freedom of speech, but also so millions suffering in Europe during the 2 world wars and in other conflicts since could also be free. Madam Speaker, the list of those affected and stifled by Section 13 is long and encompassing. Every journalist, writer, webmaster, blogger, publisher, politician, and private citizen in Canada can be subject of a human rights complaint for expressing an opinion or telling the truth on any given issue. With the ambiguity of Section 13, it is virtually impossible for any person to determine if they might be in violation of Section 13 or not. This, in a nutshell, creates a culture of forced censorship and punishment for those who dare speak their mind. This is wrong and cannot be justified in a free society that Canada credits itself to be. This is also unimaginable in the digital world that has reshaped how our society communicates, Madam Speaker. Is it possible that the 140 characters of a tweet could be misconstrued? Is it possible that a blog could be unduly censored? Bill C-304 can and will fix this, and that is why I'm standing in this House today to support it. Madam Speaker, there will be some who say that getting rid of Section 13 of the Human Rights Act will open the floodgates to hate speech and the like. As the member for West Block St. Paul noted, Sections 318 through 320.1 of the Criminal Code already prohibit hate propaganda, including any written, sign, or visible representation that advocates or promotes genocide. There's nothing more vile in the world than hate propaganda. I have worked over the last few years to draw attention and take action on the rising threat of anti-Semitism for this very reason, Madam Speaker. Quite frankly, will some people say or continue to say things that are nasty, things that everyone in this House would find offensive? Certainly. However, so long as it's not hate propaganda, should we not defend their right to say it, so that we are preserving the right of all people to speak their minds, and in doing so, thereby preserving our right to speak out against unsavory speech? In closing, Madam Speaker, may I iterate the importance of free speech here in Canada. Our country was built on free speech. Our veterans have fought for free speech, and let us together as a House ensure free speech is not hindered the way Section 13 does today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and God bless Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to begin by saying that the Conservatives always talk about how important it is for them to make our communities safer, but they seem to want to weaken the restrictions against hate crimes, and that appears contradictory to me. Madam Speaker, we all know that this Conservative government has a love affair with the right-wing Americans under George Bush. In fact, it was the Republicans who supported mandatory minimum sentences and the elimination of pardon applications in the 1980s, and this caused the prison population to skyrocket without necessarily improving the safety of its citizens. It was the same Republicans who always take the First Amendment of the Constitution, that is unconditional freedom of expression. Unfortunately, there are extremist groups of all kinds who use it to convey homophobic, racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic messaging while protecting themselves with the first. In fact, the American standard goes against some international conventions that condemn hate speech. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives like to talk about victims and show compassion for their situation, as we should all do. However, in this case, their ideology is blinding them completely. They're forgetting people who are already marginalized, such as racial minorities and religious minorities, and the gay, lesbian, and transsexual communities. They forget the dramatic effect that hate speech can have on someone who is already marginalized. They're forgetting the suicide epidemic among gay, lesbian, and transsexual teenagers in the United States and Canada, and they're forgetting the attacks against visible minorities. Madam Speaker, the expression of hate and intolerance are the main causes of these tragedies, and that is why we must at all cost maintain the protections against these forms of harmful expression. I heard the member, who is no longer now right now. Oh, I apologize. I know I'm not allowed to say who's in the House and who's not. I apologize. I withdraw my comment. But I heard the member say that there is not always something at the end of the line, that when someone writes a hate speech... Oh, hello. that there is not always a victim at the end of the day, but that's not necessarily the case. Just because someone writes something and there's not someone who's saying, yes, that hurt me, that it didn't hurt them. No, we never know what the effect that written things can have on each person. At the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, we saw a number of cases based on Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act, and this includes numerous cases concerning white supremacy, Holocaust denial, and other forms of anti-Semitism. The Conservatives' argument under Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act is as follows. Section 13 undermines our rights to freedom of expression in the Rights and Freedoms Charter. They also say that Canadians are already protected against hate speech under Section 319(2) of the Criminal Code. On these two items, Madam Speaker, their total devotion to their ideology has resulted in amnesia and ignorance on the part of this government.
Let us be clear and honest here in this chamber. Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act does not go against freedom of expression as protected under the Canadian Charter. How can I know that? Well, in 1990, the Supreme Court of Canada in Canada, the Canadian Human Rights Commission versus Taylor, indicated this, and I feel concerned when the federal government chooses to completely ignore Supreme Court rulings. The second argument by the government is that the Criminal Code already protects Canadians against hate speech, but they aren't taking into account the important differences between Criminal Code Section 319(2) and Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. But these differences are important. I need to educate my colleagues across the floor on some of these differences. First of all, the complaints procedure is different. The Human Rights Act enables individuals to make complaints. If the Commission decides that the complaint is important, then it will go to a tribunal. Under the Criminal Code, criminal proceedings will only take place with the consent of the Minister of Justice. Victims of hate crimes should not have to wait until Crown prosecutors look at the case and the Minister of Justice has given the green light. Secondly, the standard of evidence. The Canadian Human Rights Act creates a standard for evidence, whereas a criminal case will require proof of guilt beyond any reasonable doubt. A case before the Rights Tribunal requires basic evidence and the balance of probabilities. As we know, O.J. Simpson was acquitted in a criminal case because the prosecution was unable to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that he had committed the murder, but in the civil case he was found guilty. The complaints procedure and the standard of proof required is different, therefore, between these two sections. And the Canadian Human Rights Commission has indicated that these are complementary and they do not compete. The most important thing is that we need to live in a free society, a society that is free of hate crimes and intolerance. The victims of hate crimes and acts of hate should not need the authorization of the minister who is partisan to go forward. It is not always easy to prove guilt beyond any reasonable doubt. When will the Conservatives in this country realize that hate crimes are real and the Minister of Justice should not be able to decide which ones are real and which are not? I would therefore encourage my colleagues to vote against this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton St. Albert, and I should say ahead of time I will have to interrupt him at 7:30.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's really an honor and a pleasure for me to rise and speak in favour of Bill C-304, an act to amend the Human Rights Code. Madam Speaker, certainly freedom of speech is a fundamental right that's enjoyed in all free and democratic societies. And I've listened very carefully to the two members, or now the three members opposite, who have expressed concern about my friend's bill, the sponsor from Westlock St. Paul. And parliamentarians, as you know, Madam Speaker, enjoy unfettered freedom of speech. In fact, Parliament is derived, as you know, from the French word parler, meaning to speak. And in this chamber and in its committees, we parliamentarians and any witnesses who appear before those committees have unfettered freedom of speech. And it seems to me somewhat hypocritical that we would not offer to society, to people who write, and with respect to blogs and websites and the internet, which falls under federal regulation, the same rights and privileges that we here enjoy in the Parliament of Canada. Excellent. And to my friend from Mount Royal, who I have a great deal of respect for, who talked that there are limits to freedom of speech, he is correct. There are limits to freedom of speech. But, Madam Speaker, no doubt you are aware that there are already workable remedies and workable limits with respect to freedom of speech. There are laws against perjury. There are the torts of libel and slander. And of course, and most importantly and most germane to this debate, there is Section 318 to 320 of the Criminal Code. And those are real hate speech protections, Madam Speaker. And there must be a distinction drawn between hate speech and hurt speech, or the so-called counterfeit right of hurt feelings. One does not have a right against having their feelings hurt. I'm sorry, that is not a right that exists in common law. It's not a right that exists in free and democratic societies. The criminal code sanctions regarding free speech, as found in Section 318 to 320, require something more than hurt feelings. They require real and actual hatred. If you advocate genocide, if you advocate destruction of a group's property, if you advocate harm or damage to the person of that individual or group, then you have fallen offside the hate provisions of the Criminal Code. And I would submit, Madam Speaker, rightfully so. But that is something quite different than the so-called freedom not to be offended, or what my friend refers to as hurt speech. Free speech, if it is to exist, cannot be subject to some bureaucracy. There is no such thing as government-regulated free speech. Either there is free speech or there isn't. And, Madam Speaker, it is the very offensive speech that requires legal protection. This debate probably would not be occurring if there weren't situations where individuals who had said things that were truly politically correct, offensive and sometimes abhorrently so, but individuals have attempted to avail themselves to the Charter-protected rights in Section 2B of freedom of expression. But I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, and to all members of the House, that it is that very offensive speech that requires protection. Because everything in life, everything that is provocative, is controversial. If we were to get into an intelligent debate about religion, about Christianity versus Islamicism, or abortion, or gay rights, or even climate change, it's impossible, Madam Speaker, to have a thorough and meaningful debate without running the risk of offending somebody somewhere along that process. So a free society requires freedom of speech so that we can have a fluid marketplace of ideas, so that we can have give and take and exchange. And some of the ideas in that marketplace of ideas won't be popular, and they won't be politically correct. But they are important to further the debate, and society has actually moved forward over time because of freedom of speech. Some things that were politically incorrect in their time, for example, hundreds of years ago when Galileo opined that the world was round, I mean, that was thought of as heresy at the time. But he said it, and people debated it, and they argued it, and eventually they proved it. So it is because of the very freedom of speech that we're fighting for today by repealing Section 13 of the Human Rights Code that society can advance itself with respect to enlightenment and with respect to determining truths that may not appear truth at the present time. So the very Human Rights Commission that...
Order, please. The honourable member will have about 5 minutes when this bill returns on the order paper. Regret to interrupt him. La période.
The time allotted for private members' business has now expired, and this bill falls now to the bottom of the order paper. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are here today to speak about infrastructure. And when we think about infrastructure, we think about the bridges we use every day, the roads, public utilities, or perhaps wastewater systems. It is through our personal contact that we know what we mean by infrastructure. The government is supposed to think in a different way, though. Infrastructure is a network, and this network has economic consequences in terms of our well-being and our economic growth. We have to think strategically and have a broad vision of where we want to go. This government is giving no evidence that it has a vision or a long-term strategy. When we see that the government is being criticized for its accountability by, rather its lack of accountability by the Auditor General, it is not very surprising. Billions of dollars are involved in the infrastructure deficit. We're talking about $123 billion. We can't just blame the minister responsible at this time. There is a series of people who have responsibility in the Liberal and the Conservative parties. We hope, though, to see improvements in the government's strategy and approach. But the facts don't give us much confidence. For example, the Champlain Bridge is a case in point. We heard Mr. Labrèche, the head of the Champlain Bridge, who urged the government to plan carefully for the traffic needs of the future. This is, in fact, the bridge that cannot be named. It is a bridge that seems to scare the Conservatives. We could call it the new Champlain Bridge, perhaps. But the Conservatives have announced a new bridge without giving any indication of how it will tie in with transit in Montreal. They have had more than 5 years to come up with a plan and a strategy. I don't just place the blame on the current minister. The Minister of Transport has been a revolving door. There have been 5 ministers in 5 years, and this isn't a recipe for success. It doesn't give us much confidence.
Off the baton, but rather dropped it. So I don't fault the present Minister of Transport. He didn't know how much his predecessors hid from him. I am giving him the benefit of the doubt. He seems like an honest man. The problem with federal infrastructure in Montreal, the Champlain Bridge in particular, dates from the time of Lawrence Cannon in 2006, followed by the present Minister of Foreign Affairs, followed by Reform member Chuck Strahl, each successively dropping the baton. What kind of record is this, Madam Speaker? The former member from Fraser Valley, Chuck Strahl, who's now speaking against the government's position on asbestos, needs to explain to Canadians why he kept a report secret that showed that the bridge had the possibility of falling apart and left the present minister out in the cold. So questions were asked in the previous ministry, but the question remains. Why did they hide the engineer's report from January to March of this year? And what are they going to do to advance a true strategy for infrastructure in the coming days?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great honor for me to speak to this important issue, important for the people of Montreal, Quebecers, and all Canadians.
The Conservative government has taken action on this file. On October 5th of this year, the Minister of Transport, who sits in the seat right in front of me, took leadership and announced in Montreal that our government will proceed with the construction of a new bridge across the St. Lawrence to replace the existing Champlain Bridge. The Champlain Bridge is the busiest bridge in Canada, with over 100,000 people using it twice a day. It is also an important economic enabler for the Montreal region and indeed for all of Canada, as an estimated $20 billion in goods cross the bridge each year. It's also a gateway and a major economic component of the Continental Gateway. It is a very important piece of infrastructure, and we intend to see it replaced with a new plan. La structure actuelle.
The current structure of the Champlain Bridge is safe, but it requires maintenance work, and this is why our Conservative government will be spending $380 million to upgrade the bridge. These amounts were earmarked in the 2009, 2010, and 2011 budgets, and I would remind my colleague and the other members of his party that they opposed this spending. They opposed this bridge funding, and now this bridge is in a bad state. The NDP are trying to say that the bridge should have been better maintained, when his party, in fact, opposed all investments to try to maintain the bridge. What is important to understand, Madam Speaker, is that the ongoing investment by our government has ensured that the bridge is safe and will remain safe until the end of its useful life.
We need a plan to replace the bridge, as it cannot be repaired into permanent perpetuity. This infrastructure project will be done it'll be one of the most important of the decade ahead. We are working to have the new bridge built as soon as possible, but as the honourable member knows, with a project of this magnitude, it is essential to make sure that it is done correctly. Madame la Présidente, notre objectif.
Madam Speaker, our goal is to have do construction at no net cost to taxpayers. The clear preference is for a public-private agreement. The Minister of Transport and his team are working on this issue and have been doing so since they came into office. There are consultations in Montreal on the South Shore concerning this important project. We will continue to work on behalf of the people of Montreal and Quebec and on behalf of all Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Glad that perhaps the government has learned lessons from the Auditor General's report when they said that they should have engineers and architects right at the beginning rather than involving them somewhere in the middle. However, my feeling is that to say that you took leadership in action 5 years after the fact, when you knew that this bridge was probably in need of replacement. This process has been talked about since 2006. Minister Cannon mentioned it. Leadership is taking action when action is called for. So this is a bit too little, too late. We've long recognized the economic importance of the bridge and the economic importance of infrastructure in general across the country. When other governments were cutting their infrastructure spending, NDP governments in the 1990s maintained their infrastructure spending and actually weathered the storm at that time. The government knew that this bridge needed to replace. So when you hide a diamond in a pile of manure, you present the manure to us, and then you say you don't like diamonds, I think that's disingenuous, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Chair, I have to admit hesitation in addressing that rather tortured metaphor. But I will say, Madam Chair, that this Minister of Infrastructure and Transportation has demonstrated extraordinary leadership in tackling one of the great infrastructure challenges of our time. This enormous bridge, with its exceptional importance to the region, to the province and the country, is a challenge that most ministers would never have to face because it comes along only once in a generation. But he has put forward the beginnings of a plan to replace the bridge with something that will be of little or no cost to taxpayers, will serve the region, continue to grow our economy, and build upon our low-tax plan for jobs and growth. Merci beaucoup.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, today I'm going back to the question that I put in this House on June 21st, dealing with small and medium-sized businesses. We know that businesses with fewer than 100 employees create more than 98% of Canadian jobs. Represent, in fact, more than 98% of Canadian companies, and I asked the Minister of State to describe what the Conservatives were doing in order to support businesses which create approximately 70% of jobs in Canada. As you know, Madam Speaker, Conservatives tend to reduce taxes for companies which are making huge profits. A number of SMEs in Canada are affected by the crisis, which stems from stock market speculation and asset-backed commercial papers. These companies no longer have any operating costs. It's true that the Conservatives did cut the tax rate for small businesses by 1 percentage point, and that the tax rate went from the level went from $300,000 to $500,000. This is a first step that we could have taken together before we proposed going farther to promote job creation and development of our small businesses. But the government cut tax rates for large corporations by 2.5% over 3 years, which represents $5.89 billion in the last 3 years alone. And all of these tax cuts in exchange for what, Madam Speaker? Absolutely nothing. There were no guarantees in terms of job creation. In the NDP, we've long understood, in fact, that tax credits can't be distributed indiscriminately. What this government must do is more for small businesses, the ones that create jobs, and public investments must be targeted and the impacts measured. That is absolutely essential. Unfortunately, the Minister of State responded that I hadn't voted in favor of the budget to stimulate small businesses. The problem was that the measure was, the one that I described, was drowned out in a host of other budget measures that we couldn't decently accept. Today, we see that it's only the Friends of the Conservatives that are stimulated by massive tax cuts. In rereading the previous budget, we can see that the Conservatives support big oil, which generates the oil sands, and mining companies. However, they've allowed many jobs in the manufacturing sector slip away to Asia. In my riding alone, 600 employees of Papier White Birch are on the brink because of the government's lax approach. The Minister of State is in favor of economic laissez-aller, and this reflects its strategy. It is simply focusing on leaving citizens to fend for themselves. Madam Speaker, this government has allowed 72,000 jobs to be lost last month alone. Will it sidestep its responsibilities for a long time to come?
Minister of Industry.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I am proud to be here today to speak about the actions that this government has taken to support small and medium-sized businesses. Small and medium-sized enterprises employ 6.8 million Canadians, or 64% of private sector employees. These businesses form the economic bedrock of our nation, and this government will continue to help create the conditions that they need to succeed. Since taking office, we have been steadfast in our efforts to reduce the tax burden for Canadian small businesses. We've eliminated the corporate surtax, eliminated the federal capital tax, raised the small business tax threshold to $500,000, and lowered the small business tax rate to 11%. To help business become more productive, we've eliminated some tariffs on imported machinery and equipment. We also extended the accelerated capital cost allowance for business investments in machinery and equipment to assist Canada's manufacturing and processing sector. As the member opposite well knows, since the end of the recession, we have created nearly 600,000 net new jobs. To further support job creation, in Budget 2011, we extended the temporary hiring credit for small business. This provides a credit of up to $1,000 against a small employer's increases in its EI premium in 2011. This new credit will be available to approximately 525,000 employers, saving them about $165 million. Yet sadly, the NDP continually votes against these important measures that we put forward to help Canadian SMEs. In recent years, the government has also allocated $475 million for the Business Development Bank of Canada's Venture Capital Program to help finance innovative startups. We've also raised the maximum loan amount under the Canada Small Business Financing Program to allow SMEs to access the capital they need to grow their business and create jobs here in Canada. For younger entrepreneurs, we've boosted the budget of the Canadian Youth Business Foundation to connect them with mentors, business resources, and startup financing. This Conservative government also understands that we must reduce the paperwork burden. We've already fulfilled our commitment made in 2009 to reduce the paper burden on Canadian businesses by 20%. Last year, we created the Red Tape Reduction Commission, headed by the Minister of State for Small Business and Tourism. The Commission listened to SME owners across the country and will soon recommend ways to permanently reduce the paperwork burden on business owners. Budget 2011 also announced $3 million in annual funding to modernize and make permanent the BizPal program, which gives businesses one-stop online access to information on permit and license requirements from all levels of government. This government is also providing $15 million annually for the Canada Business Network to help small businesses get the reliable, up-to-date information they need and to obtain quick referrals to government programs and services in every province and territory. We have also, thanks to the hard work of the Minister of State for Finance, tabled legislation to establish pooled registered pension plans. This will provide a pension option for the many workers, like those in small businesses, who currently do not participate in a company pension plan. These are just some of the many proactive measures that we've taken in support of Canadian small business. Our Conservative government has continually stood up for small business, while the NDP members continually vote against and oppose measures to help small businesses in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, apart from some measures that might be valid, there's a lot of figures thrown out there and some slogans. I will reiterate. Tax cuts for large corporations is like giving gin, a case of gin, to an alcoholic instead of helping him deal with his alcohol dependency. The tax credits that the colleague opposite boasted about apply for a company that won't create a single job. Then there's the issue of contributions to employment insurance. And with respect to paperwork, they've been working on it for years. It seems like it's a public relations proposal. And in addition to top it all off, for our future retired people, the government is inviting them to invest in the stock market. What is the government offering?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let's take a look at the facts on jobs and economic growth in this country. Since July of 2009, we've created nearly 600,000 net new jobs. We're the only G7 country to have regained more than all of the output and jobs lost during the downturn. Both the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development forecast that Canada's economy will be among the strongest in the G7 this year and next. And recently, the credit rating agency Moody's renewed Canada's AAA credit rating based on, in their words, Canada's, quote, economic resiliency, very high government financial strength, and a low susceptibility to event risk. Madam Speaker, our government remains committed to continuing to build a strong economy and help small and medium-sized businesses thrive and succeed. We hope the NDP will start supporting us in that. Thank you.
Accordingly, the motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.